Well, I think we should be good now. I guess we got to treat it like we are live now. Okay, boys, we're on. Vicky Holling looking very pregnant. I think she's only like a couple of months away from giving birth, like maybe like a month or two away from giving birth. They're, they're getting a little bit desperate for commentators. Vicky's going to give birth on the beach. I was going to ask you about this on the podcast the other day, Joe, but I forgot. Is there no race ranger out on this 90K, 80K bike loop?
Swim. Do you think like it's going to break things up a lot, or do you think the Med pretty calm could baby your boy Sam Long, and he might be able to get out the water with less of a deficit than he's seen in previous races?
Yeah, he texted me yesterday and he said it was a bit choppy, so I don't know exactly what the conditions are today. Um, yeah, the choppy swims break things up a bit more, but I don't know. I feel like that, and on the men's side, there's a lot of good swimmers that will probably keep it, I don't know, relatively together. I'm sure we'll see small breaks like we did at the last race. The women's side, yeah, the women's side will be interesting if anyone can go with Jess Learmonth off the front, essentially. I'm not sure anyone will, but we'll find out.
You know the choppy swims. So can they sometimes help like a weaker swimmer? Because from my point of view, like sometimes when I've raced and there's been a choppy swim, I've actually had quite a small deficit to the leaders, but I don't know why. I just thought maybe it's because the chop just like slows everyone down and it's easier to get on the feet at the start. But like I did Ironman Wales. 2022, it was mega choppy. People were worried about getting in the water, and I swam only lost 3 minutes to Andy Horsfall Turner over the full distance, and I was expecting it to be 7, 8 minutes. I was thinking, oh, going to be in for a long day today.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought actually. And maybe the guys up front like have to battle a bit more to like find the feet or get in the rhythm. And I mean, it kind of just depends on what your stroke is too. So, if you have a like, kind of a choppy stroke and maybe a good stroke rate, like these conditions could benefit you. So yeah, and you're right. It slows down the guys in the front possibly as well. Maybe Andy's out there trying to find his line. There's other guys. They're kind of swimming on top of each other, and yeah, if you're out there just plugging away in the back 3 minutes, that's good for you. Best swim ever.
I can pull it out the bag every now and again. Uh,
Just behind the scenes, boys. Here, I'm just trying to figure out all the audio and stuff because when we first started, I think it was only me talking. You boys weren't actually on it, and then there was a heap of reverb and it was too loud. But I think this sounds pretty good now.
All right, good work, Jack.
Few technical issues to start it. This is the beauty of the alternative stream versus the broadcast stream. Imagine this stuff on the broadcast stream. People would be going crazy.
Just turn it off.
I reckon, you know what? When you do this, you realize just how hard this shit is. Like, it's so easy to criticize, but mate, it's
Mm.
so hard to even like do any of this, let alone do it well.
Racking your bikes in the middle of the night, guys. Like that is one thing that I'm not like I hate doing with triathlon. Coming in transition in the morning. Especially you haven't done a full distance yet, have you, Greg? So you haven't had had that pleasure of you getting up in the middle of the night and getting to transition, needing a torch and
Well,
everything?
in Eagle Man this year, the race started at 6 a.m. 70.3. So I've been there a bit, but yeah, I mean maybe not the full distance. It would be kind of cool though. I feel like if you're there and like I mean you've raced Kona. If you're like there, it's like 3:30. You're showing up. You're like, oh shit, on the Big Island. Here we go. Uh, but yeah, I mean it's rare for the T100, right? I mean this is maybe the only early morning start this year.
Yeah, that must be due to the road closures, I would have thought, because I wouldn't have thought they would have started that early otherwise. In the background there, where you can see the city, what do you think? It doesn't look too choppy for me. Expert Greg, what's there? Can you see in the background there the sea? Can't see any big waves there. Is there anyone?
No, and it's funny. It doesn't always. The big waves actually don't always make it the hardest. Like if there's consistent big waves and you can like almost find a rhythm over the waves, it makes sense. But sometimes it's just like wind that creates this small chop on the surface can be the hardest to find a rhythm. So it really depends. And from our perspective, we're like, oh yeah, it's this, it's this. You just don't know. Some races you think, oh yeah, it's calm. It doesn't look too bad. But when you're out there, there's like a small half foot like chop just from wind direction, and it might be different than the current, and then you really suck your energy. So like you said, I mean, I think typically rougher conditions, better swimmer. I think if you have a really really long stroke, with a really high catch and a lot of glide out front, you might get exposed a bit on the rough conditions. But other than that, I think your point stands that if you're a bit weaker of a swimmer, you get isolated, you might have a tougher time out there.
But some of the people that are listening to this that maybe don't know who you are, Greg, obviously 70.3 Worlds last year, you led out the water, didn't you? And you actually had you managed to kind of break the elastic a bit and have about 5-10 seconds on the next person. If you were in this race now and you were going to get ready to obviously start off, like how would you be preparing the warm up? Like last 30 minutes, 40 minutes beforehand, would you be getting in the water as early as you can, doing 15, 20 minutes, or would you do more of a dry land warm up with like resistance bands? Talk me through it.
Yeah, I would definitely get in the water if I could. Um, and do depend. I mean, in some of these races, it's you have no time essentially, right? But if the T100, it seems like they might have as much time as possible. So I'm getting in. I'd probably go 10 minutes easy, and then a few pickups, and then I would make sure to get in, get water in my wetsuit, and get out and have it drain out. I feel like that's how a wetsuit fits well. Um, but yeah, I mean, people listening, you age groupers, it's like they can't even get in. So yeah, you have to do a little dry land warm up, maybe some bands or like some shoulder raises, things like that. But I think as long as you like have somewhat woken the body up in a way, um, I mean, you race primarily Ironman, so you're probably getting 5 or 10 minutes. What does it look like for you when you
You, you know,
in your warm up?
I've actually changed to doing some stuff in training where I've gone specifically into doing some intervals over the last 4 or 5 weeks where I just do a hard interval at the start of the session just because quite often for an Ironman you can barely get in and do any warm up. You're lucky if you get 5 minutes. So I mean, I would normally be standing on the beach doing some arm swings or something like that, try and get in, do a few pickups straight away. But my warm up routine is by no means perfect, and I was thinking I would get some tips off the second rated swim in the rankings.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you having me on, Joe. I know you tried to get Mark on here, and I was just a backup, but yeah, I'm super thankful for letting me come on.
Was Mark wanted too much, didn't he, Jack?
I tried to get Hans Butters on, the real number one swimmer in triathlon, but he told me he only speaks German, so probably wouldn't have worked unless we. Do you speak German, Joe?
Mate, I can count to 10 in German.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
11, 12, 1 und 3. What is it? What is it from there? What's 13?
oh mate, your German's better than mine now. You've put me to bed there. Like I can only count to 10.
Yeah, because I went to Fred Funk's wedding. Like that was all I could say to people. I could just have conversations counting with them.
must have been fun.
Yeah. At least the alcohol was nice.
Well, Dan Lorang was drunk on the dance floor at 3 a.m.
So, top three then. Who are you going for? Male and females? If we had to pick now.
I'm going. I I haven't thought of a top three exactly, but my sleeper pick on the day for the women is Lucy Byram. I know you guys were talking about her briefly on the pod, but she biked the same as those top four females, kind of solo at her last race, and she looks super dialed on her TT. So, if she has a really good ride here, I think this could suit her, and she's run solid this year. For the men, yeah, I mean you can't look past Hayden. I mean top three. Oof, I gotta put my boy Sam Long. Sam Long, third place, baby. Let's go. What do you think?
Way. Yeah, that Lucy Byram for a sleeper pick is actually probably a real good shout. If I was actually going to have to pick a sleeper pick for the men, I'd probably say I'd go for Harry Palmer.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
What you think for a sleeper pick, like someone who could upset, not win, but like who would you say then, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about it the other day, but I really like Menno Coolhouse. I just think he's a huge chance to top 5 here.
Well, he got 4th last time, dude.
Yeah, but you think this course and this field usually would suit him? Like, would you usually pick him in your top 5 on this day, Greg?
Well, from what I saw last race, I would say maybe. I mean, he was up there at Kona. I would say like on the bubble a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's rated. I guess he's rated. Oh no, he's like the 6th or 7th rated guy in the
But he
field.
had been injured, hadn't he, as well? So he was coming back from injury. So that was quite a surprise actually that he was like that high because he'd missed quite a bit of the season.
Yeah, I was actually really surprised how well he did last race. Guys come back from injury and they don't really like. And you saw Eustace Nieslag, Leo Bergier, and then he comes in and like gets top 5. So that's actually very impressive. How do you think Morgan's gonna go? The American in me is always just like, come on, Morgan, let's get this. Like, come on, this is your race. But he just never seems to really be that consistent. So I'd like to see him up there, and he's obviously a threat coming off the bike, and he's probably going to get a little bit better each race that he does. It's kind of his first, test at this level. So I'm curious to kind of see how he goes.
I'm not even American, and I want to see Morgan do really well at a lot of the races, just because I find his Instagram so funny. How he's so dry and he like almost like rage baits people by posting like the zone 2 stuff. Like some of the funny things that I saw him post on there was um, once he did like a 15-mile run or something like that, and he put like 5:45 mile in zone 2, and it must be one of the
Yeah.
first ones that went like viral, and like I saw loads of people comment on there like, no way is that your zone 2, you'd be like a professional runner if that was. And then I was like, dude, he's run like a 61-minute half marathon. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, I would love to see him get off the bike in contention. I like even just within like 2 or 3 minutes, basically just close enough that he thinks that he's got a chance of getting a win or a podium, and he's like full tilt on the run, because I'd love to see him fully commit to an 18K run. I reckon he could absolutely light it up. Yeah, I'd love to see him get a podium. What about you, Jack?
Sorry, boys, I'm still mucking around over here on the technical side, so I'm a little zoned out.
Yeah.
Is this Morgan Pearson on the podium?
Well, just what would it take, essentially?
A different 12 more months on a TT bike, fully committed to it, I think.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the YouTube or the chat on the YouTube.
Is the chat just not happy with the audio?
Yeah, they're like it's super quiet.
Yeah, it's really annoying because we have like the way we're doing the audio. If we make it loud, it gets all this reverb.
So is that just on your? What does that even mean? Like it just like echoing?
Yeah, it means it makes it real echoey. But then like our audio sources, just not there. This is why we jumped on before the races started, though, so that we could get it figured out by the time the race is on.
Is the volume really quiet apparently on the YouTube?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Let me try this. Let me turn the volume right up and then see if it turns it to absolute shit. So if you guys get the YouTube up, the comments can guide us here. Here, I'll turn it like up. Comments, let us know.
They can hear you. I guess it's just us, Jack.
Ah. That doesn't make any sense.
Emma Snow still on the broadcast.
Do you think that was just a case of like, and I know this audio is probably a bit struggling, we're still working on it, but do you reckon that's just a case that Jan and her were in bed and they're like, oh, ask Jan to do it? No, Jan can't do it. Emma's like, oh, I'll do it.
Probably, to be fair.
No offense, Emma. She is an Olympic gold medalist in her own right, but just funny that it is Jan's wife.
Yeah, that is really funny. Who have they even had in the past? They got to get Skipper on there on the official. Nah, he's with us.
Mate, I'd probably say something I shouldn't on the proper one. According to Jack, they're pretty strict, aren't they? And you can only say certain things.
Did you have any slip ups when you broadcasted on was it Swansea?
Not what I'm aware of. Oh, actually, if I had say one slip up, what we did say, I think we mentioned when we were talking about indoor training and mentioned Zwift as like a go-to, and obviously they're not an official.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the partners. Yeah. When you have to, honestly, it'd be hard to commentate the world champs when you can't just say like on the bike. You have to be like, oh, it's the full gas bike course, like every time when you talk about it. I feel like that's something underrated that commentators have to do. That would be challenging.
Yeah, I can see on the comments people are saying that mine sounds too quiet. Like, is that still the case?
Yeah.
Says I'm good now. I mean, I'll just try to talk really close to the mic. Maybe you too, Joe.
Hold on, I'm just going to leave you two to chat for a sec. I can try and get like a mic or something. Oh, Greg too low also. Oh, this is so frustrating. Greg, are you Jack, are you able to turn our volume up on your settings?
Yeah. I'm on it.
All right, the swim looks smooth. Not a ripple on there. Mate, this part of French is freaking nice. I mean, look at these buildings. I feel like I'm in the tour. We got some helicopter shots. I'm not exactly sure what the swim course looks like. That's a bad commentating job by me, but I'm assuming it's an Aussie exit on the beach, which is good. We can get some time gaps. But yeah, I mean, looks smooth. All right, here we go. We'll get some. It's like it looks like a shoe. So that should be cool. A couple extra turns on the course to make it a little more interesting, maybe string it out a bit more.
I prefer the Aussie exits on the swim, where you get like a bit of a time split, on people, and you can really see, and also kind of stretches it a bit more. What do you prefer normally when you do the swim? Like, do you prefer an Aussie exit? Do you think it helps you rip it up a bit more?
Dude, I think I've done like one. I've done a couple ITE races where you like get out and dive in again. But that's it. I mean, I've never done an Aussie exit and
oh really
long course, just because I mean Ironman races it's super uncommon. Maybe they're starting to do it a bit more. And, I've never raced a T100, obviously, but
There's the climb, goes up to about 360 meters above sea level, 235 meters over the actual climb, 8.9% max, so not super steep. But for a triathlon, actually a pretty big challenge, and certainly for a T100, isn't it? These guys have not had anything like this in any of the other races. Greg, going back to what you said, when you said about this part of France looks really nice. This is actually where loads of the really nice super yachts that you see, with like the billionaires, the multi-millionaires, all along this part of the coast. It's just down the road from Saint-Tropez, and if you carry on going, you end up going to Nice, Monaco. This is like, there's serious money out here. You're going to see like Porsches, Ferraris everywhere. Like, it is a really nice area.
the French Riviera. Do you remember when On Your Left posted, like when they changed it from Kona to Nice, and he posted that thing? He's like, oppressed triathletes upset that they have to race in the French Riviera. I was just like, because it's like some beautiful part of the world, and everyone's like an uproar, like we have to leave the lava fields of Kona. So, yeah, I mean, and then you see where it is. You're like, dude, this is like one of the nicest areas on the planet, and everyone's out here making fun.
I could see you going to the French Riviera. You're in New York yourself, aren't you? Manhattan, Wall Street guy, like vacationing to the French Riviera and throwing in a nice triathlon. Like,
hey, maybe I'll go to 70.3 Worlds next year or something like that. Maybe they'll put preems in T100 like you said, and they'll just invite me, and so I can just try to win a swim and then quit the race. All right, so here we are. We got the Ferris wheel. I think the men's race should be starting here in really, really soon. All right, let's talk about it. I expect Menno to be out there. Leo Bergier, maybe Rico. He did have an amazing swim last race. Possibly Willie Hirsch, also a strong swimmer. That's kind of it. I would say guys who are. There's not many guys who are like on the front drivers. I would say Menno maybe and Leo, but they're not going to benefit that much from pushing the swim super hard because they probably won't break it up that much. So it is an interesting tactic. I mean, maybe you want the bonus or you want but I don't even know if these guys get bonuses for leading out the water and a race like this. Maybe it's more like a big race or an Ironman race. I mean, it seems like sponsors. Yeah, I don't know how many first out of the water bonuses most people get.
do you think a lot of the guys then who you mentioned, and say people like Morgan, because I saw that he did really well in the Vancouver swim, he was at the front. Do you think they start off hard for the first 200-300 meters, see that they're in kind of like a good position, and then kind of come off the gas, and then they're like, okay, right, I've made the front group now, I'm out of trouble, it's going to settle down a bit, and then they look for feet and just kind of think, save in it, conserve, and like as long as I stay like top 5, top 6, I'm happy with that, and they're not that bothered about keeping the pace on. Is that what you think, or would there be anyone in the race that you think would actually think, right, I just want to cause carnage, split this up as much as possible, and try and get a gap at the start of the bike so I can hit the gas?
Yeah, I would say that's a good thought. I think someone maybe like Menno would try to get out. I think he's got the swim pedigree to like actually push and maybe make a bit of difference. Honestly, I'm not sure Morgan really has like the pure like swim strength to like break up a field. I think he finds himself on the front, like you said. He goes out hard and you're like, oh, I'm kind of in the front. That's cool. Leo came out right behind me, 70.3 Worlds. It's funny. Leo was leading in part of that race, and I came around him because he wanted me to lead. I could tell. Sometimes these swimmers, 70.3 Worlds, I'm swimming on Leo's feet. He looks back 3 times in a row on 3 strokes. And that to me was like, oh, okay, Leo wants me to come around. So maybe some of these guys, they'll share the work a little bit, but I'm not sure anyone has the full like motivation to really send it. Because it's like, you're not dropping Yella, like you're not going to drop Rico. And like what, maybe you get 20 seconds. Does that even matter? Like essentially, like
you don't think
I don't know if it's that.
You don't think they could drop Yella Gaines on it though? Because in ITU, he's like found it quite hard on some of the swims.
Yeah, it's just the depth of swimmer it's way lower, honestly. Like there's 20 Mennos in ITU. Like there's a lot of guys who are super, super fast, and a ton of speed is the thing. So, but like you said, it's like a minute it'll settle slightly, and then, like, 3 or 4 minutes, it'll settle slightly again, and then it'll settle for, like, the rest of the pace, like, around 10 minutes. I feel like there's, like, 3 settling points, depending who you are. So, if you're a really fast swimmer, you're going out at, like, 8, 8.5 effort, maybe 9, and then a lot of these guys are probably going out 10 out of 10 effort. It just kinda depends on, if you're a great 100 swimmer or you're a good back halfer, like someone like Aaron Royal. And here we are. Oh, beach start too. That's hard, man. That's deep sand. Whoever practiced the most wins. I mean, you can see now, like, look at the difference of where some people are, and like everyone should have practiced that a ton and shouldn't have given up any time. So you can already see that there's a lot of differences and where they just entered the water running in.
What would you look for when you practice it? Would you look for like a specific part to start, or would it just be like trying to think about how many strides in your head before you need to dive, in the water or something like that? Like what aspects are you looking to practice when you do that?
Yeah, running in from different points because sometimes it's shallower in some areas than so, if I mean, I guess they don't have they maybe have assigned spots, but
They
just
do, yeah.
knowing, like, if it's a little bit deeper on one side than the other, is, like, super big, because if it's shallower, I had a race once and the guy had scoped it out in the course and he ran crazy wide and he ended up running 100 meters further in the water and he had like a 30-second lead 200 meters into this race because he was just running. So that's what they're looking for. We see the colored caps here. Um, Menno is going to be up there. Yeah, Benito Lopez is a solid swimmer as well. Um, but yeah, they're yeah, curious to see where Hayden comes out as well, of course.
What do you think Sam Long would be happy with deficit wise out of the water to kind of like the front group of all the hitters? Like, let's just assume they're all together, which they probably will be. Like, what do you think in his head he's going to be happy with? Will he be happy with under 4 minutes, or would he be
Yeah, for
looking for
sure.
less?
I think so. I mean, he was 4:15 last race, so I think anywhere closer than that would be good. I wish we could see like a little bit wider of an angle, we can kind of see where he's dropping. Okay, so you can see two in the back essentially. That's going to be Colin, Such, and Sam. So it
Okay.
looks like they're already off the back. You can tell. Hopefully, if Sam is on the further back, he's also on the feet. Three heads. Like you said, you can see three guys obviously, it's like kind of leading. It's like I didn't. There's no one who has like is head and shoulders above the rest too. So it's going to be those two off the back, and then a big group, and then you get guys like maybe like Harry Palmer, Hayden Wild. They'll be like a little bit off the pace, maybe Matthias too, but they'll probably be within a minute.
Surely it can't be Sam off the back, can it? Now he's enlisted your services for the swim. Like,
Yeah.
he should be making that pack, mate. He's got his own top
Hey,
swim coach.
there's no such thing as miracles, Joe. No. All right, we see Rico there with Kyle Smith next to him. That white cap, that's not Hayden, is it? It could be Willie Hirsch would be a good shout. Does Menno have a cap? No, he doesn't. Um, yeah, but that's wow. It's actually they don't look like they're moving fast. It looks like there's some current. It's gonna be fast coming back. I mean, you can kind of see like you can tell when they're moving fast or whatnot. You can see these guys are kind of swimming on top of each other a bit. There's Leo kind of making his way up.
Would this annoy you, Greg, if you were Rico there and you had Carl Smith swimming on almost on your hip? Because effectively he's slowing you down then, isn't he? Like, what would you do? Would you put a surge in to try and get a bit ahead so he's on your feet? Or would you like think, well, I'll just slow back, or would you just keep going? Because like to me, I find that so annoying when someone swims really close to you like that and they're slowing you down. Or does it just not bother you?
No, I mean I don't. I like swimming with that no one around me because I like going to the front. But yeah, I would say if you look behind you and there's some space for you to slot in, you can. But if you're swimming next to someone and there's guys right behind you, multiple, then you can't really slow down to like get in, right? So
Yeah.
like you said, honestly I would move off to the side and try to get a little bit more space. I raced a race in Boulder, and I was starting next to Chase McQueen, who's a really good swimmer, and we were starting next to each other. I said, "Hey, when we start, I'm going to pull right and you pull left. Therefore, we can find our space, and we're not going to slow each other down, and we'll come together, 300 meters in when one of us wants to slot in, essentially, right? So, but
Can I
yeah, yeah.
sorry,
Go
can I
ahead, go
just say
ahead.
then? I just got a bit of a time split at that first red buoy, and it looked like Colin and Sam were only about 10 to 15 seconds off the back 4 minutes into the swim. They were, if that is them two, I looked to see if I could see anyone else behind that could potentially be Sam Long. I couldn't see anyone else, and they were almost get swimming themselves back on. So, like you said, Greg, looks like the pace could be slower than not that quick at the start. And Sam Long and
Yeah,
Colin weren't that
and
far
now
behind.
we have Morgan coming around to the front. It looks like Pearson. Oh yeah, they're panning back here. Um,
What do
yeah,
you
it looks
think
like
though?
Peter Heimer. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, and like I said, it looked like the conditions look flat, but these guys were like they didn't look fast. So you can tell that like there's some current coming backwards at them. So if the pace is slower and these guys start swimming on top of each other a little bit, then the guys like Colin and Sam have a better shot to hang. But there's a lot of turns too, so we don't know how it's going to kind of string out around.
And
So in the women,
Hayden Wild was right at the front as well, which I thought was a big thing. Like the big thing that with Hayden is can he be there at the front of the swim, or can you get 45? And even Joe, you said on the podcast the other day, can you get him a 90-second gap on him? But he was like seventh or eighth feet right there, so right in the mix.
yeah, and I think if they haven't kind of put him in a bit of difficulty at the start, I can't see them doing it halfway through the swim if he's managed to put himself in about seventh or eighth. By the way, boys, the T100, you always get to pick your own walkout song, don't you, for a little bit? Like, what would you guys be walking out to?
Yeah, well, we can't actually listen to them. Like, we can't turn up the audio now because they're copyright on YouTube, so we're not even allowed to. I reckon surely Lose Yourself, Eminem, just a classic Eminem track.
Would you?
I don't know. I just love Eminem at the moment. Going through a phase.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pull up the quad box stream because we can't really see. Um,
I would have imagined that you would have picked Jack something like Tupac, All Eyes on Me.
What would you go? You have you done it for the Ironman Pro Series yet?
What do you get to pick music for the Ironman Pro Series?
I think only if you're one of the really big dogs at World Champs.
Oh right, I didn't even know that Ironman were doing that. Um, I would pick something. It would either be something funny, or it would be something like that. But Eminem, Lose Yourself is a good one. But I almost feel like it's a bit too too
Too
many
done.
people go for that, don't they?
Yeah, I think I was listening to it while I was walking over to where I'm doing this morning, so it's just in my head. I don't actually know what I'd do. I really like I'm really into Beds Are Burning from Midnight Oil since Sam Renouf came on the podcast and talked about it. Like, how someone says, like, oh, I've been listening to this song recently, and then it makes you start listening to it on repeat. He did that to me.
By the way, Greg, you know when you said about knowing where to start and everything, like I've got a little story from when I was doing like 70.3 Dubai, and I was doing the warm up, and that was a beach start like that where you run in, and I was practicing it, and I was there with Stuart Hayes, who was like a former British Olympian, like went to the 2012 Olympics with the Brownlees, and
yeah,
he's
he was
like,
the domestique, right?
yeah, that's the one. Yeah. And he was like, Joe, mate, he's like, you need to start on the left. Look at that. You can run really far in. And I'm like,
Mm.
shit, yeah, you can, mate. Like, he's like, make sure you start over there. So I started over there on the left. And I could run about an extra 30, 40 meters further than everyone else. And I'm like leading the swim up until like, I don't know, like
No
30
way.
more and a bit. Yeah, I led it for a decent bit before people started coming past me. But yeah, and then I end up having a great swim. I end up being just behind the front pack out the water at the end. But I obviously purely because uh, I managed to run quite far in. I think I was about like a minute and a half, something like that, off the fastest swim of the day, which
When
over
I mentioned that before too. It's like the depth. If you're in a body of water, it's not even to cross. So it's good recon. I'm always surprised at the lack of like homework and things that pros do. Like, oh, we maximize all of this, our time, our effort, whatever it might be. All right, here we got Morgan Pearson leading. But it's like some of them don't practice running in or like know where I should start or whatnot, or like the currents, like we saw the Americans do it in the Olympics. They botched the swim and it was just homework. Like you just have to figure out what you're doing. Oh, look at Morgan. He doesn't know where he's going. Um, yeah, I guess the sun coming in. And there's Leo right there in the red cap. I don't know who that white cap is. That's bad of me. I want to say it's not Hayden, is it? That like sort of looks like him.
do you know what color cap Hayden had, Jack? Because you
No,
said
he probably would have a colored cap. Yeah, I would say it would be Eustace or
Sorry, boys. Okay, I'm back. Is it
Menno.
is it Sam Dickinson off the front in that white cap? The
oh,
It could be
it
Sam Dickinson.
surely it is. I haven't seen, but surely he's
Yeah, he
pushing.
does. He does wear those type of goggles.
Oh wow,
there you go. Look, can you
that's
see?
cheating.
Look, Sam and Colin going around that buoy. They're not that far behind.
Oh
You know,
yeah. When you can see the field, they talk about it too. If it's not single file, like deep, it's not crazy fast, you know. So I mean, there's three guys single file, but then it goes four abreast there. So guys are able to move. You got one guy kind of going off to the right, finding his own line. The siding is an issue. I mean, Morgan was leading the race and he basically stopped. So that can help the guys in the back if they can. And that's why it's always important. You can't just follow people. Like you never know. You might get in a position you have to sight. So practicing
but
sighting always important.
what can you do though if you're swimming into the sun? I mean, other than the tint of your goggles, like what can you do? Like just try and know the course and look for landmarks to look for or something. Like what would you do? I mean, you say about doing your homework and stuff. Is that
Yeah.
something you would take into account? You would get down there early and check that out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, coming back in, I mean, look at there's that Ferris wheel there. Like you have to know, you have to look for big landmarks that you know you're going to be able to see even in rough conditions. Like, okay, I know where that Ferris wheel is. I know I'm always going to be aiming to the right, and maybe you can see that and like keep yourself on course until you can see the next buoy, right? So that comes on recon the day or two before. And yeah, it's super important. It's always big things in the horizon to look for. But yeah, goggle tint too. I always like clear goggles. I feel like you can see the best, but some people don't like
Sorry,
that.
Greg. I just want to say that it looks like there is an Aussie exit. When we saw the course map from the start of the swim, it looked like it was going to be one lap, but you can see swim lap one of two. So they are going to be getting out, which is going to be quite good. We'll be getting some time splits, um, see how everything's panning out. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. See if the elastic stretches a bit on the sand.
So, do you think that the reason this is so bunched up is just because they are swimming into the sun and it's really hard to sight and it's hard to just swim as fast as you can? Or do you think it's because it's just a bit choppy out there and a bit slow, so it's easier to sit in? Because it is a bit chaotic and way more bunched up than we would expect to see in this swim field, I would have thought.
I
Yeah, I
think
think it's all of the above. What about you, Joe?
Yeah, I think probably because they didn't start off too quick, and then when you can't see where you're going, no one really wants to like sit on the front, do they? I mean, I think a lot of people are probably thinking, like Greg said, there's going to be a big group of us anyway, so as long
Yeah,
as I'm in that group,
that's
I'm
Dickinson in second.
Yeah.
Then that was Rico. That's
Hirsch.
Willie Hirsch. Yeah.
It's so bunched up, though. You see Hayden absolutely sprinting it there, the second coming of Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
There's Menno. Menno's pretty far back. Yeah, no. When as you were messing with the audio, I don't know if you were watching it right at the start, Jack. You could tell they were going slow, just like with the current. So I think the whether it's the current or the wind on top of the water, that going out is seems slow, which can benefit the guys who are fifth or sixth or seventh to kind of stay in. There's a Harry Palmer. He's already isolated
Not
in the back.
not a good position for your pick there,
Not a good.
Joe.
No, I know. I would have thought that he would have been in that group. So yeah, I don't think he'll be too happy with that. But also look at Leo Berger, second to last out of that group.
Well, we
Uh,
talked about
but
he would usually be leading that swim just about. Like he's one of the best, if not the best swimmer in this field. But yeah, that back tumor, I don't think you can underestimate the impacts. Like I said to you on the podcast the other day, Joe, I reckon for a lot of people, if you have a tumor in your back that you have to get, surgically removed and that type of thing, it's almost season done from there.
Yeah, and
yeah,
he's still going.
Yeah, he's raced like 3 times through it. It's actually pretty impressive.
yeah, it's definitely. I mean, going to take the edge off you, and also your motivation, isn't it? Knowing that you can't bike train as hard as what you want to. You're going to be thinking, oh, well, I can't even do all the training for the free sports that I would like to. You're not going to be as motivated as knowing that you go into a race and everything's going 100% and you're firing on all cylinders, are you?
Something I noticed out of that swim exit, the Aussie exit, which I kind of touched on briefly, was that there was a little bit of a gap formed. So when they were running on the beach, it was like Morgan, Sam Dickinson, Kyle Smith, Willie Hirsch, Yalla Gaines, Eustace Nieschlag, and then there was like a gap and Hayden Wild sprinted around Justus Nieschlag and Rico Bogan to try and close that gap up to Yella. Like he absolutely sprinted, got around him, and then got onto Yella's feet. And when we get a little bit of a pan back up to it, you can kind of see that there is a little bit of a
Sam.
gap forming. 2 minutes there at the Aussie exit. That's actually not that bad for Colin and Sam, I reckon.
Yeah, Sam was 155 last race down and then 415. So typically, I would say they like lose a bit more time, and maybe the pace will pick up with these guys on the back half. But interesting note on the closing the gaps. I mean, I feel like Hayden's so good at T1, and he's probably so good at the Aussie exit. And if he's losing a few paces, he makes them up. So then he has the room to almost lose a couple places again, and he's in a position where he likes to. So I mean, that's just experience from. And folks, Aussie exits are absolutely brutal. They are very, very hard. Your heart rate's through the roof, and you do not feel good when you're running.
I'm also going to say as well about Sam that I actually don't think that that's too good a thing coming out 2 minutes, because at the first buoy, remember, when I was like, oh, they're pretty close, they're only about 10, 15 seconds. But then from that last 600 meters of the swim, or 500 meters that lap, I think they lost a lot of time. And I think the main group, the front group now, looks like they're a lot more, the pace looks like it's a lot more on.
Yeah, well, you
on
can
this
see the split
lap.
happening here, Joe. You can see that
Oh,
Morgan Pearson and Sam Dickinson, and I think it looks
No,
like
this
maybe.
is women. This
this
must
is
be
the women's.
women's.
Oh, this is
This
the
is the
women's.
women's one, yeah.
I got to concentrate. All right, I'm
No,
watching. I'm in.
I
But
mean,
no, I think that Sam and Colin are probably going to be 4.5, 5 minutes down by the end of their swim. I reckon, because I think they'll lose more time in the second lap compared to the first lap, because I generally think as like a weaker swimmer you slow down a lot more, and I think the front pack, like we said earlier at the start, they didn't look like they started as hard as what they could do, and I think now the pace looks like it was a lot more on. But
is
what
this
would
really the women's they're showing right now? I mean,
yeah.
it's crazy strung out at 9 minutes in. I mean, you got Jess out there in front. Maybe it could be Caroline Poole or maybe Marta Sanchez, Hannah Berry. Maybe on. It looks like someone's on her feet. Um, But yeah, very, very strung out, only 9 minutes in. And that's what happens when you have the firepower. Like Jess is the best swimmer in either field, right? She like when she goes on the front, things string out. You can see how strung out this is. Like that's true swim firepower that she has over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and her game plan was always going to be to take it out really hard, wasn't it? I think she wants to be away solo, to be honest, and away like to her own devices. What do you think about Taylor Brown potentially staying with her? I mean, I know in London,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
but normally she would be at the front in ITU races, and I think London was a bit of an anomaly. Like I would have thought she'd be able to be a bit closer to Jess than what she was there.
Yeah, 100%. That's got to be the one. Yeah, and that's the blue cap. That's Taylor Brown there. Jess is leading. You can see her do she just then she did 3 strokes in a row with her head up. So the conditions out there are it's tough to see. Now she's doing a couple cheeky look backs. I don't know if Jess would be super concerned with Georgia Taylor Brown on her feet. I mean, she probably wants to be solo, but she might be confident that she can't stay with her on the bike, but you never know. I mean, Georgia kind of had like a one-off bad race last time, so she could be a little bit under the radar for this one to have a good one.
I think she'd be happy with Georgia because they're friends. They're like good
Mm.
mates and stuff. So I think actually, if there was the two of them up front, I think they'd probably be having quite a good time, and it would be a bit like reminiscent of when they were doing some of the ITU races and away and breakaways and stuff. So yeah, I think she'd be, if it was her and Georgia, I think she'd be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, here's Georgia here. She looks smooth. I mean, you see the good swimmers how seamless the siding is. So they're just on Georgia. Like it's just a slight lift to the head, turn into the side. It's seamless with the breath. The great ones can do it both ways, which is very difficult. Lucy Charles can do that. Alistair used to be able to do that, but siding to both sides really seamlessly is difficult. And yeah, Georgia making it look easy. Now you can see the rest of the crew. They just don't quite look as smooth as those front two, honestly, out there. A little more chop, but you look at these strokes. You don't have to be technically sound to be a good open water swimmer. Like good tempo, like look at these arm recoveries. Like they're choppy strokes, and you can still be effective even if you're not like insanely technically sound out there in the water.
Do you think it's just all about what you do under the water then, and over the water doesn't matter too much?
I would say for sure. I mean, you see like different arm recoveries. It's having about an effective pole and good drive, rotation, all of these things. But you know, I'll do one of my arms is a straight arm, one's a bent. You know, you see Leo, uh, not Leo Bergier, Vincent Louis has this crazy high. I mean, if you watch Alistair Brownlee and Johnny Brownlee swim, you're like, whoa, these guys, they don't swim that technically sound. They have insanely straight arms, but they were the most consistent guys out there. Oh, there's a little bit of gap forming now too. Jess looks like she's turning it on a bit. You can see her stroke rate's a little bit higher than Georgia's. The legs going a little bit, and once it breaks, then you know Georgia's not going to get back unless she nails this Aussie exit.
So this is a crucial part then, isn't it? This is like what you said with Hayden. Like if that was him just behind Jess, he would be absolutely drilling that, wouldn't he? So Georgia needs to really kind of step on the gas, doesn't she? This is absolutely crucial for her to have a chance of staying with Jess for the remainder of the swim.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, Jess, she's got urgency. She's not looking back. She knows where Georgia is. She does not need to look back. She already knows she's the most aware swimmer out there. The best swimmers are also the most aware of what's happening around them. She knows she's right there. She's stepping on the gas. She's going. Georgia, yeah, they're gonna take a little look. So this is big. Like that was not a super good run in, but you're just so gassed too. So like I would like to see her high step a little bit more, like get a little bit further in before diving. But you know, like I said, it's super hard to do these Aussie exits. Not I've only done one before, and it was an ITU, and you had to dive back in. And I remember like before the race, I'm like, I'm gonna kill this, and then I got there in the race, and I'm like, this is tough. Yeah, this is the rest of them. Oh, see, you just saw Ash Gentle sprinting. She's passing people on the Aussie exit, same as Hayden. They're experienced at kind of doing those small movements to gain a few spots.
What do you think, Jack, of the gaps, what you're seeing, and how the race is developing?
I'm still out here just trying to figure out how to make your boys' audio louder. I'm just not a tech guy, but this is why we're doing this one as our first one to try and figure it all out so that it'll just get better and better every time we do it. I think the big thing here is that it's all together apart from those leaders. So, I mean, for Ash Gentle and I mean anyone else trying to win the race behind Jess Learmonth, I think it's really important that Jess Learmonth is where she is right now by herself or even just with Georgia Taylor Brown, who most likely would slow her down if she was rotating turns with her. So now we are in a situation where it's a massive group versus Jessica Learmonth. And that might sound a little bit disrespectful to Georgia Taylor Brown, but it's not meant to be. It's just I don't think her time trialing is where it probably needs to be to really help someone like Jessica Learmonth in a way that, say, a Taylor Nibb out in front would or a Lucy Charles out in front would. So I think it's actually a pretty good situation for Carolyn Poole and Indy Lee and Ashley Gentle because they're going to have help around them. And, you know, Jessica Learmonth is now going to have to do this like a time trial if she wants to win. So if she's going to win today, she's going to have to do it from the gun. She's going to go and create a gap on the bike and then hold on the run. And, you know, can the women behind form groups and make it a little bit easier on themselves? And so, yeah, right now I think it's a really clear situation that we're seeing. It's Jessica Learmonth out in front versus the chasers behind.
Kind of a tough one for Paula a little bit. She's kind of not in that group, already been dropped slightly. Um, you know, 105 back, I think it was, or 109, which is a little bit surprising, but you know, she's got that bike firepower. Yeah, a lot of the women's race is strung out. I think it's just going to be small packs by the time we get to the end. I mean, the men's, as you see here, this is still Morgan. He's got that classic right arm entry way too close to his head, which I always have given him a hard time about. Um, and that looks like it's Sam Dickinson on his feet. But you can see this is 3, 6, not this is basically the whole field minus Harry, Colin, Sam, kind of rolling through.
So you give him a hard time, do you, about that?
Well, I've just told him that before, because I just think in the rougher conditions, if you're not if you're entering too close to your head, that's just more time your arm is extending underwater, right? So that would be more. That's more resistance. That's more drag, essentially. I mean, we don't want to extend with our arm fully extended out over the water, but you need to have that arm a little bit further out. But I mean, we're pulling hairs. Morgan's like let out at the WTS race too, but he's also not. Yeah, he's doing well. It's interesting strategy from him. I feel like I would if I were him, I'd want to sit like second or third and blitz T1 and conserve the swim a little bit. But you know, I props to him for just like getting out there and racing.
Do you think this could be comfortable for him though, setting that pace? Like you said, he's led out at WTCS races where the swim is more competitive? Is this just like he's swimming at a nice tempo and not actually pushing it on as fast as what he could do?
I bet he's I mean, comfortable is all relative, right? He's probably
Yeah,
just kind of at that limit, you know. I wouldn't think he would. I don't think he thinks he could go super hard and break up the field. So he's not going to go to the front unless it's, you know, comfortable, quote unquote, you know, probably threshold type
yeah.
effort. And yeah, here they are running in. You know, Morgan's T1 and on the short course circuit is usually one of the fastest. So he's going to run. Except his Super League transitions were suspect the other week. Here's Kyle Smith coming in third. It was Dickinson out. There's Willie Hirsch. There's Yella, and you can see him running fast. Benito's running fast. Rico's going. Leo. There's Menno. Yeah, so I mean, it's everyone going.
And they all looked like they were absolutely drilling it, didn't they? Like get out of the water, and it was like almost like flat out. No one really looked like they were cruising and taking their time.
If you're not at the front, T1's like desperation, right? You're getting out and like you see the people and you're like, I have to get there. If you're someone with a just insane bike, you're like, maybe, oh, this is kind of a cool, a cool run. They're doing a little loop de loop around the building. Yeah, a big run in T1, which should help someone like Hayden. Also, just an insane T1 because that you know he's practiced that and he knows what to do in T1. And honestly, he's probably going to get to the front of this race pretty quick here.
Do you think Rico's looking to try and get a bit of a gap if he can and be right up there so he can take off at the start of the bike and not have to worry about trying to drop anyone? You know, just to get like 3 4 seconds, just so they're not getting a bit of benefit from being close to him.
I would think over the other hitters too, right? I mean, wouldn't you? Like, wouldn't that be the strategy
Yeah,
for you? But then,
100%.
yeah. But T1's so tough too. So it's like, you know, if you run too hard in T1, then maybe the first 2 minutes of the bike, you're a little on the back foot. So it's kind of like, oh, do I run a tiny bit slower so I can push a little bit harder on the bike? It's like a game of matches, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you're kind of coming from behind in T1. Like, what's your mindset when you get on there? Are you running super hard, or you're like, all right, I'm in control. I'm about to get on the bike. I know what I'm about to do.
Yeah, normally a bit more controlled, but then I do lose time in T1. So I do find it interesting seeing how fast some of the guys go, and it does make you think. Actually, running faster through T1 is definitely probably worth it because you can gain 20 or 30 seconds, and that takes a long while to gain on the bike, doesn't it? You know, it's a lot of extra watts for quite a significant amount of time, and I don't really think like you save that much energy running slow to what you do running like if you're running say 5.5 minute marlin or you're running 6.5 minute marlin, it's not much effort that you're saving. But if it's an 800-meter run, which by the time you've like ran out of the water, got your stuff, got to the bike, they're normally 600 meters, aren't they? 500 600 meters. You probably save quite a bit of time.
Greg, you made a really good point before about how good Hayden's T1s are and his Aussie exit. His T1 there was so much better than the next best that I saw. He moved up like 5 spots, and I reckon he would have been, I haven't checked the data, but I reckon he would have been 10 seconds, give or take, faster than anyone. It was insane how fast he was through there, and it's just what he does, isn't it? Like, he's so good at all those little details, and I think it is a big reason why, even if he has a gap of 45 seconds out of the swim, he makes it up so quickly. He just gets in and out of T1 so fast, and he does the first part of the bike so fast that he just gets himself, a free 30 seconds almost out of nowhere.
Dude, 7 spots. He came out of the swim in 12th, and he came on the bike start in 5th.
Yeah, insane.
I mean, it's like,
how much faster was he than the next? Like 10 seconds? It looked like that to my eye.
Yeah, I mean, so like Menno also had a good one. He's 107. I see a 113, 115. Most guys are 120.
Wow.
So I mean,
yeah, over 10 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Morgan was 120. You know, he was first out of the water, and then Hayden came out 5 seconds behind him.
Yeah.
And like you said, that he's the professional. Hayden's like an ultimate professional. He's a medalist. He had all these things dialed and just like at a level that's above everyone else.
So his old coach, Craig Kirkwood, who he's now left to do that new coaching structure, Craig made this comment about him once where he said, Hayden will do anything to win. Which, when your coach says that about, like, Craig's a pretty mellow kind of guy. He kind of said it in a way that like he was a little bit scared of it. He's like, Hayden will do anything to win, and I think the intention behind what he's doing shows that. Like, some people, they meander through T1, they meander through the Aussie exit. They do all those things to get a break. Hayden doesn't do it to get a break or to recover. he takes those opportunities to make everyone else suffer and to get himself into the race and to try and win the races. So there's kind of something to learn there from like the intent he has in everything he's doing. Like every single little thing he's doing to try and win the race.
And that's just what winners do too. And someone like Hayden, and he puts himself in the position to like to compete. He does every little thing that he can to win. Obviously, he's a killer. Like we've seen it time and time again. So we got Sam Dickinson leading. He's pushed a lot of races at the front, so I'm not surprised to see him here. And then so we got a Sam and Colin Tracker, 4.5 minutes back out of the water.
So, Greg, you're Sam Long's personal swim coach. 4 minutes 37 seconds back out of the water. Give me your like, what's your early stage analysis of that?
I think it's just like fine. I think the conditions didn't suit him particularly well. I mean, I think just tougher conditions. I mean, they swam 29:25, which is like a little bit slow, I would say, but I would say it's just yeah, I mean standard. I don't think it's like very great or very bad, but
Oh, you see
he
those bikes there with Dickinson?
Yeah,
That's brutal.
yeah. Like, it looked like he didn't know have anywhere to go, didn't it? And
Nah.
then the cameras cut, like,
That was
yeah, that
that was a pretty clever camera cut there to Sam Long. Get distracted by Sam Long
yeah.
versus the motorbike crash about to happen up the front. Yeah. So, Greg, with Sam swimming, is he doing anything differently right now? Like, give me like, did you expect him to make more gains than this? Is this pretty much what you expected being his coach?
Yeah, I would say it's been a challenge as well too, like coaching Sam from afar. He's been in Italy, so it's been tough to, you know, communicate effectively, and I always don't quite know what he's doing on a daily basis, although I give him what I think he should be doing. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty par for the course. I think he's made small gains too, but in the end, he's swam one way for 10 years, and it's only been a couple months here as we move in. So I think it's pretty standard. Uh, I would expect that, to be honest.
So we're seeing Kyle Smith here in second behind Sam Dickinson, and then the tracker tells us that Hayden Wild is about 5 seconds behind Kyle. I mean, this is a good sign from Kyle. He's already in a way better position and looks a lot better. He's racing off the front of the race compared to what he was at London, where he had that unexpectedly bad day. But by all reports, was training the house down. So that's I think that's something noticeable to start.
Looks like he's kind of moving the fastest on the bike in terms of pacing in the last kilometer or so too. When I just saw Kyle there, he kind of looked like his old self. He's
I
like it's
agree.
Kyle. He's right at the front. He's second. He's looking to make a move up. He was he was a bit behind to start, and now not way behind, but he's already moved up spots, and he's looking to push.
And even the
It's good to
fact,
see.
even the fact that he was like second feet on the swim at the start of the race, like to me that showed that he started well. He got a good beach start and was swimming hard early. That kind of aggressive hard racing early can sometimes be a good sign about where your head's at and where you are kind of how you're feeling that day. And so to see him at the front early in the bike, early at the swim, to me that suggests we're going to see a much more similar performance to last year than what we saw at London.
Yeah, and here we see Jess. Yeah, it's a good. Kyle's on a good day. I feel like no matter what. Here's Jess. She's leading the swim. She's gapped Georgia Taylor Brown a bit. Um, Coming in, alternate breathing to both sides, kind of doing what she does. Like she's so smooth. She's got a lot of power in her stroke. Not, I haven't seen her sight once. So there's a sight. And I know it's tough coming back in. So, uh, yeah, let's see how much time she can put in to the rest of the field and when she gets on this bike.
What do you think? What do you think she needs off the bike, Joe?
Um, are we talking about what she needs on someone
On
who's in the
Paula, Ash, Indy, Carolyn Poole?
4 minutes
Yeah.
for a definite, like 3 in the balance, I would say.
Well, this is a great start. I mean, do you think she wants to be by herself here, or do you think in an ideal world she wishes Georgia Taylor Brown was with her, or is she just thinking like Georgia can't really help me here much on the bike anyway? I'm going to have to go and do this solo.
I mean, if I was her, I wouldn't really want Georgia with me because I don't think she could offer much on the bike, and she's a big threat on the run. So I wouldn't want to. If I thought that if I was her and I thought that Georgia could actually contribute to the pace on the bike and actually give me something over the others, then yeah, that would be beneficial. But I think if Georgia's there, she's going to be pretty much hanging on to Jess, not really able to help make the pace any faster. And then when it gets onto the run, my money would be on Georgia if her and Jess started the run together. I mean, what would you guys say? Like if her and Georgia started the run together, who would you be putting your money on?
Or I'd put
Yeah,
my
well,
money on Jess at the moment, I think, because I think if they're together, it means the bikes probably really hurt Georgia. Like Georgia is a better runner, for sure. Better running pedigree, has run so much better than Jess in the past. But I just think Georgia would have to do some crazy stuff to keep up with Jessica here. I've got a question as well. Do you think that this is tactically poor from Georgia? She's so used to wanting to race at the front that, of course, with her swim strength, she's going to try and keep up with Jess. But do you think that Jess is just going to drop her here anyway? She's going to find herself in no man's land and she'll end up with those chases anyway. Whereas if she just decided to sit in with him in the swim, conserve a heap of energy, which she definitely would, that she'd be in a better position to then hold on the bike and finish the race in a better position.
I don't think so. I think she had to give it a crack because if she does stay with Jess on the swim and she's able to like stay with her for a while on the bike, or potentially the whole of it, that's a race winning move for her. Whereas if she stays in the group, then she's got some absolute hitters on the run, and there's still a lot of firepower on the bike that she'd still have to try and stay with that are probably going to ride close or as fast as what Jess is going to do anyway. And I mean, for you, for instance, like Greg, if you take the swim, if you were Georgia and you took the swim even easier and went in the group, is it really going to help your bike that much more, or are you just losing actually your benefit of having a bit of a buffer on the bike, being able to settle into your own rhythm, and then going with people when they come up to you?
yeah, that's a good question. And, she kind of got to settle into her own pace on the swim. I think it's a good tactical move from Georgia. And she is a good rider. Now, is she a great time trialer? We don't know. So, in this position, maybe she gets settles into her own pace, and the faster chasers who catch her, she can settle in and go with them rather than like being in a bigger group, right? And maybe getting stuck in with the Ash Gentles and having to run against them. But, maybe there's a world where a couple of them kind of get up to her, 20, 25K, and then she can kind of hang tough with some other people too. So I think it's a I think
Oh,
it's a good move, and I wouldn't say she overswam to do what she did. Like when you're by yourself on the second lap of the swim, she's not like, "Let me go so hard to try to catch back up or minimize my gap." She'll say, "Let me settle in. I'm gonna be by myself now here for probably the next 45 minutes."
That Ash Gentle transition was kind of the anti Hayden Wild transition. That helmet was that
Yeah.
was she was battling demons with that helmet there, and she's lost a fair few positions here. And that makes it brutal as well because then you have to work through this group, and because it's 20 meters, it's actually really hard to make up 10 positions. Like you pretty much have to do like a 60 to 3 minute effort kind of thing.
They are bunched up there.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal for Ash Gentle to make her way through. Actually, like especially if she wants to do it clean. If she wants to flirt with the race ranger a bit or the drafting a bit, then she can probably do it. But if she wants to do this clean, that is actually going to be a massive effort from her. Um, to go back, oh, there's Paula. That's actually not a great swim from Paula. If she's fully on, I don't know. Am I stupid?
240.
Yeah, I would expect her to be with that chase group where maybe even where Ash Gentle was there out of T1. That's probably not what I would have expected.
you know something interesting as well that although Ashley Gentle looked like she butchered that transition, she actually only lost 11 seconds to the fastest T1 of the whole women's field. That and she actually had a quicker transition than quite a few of the pro men.
Yeah, wow. Well, she
So
does have that like ITU experience, doesn't she? So she's always gonna be pretty good at it, even with that mistake. Goes to show you, Joe, if she didn't lose that like probably almost 10 seconds with that helmet, she would have probably been in such a good position out of T1.
Back to Paula, like this might be one of her worst swims ever, honestly. I mean, she's 245 back, like swimming with people that she's usually way ahead of, honestly. I mean, she's kind of usually in that like floater group, like 50 to a minute off the back, maybe 130 if it's a real big swim. So, I don't know, do you guys think if like someone is off on the swim, it's like it's indicative of what's coming on the rest of the race, or like what are the chances she has an off day?
I think if you're off the back on the swim and you're someone that would be expecting to get there, it's not a good sign. It's generally that you're probably not feeling 100%. For me, normally, if I have a shocking swim like that, like, like say if I'm normally thinking I'm going to lose 5, 6 minutes and I lose like 8 or 9 minutes, generally the race doesn't go as well as, it doesn't go any better on the bike than what you'd be hoping to expect. It's normally not that great a bike, not that great a run. Or maybe one of them might be all right, but it's not a sign. You never normally turn it around and have something exceptional happen on the bike or run.
I think the tricky thing from Paula is where she is in the race as well. She's completely isolated. So Ash Gentle, obviously, with that helmet situation, she was the last person out of that group. And then there was a minute gap back to Paula. And then she doesn't really have, like, she has Grace Tech and maybe Laura Madsen who could work with her. But apart from that, she's pretty isolated. And so, I mean, she's now kind of just having to TT against a massive group in front of her and Jess Learmonth out in front, which it's not ideal. I mean, maybe she's been working really hard on her bike and run and not so much her swim. But I kind of have a bit of a theory with Paula. Like, I think she's super transparent. I think you can kind of talk to Paula or, see Paula do media and you can get a vibe for where she's at. I think she's like, she just wears her emotions so obviously on her sleeve. Like, you can tell when she's grumpy, you can tell when she's really happy. And I kind of had a bit of a vibe leading into the race that she was a little more towards the grumpy Paula side of things, which did worry me. And then seeing that swim, I just wonder if she's a bit tired. Like, she's obviously had to travel across to Europe. And I don't know. I know that historically she doesn't love travel, especially long travel. So maybe she is a bit tired and grumpy and just not feeling it. It's super early here. So, I mean, if she's still on American time zone, it's like midnight, maybe even 1 a.m. back home for her. So, maybe just a few things together, just she's not on a day. But we're going to find out,
See
aren't we?
this, see this
Did you guys
carnage here on the men's
Yeah,
race.
that was some weird passing going on with the Rico, Yella, and Sam Dickinson, eh?
Yeah.
Look like almost penalty worthy.
You can see the sea of flashing red lights there.
Yeah.
But to Rico was kind of in a weird spot, but to his credit, he kind of just like he said, "All right, let me not put myself in a weird position. I'm going to the front now." So I feel like if you get caught in a weird position and you kind of stay where you are, like slot back, or you tell the ref or whoever's there, "I'm going to the front now. I'm strong. I'm not a cheater." I don't know. I feel like that go a long way sometimes with the officials.
I mean, to be honest, it looked bad, but you're allowed 25 seconds, aren't you, to overtake? So,
But
which
it
is,
was like a double pass situation. But yeah,
yeah.
those always get weird, right?
I mean, I think generally in these T100 races on the bike, when it regards to drafting, it's almost like an anything goes, isn't it? That'll do.
It kind of just depends. Some days they hand out lots of penalties. Some days they hand out none. It kind of it all just depends what the vibe is at the race, I reckon. Nothing here is crazy bad though. Like, compared to what we have seen, they've kind of strung back out now.
Carl Smith looks like he's on a day though, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Like
insane.
taking this quick and actually on the front, setting the pace. And like Rico, I mean, is happy, it seems like, to kind of like stay with him. He's not like trying to put in a lot of effort and make a pass, which kind of shows to me that like Carl Smith is smashing it. And also, it looked like there was a bit of a gap when Rico went past them to try and close up to Kyle. They
Is
weren't all
is
on
that
Kyle.
still Kyle there out there though?
I think so.
Yeah, that's
Mark Kerr.
Kyle, I reckon, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm
Is
pretty
Kyle
sure
in
that's
a
Kyle.
He's wearing a black suit today, I'm pretty sure.
That guy looks like he has a white suit on. I feel like Hayden may have gone to the front, and then Rico was desperate to get up there, which is why they were making passes. But, yeah. Anyway, I thought that was Kyle. He just passed Rico, but I could be wrong. But
that would make so much sense as to like that panic around that tight corner.
Yeah, exactly right. He's like, "Oh shit, Hayden's going. Here I go."
For people who might be able to see it a little bit better than us, the screen we're watching is small, so it's actually super hard for us to identify who is who. So like we're watching it on like a kind of like an iPhone screen size, but on a computer.
It's Matthias. It's Mathis. Yeah, someone just commented it, and then yeah, the tracker just came up for 13.3. So Mathis. Oh yeah, they just updated it on screen.
This makes so much sense. So there was clearly a bit of a move through there and a bit of like jostling for position, and Rico, as he always does, finds himself in probably the best position, second wheel. But Matisse, he's going to try and race hard today. Like it's a home race for him. His only way to win this race is to try and smash it on the bike. He's very confident on this course. He really likes the punchy up and down climbs. He thinks he's very good at 5 to 10 minute climbs, and I think he's shown it in other courses in the past. So I mean, I expect to see Matthias really push the pace here today. That makes complete sense.
Matisse has missed quite a few of the races, hasn't he, due to an injury as well? So this is kind of like a comeback race for him as well. Obviously, being French, he's definitely going to have going to want to try and prove himself, and this would be a brilliant race for him to win, wouldn't it? You know, home being a home boy. Who, if these two, let's say hypothetically, come off the bike together, they have like 3 minutes on Hayden Wild. Do you think they run to get like they fight it out amongst themselves for the win, or do you think potentially Hayden Wild could run that? Like, what's Hayden Wild's limit on how much time he can lose to people like this?
Have you watched Mean Girls, Joe? The limit does not exist. Like it just. I
But
mean,
5 minutes.
5 minutes,
5 minutes.
something like that. Yeah.
He couldn't run 5 minutes into them, though, could he?
I mean, he did at London.
What?
You know, like he could easily he could run 2.5 minutes out of Rico in a 10K, I reckon, at his absolute best on a race like this. If Rico has to work hard to get out the front, not obviously a 10K time trial, but I mean, yeah, something like 4 or 5 minutes. I think Hayden's still in the fight if he's that far back off the bike. If it's 4 minutes, you're probably still thinking Hayden can win this, aren't you?
What do you think, Greg? I'm thinking that it's going to be between these two guys if they had four.
I think Rico wins if it was 4 minutes, and like Matthias would get caught by Hayden with 4 minutes. Now, coming to this climb, you know, the three boys in front right now. I mean, we'll call them big boys, right? They got a little meat on their bones. They got some power guys, and you got Hayden and Yella, kind of the ITU lean machines, like probably better climbers. You reckon they kind of come try to make a move, or like do you think these guys all climb in the same speed, or what do you think?
Well, there's a smaller climb at the start, what they hit before the kind of big taster, and I think the smaller climbs probably after about 20K, something like that, 25 kilometers, and it gains about 100 meters, 120 meters, so it's probably about a 3 minute climb. That will be a good tester just to see how people are climbing before they get to the big one. But I would, if I was these guys, I'd want to be going up that max effort and making sure that I had a gap, if possible, on the others and potentially extend it. And I think being even though they are bigger on them kind of power climbs, you can go up something that's like 3 minutes really, really well if you are a bit bigger, better than what you would compared to, say, the others on like a 10-15 minute climb. But also, they don't want to let the others come back into the race, do they? Because then they're kind of, if the others can use that hill to close the gap, and like Yella and Hayden can get back in, then the next climb, which is going to suit them more. Oh, is that
There's
Hayden
Hayden.
there?
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
what I
I
was going
mean,
to say. Hayden's not going to let anyone get out, like get away. He's just not. On a course like this, he's by far, in my opinion, the best athlete on a course like this. He's such a good climber. He's super aero. His technical descending skills are so great. He's just going to sit where he is. If anything, like I know you're talking, they could get 4 or 5 minutes. It's never going to happen, I don't think.
No way.
It's just never going to happen. Hayden's not
it's
going to let
probably
anyone get away.
it's probably not going to happen, but that's what we want to see, don't we?
Bro,
Look at this guy.
Look at how close his head is to his hands. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, for someone who came into long course way after, like some of these guys, like,
Look at
for how
that.
dialed and good how he is, it's insane. But yeah, I mean, I would expect Hayden to come off the bike solo with a gap rather than get dropped. Like, that's way more likely.
Oh, if
in
you
my
had to
opinion.
put your house on, will Hayden come off in front with a 4 minute gap, or will he come off behind with a 4 minute gap? You're never picking him coming behind with a 4 minute gap here, are you? Unless he got a penalty, I guess.
He's looking. He races with emotion, man. He's gesturing to the officials sometimes out there. He looks like he's a little.
He's angry.
Yeah,
he's a fiery guy.
He's a fiery guy, dude. He does not like people. But when he gets angry, he just goes for it too. And it's like, all right, good luck, everyone. You're about to lose.
Look how smooth he looks. He looks so good on a bike, this guy. Yeah, and in London, Joe, he did make up 5 minutes to Rico on the run, keep in mind. So that 4 minute gap.
Did he actually make 5 minutes on Rico?
Yeah. Yeah, this guy is good, mate. You know how you said that Matthias and Rico are bigger guys, maybe compared to, say, a Hayden. I actually think they've both lost a heap of weight recently. Like, I think Matthias and Rico look super skinny compared to what they did 12 months ago. So I expect them to climb really well here today. And I do think we could see a bit of a gap here open up, like at some point, whether it's on this first climb or on the longer climb. Like, I don't know if we're going to see a group of like 8 people come in within 20 seconds. I think this will break up pretty shortly. Don't you guys reckon?
I'm actually thinking that Hayden's going to be the one that's going to be breaking it up the way he looks like.
I mean, well, and it's already strung out. I mean, it's like, past ninth, right? I mean, Willie Hirsch is ninth at 40 seconds back at the 8K check or 13K check. I mean, so besides these top six, it's already stringing out behind. We already had a DNF from a wild card, which I don't love to see. So hopefully he's not just having a bad day and he quit, and hopefully something actually went wrong, because that's super lame.
Who was that, Greg?
Hutchins.
Oh, right.
Hey Joe, remember how we made this? That we've got the bet running with our guys. Oh, look at that! That's Yella.
Yeah.
Yella climbs like a boss, doesn't he? He's a different animal when there's climbing. That really tight inside pass. Hayden didn't really seem too bothered; just stayed nice and relaxed. But I think this is on. The pace is clearly on here, isn't it? And they're trying to like establish something.
That's good from Yellow though. Like, he's putting himself in a position to attack and be responding to moves, right? I mean, he could have just said, "Hey, I'm going to sit back at third or fourth. I'm going to wait till the climb and make sure I can hang with them." But he's like, "I'm going to get in front of Hayden." So, I mean, that tells me that Yellow's on a good day as well.
Well, clearly because the gap to Kyle Smith is 12 seconds, so 7 seconds between Yalla and Hayden. Clearly there's blood in the water here, and these sharks are like sensing it, and they're trying to get to the front and establish this break. So now it's like, can Kyle get back up to this? And you can see in 7th, Leo's pushed out to 34 seconds. So this is the move for sure. This is the big move, and this is the group we're going to see. I don't think you're going to see Leo, Menno, Willie Hirsch, Nico Mann. They're not going to get back up to this, I don't think. So I think we've got Matthias, Hayden, Rico, Kyle, Yalla, and can Kyle get back on or not? Because the big climb hasn't even happened yet. Like, they've still got heaps of climbing to do.
And what were you saying then, Jack, about our little bet?
Yeah. So who were your two boys?
I had trying to think now. You've put me on the spot. Was it Rico? Was one of them, wasn't it, for me?
Did you have Harry Palmer as well? Where's Harry?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I did. Yeah, I think I had Rico and
you had
Harry. Yeah.
Yeah. And I had Yalla and Menno Coolhouse. So I think I'm winning right now.
Yeah, you are. I think Harry's kind of screwed me over, isn't he? Like, I saw him getting out the water 2.5 minutes. I think Sam Long swam around the same speed as him for the second lap, because Harry was 30 seconds down. Harry lost 2 minutes to the lead group on the second lap, and Sam lost 2.5. So he almost slowed down to their pace. It's not a good sign, is it?
Yeah, and Sam, they're all losing time to this group big time on the bike as well. Like, Sam's losing a minute, 2 minutes already to this, or a minute and a half to this group already. And with Colin and Harry's losing time as well. So, yeah, this is the thing. Like, we're starting to see that the front pack guys are also the Uber bikers, not so much the guys like Sam Long who are coming through the field like we might have seen 3 or 4 years ago. Like, in a straight up head-to-head time trial, all these guys out front are probably doing just the same things, if not beating Sam Long at the moment, especially on a course like this. So it's just so hard to win these races if you're not out in front now, isn't it? Bordering on impossible, really.
Oh,
it's an
yeah.
interesting camera angle, though, too. I mean, Joe's talked about motos a million times, but, isn't the wind going to come off the mountain? I mean, there's not a ton of motos up there, too, but that obviously plays a small role in it. But like you said, the guys in the back, they just don't catch up. I mean, these guys are insanely dialed. They're so strong. And, yeah, with Hayden out there and Matthias back in the fold, this is moving faster than it has all year, almost, essentially.
I think with the motos as well, it's mainly like if they're in the front of the front rider and towing that and kind of like forcing the pace of the whole group. But I mean, if you look at when it has like panned ahead, it looks like the first guy doesn't really have a moto in front, so it looks pretty legit. But I think the way you can see these guys, like the way they're descending and everything, and like been punching along, and like different people have been trying to get to the front and put it, you can see that everyone's kind of driving the pace. And I mean, like Yella Gaines and like Hayden, they're great descenders anyway. I mean, like you can see the way Yella's going down the hill. Like the other triathletes aren't really going to be taking any time, are they? Not significant time out of these guys on the descent. I think they're like, well, look, there you go, look, flipping heck, like,
oh my god, no shit.
Oh, like absolutely on the limit, isn't he, on the descent? Like, I thought he was going off the side then.
That was impressive to hold that up, though. That was really, really class bike skills. Holy shit.
Holy dude.
I thought when I was talking about it, then like them going down like on the limit.
Look at
and
this, look at
stuff
this,
like
look at
that,
this,
and
look
then
at
he
this.
Oh
literally-
shit. All right, here we go. Here's the replay.
What happens?
He just cooked. He cooked it.
He just went in a
dude,
bit too
he's-
hard.
Oh, and he jumps the curb. Doesn't.
Wow.
It
Keeping,
must have
That's
been-
pro cyclist shit, dude. Like
And-
to unclip like that. That's
and look off to the
that's-
side. If he had have gone over that, which was the likely option, it's more likely he crashes right than left there, right? That's why he sticks his left foot out to try and get his balance off to the left. He's off that cliff, isn't he? Look at that.
Yeah, and I think they must be told
Holy
not to go
shit.
over the other side of the road because otherwise he would have turned that in and
Yeah.
gone, over the midline. So I think he must have been trying to keep it on his side of the road.
He was
which-
hugging that right-hand line way too tight, wasn't he? So clearly they've been told to stay right.
Yeah, otherwise he would have just turned that in and gone over the centre line. So yeah, but you can see they're
Oh
on.
my
he's nailing it. He's on the
god,
limit, isn't
dude.
he?
That
And-
was the craziest thing.
Imagine his
Oh,
heart
all
rate
right.
right now. He would have freaked the fuck out just then.
Dude, he just looked at the camera. He's like, "Yo, you guys see that?"
Look at the drop off to the cliff too. That could have been the end of Yella right there.
No, that's Leo.
Oh, it's Leo. Oh, so you should see how small my screen is. The whole time here, I've been thinking that was Yella.
I thought
Now
Oh,
they're
that
gonna
was
get
Yella.
him-
I thought that was Yella as well. Like,
No, it's
from-
Leo, dude.
We
Leo
need-
gets out there and descends mountains with pro cyclists.
That's what I
too.
thought.
And,
We
like,
need-
ITU. Like, yeah.
boys, I
Absolutely.
need to find a way to make this screen bigger. That is, I shouldn't be missing that. Let me do this. Did that make it bigger for you boys?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So that was Leo who nearly had that crash.
Yeah, that's Leo, dog.
Wow. Oh, that changes things. That's the last thing he needs for his back.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I was thinking it when he was coming around the corner. I'm like, oh, he's cooking this in the arrow position, and then he's all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I think I am overcooking this corner. But that's an early clip out. Like I've never. I mean, you see triathletes like that's what pro cyclists do. Like I mean, I could never do something like that. Like I don't know. I don't know about you, Joe. Like if you've ever like clipped out like that, coming around a corner, like trying to like get your balance right. I mean, I don't see that from triathletes. That was really impressive.
I think you normally clip out when you know it's not going to end well, don't you?
Yeah.
And you're like,
Last ditch.
I'm doing everything I can. Like that's like I know I've gone in too hot and I'm probably going to crash here. Like,
Yeah.
Did you think that was Yella as well, Joe?
I did. Yeah. I mean, the kit looks so similar, doesn't it? And,
Yeah.
In the helmet.
And we
Yeah.
have the ant side screen. I wish people could have seen how small our screen is. Like it's still, even right now, this still looks like Yella to me.
So
Well, why don't
Greg,
you do the zoom in thing? Yeah.
Greg, you telling me you don't get the hills like that then or descending like that in Central Park?
Bro, you think I like live in Central Park? I'm out there like racing the city bikes, the bike sharing bikes out there TTing. Like, get out of my way! I'm a triathlete.
Maybe you need to get on like Watopia on Zwift, mate, and like let it so you can control it. Like get the and practice your descending like that.
Well, you mentioned on the pod with Jack. Well, here's Jess Learmonth leading that. In America the roads are like straight and there's not much technical ability. It just depends where you live. I mean, you can get some descending in the Colorado mountains and things, but yeah, there's actually some technical roads where I live. It's very windy where I live. But yeah, there's no bike lanes and the cars want to hit you. So that's America for you.
Where do you actually live then? Are you not in the center of New York then?
Like I'm like 25 miles north of like where Manhattan, the city, Central Park.
Oh man, I thought you were like from like where all the rappers are from, like near like the Bronx, like battling around, like running on the streets,
I'm not too far from the. Yeah, I'm out there. I'm out there on the streets. I'm getting my Wall Street going on. Oh, it looks like Taylor Brown is.
Yeah, she's
kind of caught up.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's crazy, isn't it? Maybe we've just been harsh on Georgia. Maybe her. Well, like you said, Greg, she is a great cyclist, and we know she's a great cyclist on the road bike. But what we saw in London made it kind of just seem like she's just not quite ready on the TT bike. But maybe we've been super harsh on her, and she is just riding really well. This is Paula, 2:45 back, so she hasn't made up any ground on Jess since she got out of the swim. She's kind of just still where she was. And still, she's probably lost a little bit of time to that Ash Gentle, Caroline Pole kind of group. So, I mean,
Can I
My
just say-
sleep.
Sorry, can I just say, guys, do you think the reason why we've probably been a bit harsh on Georgia is probably because London was just a massive anomaly? Because she was down on the swim, wasn't she? Like a minute, and that is not what she'd normally be. You know, she's normally a front pack ITU swimmer. You wouldn't expect to see her over a minute. So do you think that London was just a massive off day and she just was maybe ill or just something was out of the ordinary? Because Greg, you wouldn't expect to see her that far down, would you? As what she was in
No,
London.
no, definitely not. And like you said earlier, if someone's expecting to be up there in the swim and they're a bit off, it's probably an off day, and that's probably what she had. But she's off the front. She's in the breakaway in the Olympics. So you have to be a good rider. You have to be a good swimmer, and yeah, she's kind of showing it. I mean, also Lucy Byram kind of moving up. That was my sleeper pick. She's got the fastest riding so far too. So, um, yeah, things are shaping up well here at the women's race.
Do you know what else, Joe? This might sound kind of weird, but like you see people like Vincent Louis come in, who's obviously George's boyfriend, and not pick it up straight away. Like, but he's a really good swim cyclist over short course racing. So you kind of start getting this idea in your head that some people from the ITU aren't going to come in and just race that well, and that it takes them a little while. And maybe I had a bit of association with Vince and Georgia there, like seeing what Vince did, and I gone, oh well, maybe Georgia needs some time as well, like a few of the other ITU people stepping up. But yeah, maybe you're right. London just a super anomaly.
And how old is Georgia now? I mean, Vince is kind of at the tail end of his career, but I mean, it seems like Georgia was still kind of at the top of the game when she's gotten out of long course or short course.
I reckon she's 31. If I had to, 31 or 32, early 30s.
Yeah, I'd say late 20s, early 30s. I think she was quite young when she came onto the scene and started doing well. So she's been around for ages, but she's actually younger than what you think.
I think she is exactly my age, actually, and I'm 31, so I think she must be 31. But maybe she might be turning 32 this year. She's not younger than me, I know that. So what do we reckon about this Lucy Byram, Paula Finlay? Are they still like, you know, would you expect right now, say Lucy Byram a minute down on Jessica Learmonth and then Paula Finlay 2:45? I would sort of suggest that usually we would see those two ride very similar, but we're seeing that Lucy Byram riding a little bit faster than Paula Finlay right now. Do you think, like, what do we still just think Paula's on a bad day here?
Not necessarily too bad a day. Like, I mean, she did the first 13 kilometers in 1911. Jess did 1902. Georgia did 18:42, but I mean that's only like 18:42 from Georgia is only a minute and 15 seconds slower than Sam Long and Colin through the first 13 and a bit kilometers. So Georgia's just riding really well. Same with Lucy Byram as well. And India, to be fair, those three are just riding really well. I don't think Paula's riding bad. I just think the others are just simply having great rides at the start. Whether or not they can keep it up is another thing. Like, are they going out too hard? Is Georgia just absolutely pinning it to try and catch up with Jess, which she's almost done now, 8 seconds. I just seen come through at the next time split. So, I think Paula's just riding what you'd expect. The others are just simply faster.
Well, and Ash Gentle, I mean, she actually outrode Jess Learmonth in that first 13K. So, I mean, if Ash can keep it in this ballpark and maybe get to that too, then yeah, we talk about it. Can she get back on top? I mean, it's playing into her favor right now, and she's got some people to ride with as well.
Jack, would you say that this is like the course for Ashley Gentle on the bike? Because obviously you mentioned that she lives in Andorra, so she would have been like practicing her descending pretty much every single ride. There's nothing you can do about that, is there? And you're also riding on the hills. We got the bigger hill to come up as well, but it looks like on the first bit, which has been pretty technical, she's, as Greg says, rode really well compared to a lot of the guys. Do you think that this is actually potentially her day? Like, the course is only going to suit her more and more going forwards, and that we could see her get the win?
Yeah, I would say historically she's not like the world's best climber. She's very good technically. You would think she'd be a very good climber because she's such a light runner kind of frame. But I think because she's been spending time in Andorra and she's been there for a while now, like she's been settled into Andorra for quite a while. She hasn't just travelled from Australia, so she won't be dealing with any issues from travel or any travel lethargy at all. So I think so, Joe. I think in this position, right? So we're almost 20K into the bike. Ash Gentle is a minute 31 down from the lead of Jess Learmonth. She's right there with Lucy Byram and India Lee and Carolyn Pole. Like we talked about on the podcast, Ash would win this race from this position last year, I think. So if she doesn't, it kind of says a bit about where she's at. Like the course is only going to suit her more from here. I mean, I think this is a massive day for Ash General. Do you agree?
Oh yeah, like we said on the podcast, like this is a race that she would have looked at with the field that before, where she would have been like, I definitely want to win this. And I think if she's not on the podium today, she's going to be very disappointed about that. Like with the caliber of results that she's had before, and like, yeah, just basically going off like previous form and stuff like that, she would want to be on the podium, no doubt, wouldn't she, Greg? Like, that would be disappointing for her, wouldn't it, if she didn't make the podium in this field?
This is their best shot of the year, essentially, right? And yeah, I think she would just be disappointed. She posted on her Instagram kind of before the race, hey, it's not quite the year I wanted. So, and you just need a little momentum going into the end of the year too. I mean, my coach Jack always talks about momentum, and I think that's really big. I mean, you could probably speak to that, Joe. When you get one good result, things can start rolling, and then if it goes the other way, then maybe you start being on the back foot race after race, and you gotta get that momentum going again.
Oh yeah, like I definitely think that once you get a good result, that you do have like so much more momentum going forwards, and also the opposite's true. When you have like a few bad results and stuff, I think it's really hard to kind of get out of that rut, and turn things around. It works both ways. That's why I always think like the start of the season's always like a bit daunting, because it's like even if you've had a good year the previous year, it's like you start from scratch, don't you, at the start of each year. And that first race, you're always like so nervous. You're thinking like, am I going to be on form? How does everyone else stack up? You don't really know, and it's just like, so nice after you get that first race ticked off. It's almost like the Ross Buster. If it goes well, great. Even if it doesn't, you still want to get it ticked off. But then, like, you need that first good result to really get some momentum behind you and to, yeah, have that confidence. I think if you've got like really good confidence going forwards, you can just race so much better. Like, so much of racing is in your head, isn't it? And like your mindset.
Ooh, that was the turn I think Leo had gone almost off that Georgia just went by. It looked like that same. They gotta be careful on that. I'll make one note I see on the tracker. So Sam Dickinson was riding behind Kyle Smith, and he was like 28 seconds back, and then he actually went around Kyle and bridged back up to these guys. So Sam Dickinson riding super well, and he's an Olympian. He's on the mixed team relay. He's got some speed, and he's won some 70.3s or been close too. So, yeah, he could be in the mix for a podium if he hangs with these guys at the front.
We also got way too excited too early about Kyle Smith because we thought that Matthias Margeriere was Kyle Smith for a bit there. Although with the screens bigger now, so we shouldn't make those mistakes again. But he's 46 seconds back now, and like we said, that group has been established. There's 5 out in front, and I don't think anyone else is like. I think, would you guys agree that it's now a race with those 5? I don't think anyone else behind is going to win this race. So now the men's race is Rico, Yalla, Matthias, Hayden, and Sam Dickinson, and that's where the winner's going to come from.
Oh, I don't know. I think Morgan Pearson's going to be on a flyer, mate. He's going to put 3 minutes. Mark my words. Morgan's going to get on the podium.
Let's do it.
He's 2 minutes. He's 2 minutes back now, Joe, after leading the swim in 30K. So, yeah,
it was his game plan. He told me all along that he was planning to take the first bit easy until the climb, and then he was going to start picking it up. But what he's really banking on is a great run, and he reckons he's got Hayden's number. He reckons he's got 3 minutes on Hayden for the 18K.
Well, he's going to need more than that because he's already almost 3 minutes back, and we still got like 50K to go in the box. So he's going to need about 9 minutes.
I think Benito Lopez will climb well, and he's kind of been moving up a couple on the last checkpoint. So I still think an outside shot at a podium, but the way these races go, it's like the podium is decided almost halfway on the bike, or maybe not the podium, but the win for sure is decided and essentially already. Like we know where it's trending.
Yeah, the young king is going to win this race. That's where it's trending. But I mean, Yalla being there with him is the big interesting bit, because since the 70.3 World Championships, we haven't seen a run showdown of Yalla versus Hayden. At London, Yalla ran faster than Hayden, but it did look like Hayden was nose breathing and potentially could have ran a fair bit faster. This is really exciting in that we could be finally seeing a 70.3 World Champs showdown rematch where Hayden and Yella come off the bike together. That is actually going to be super exciting if we do get to see that.
You know Hayden well. What do you think he thinks about that day? And like when that comes up in his mind, is he still pissed? Is he just like, I want rematch on Yellow, or is he like, ah, it's whatever, it's in the past? Like how do you think he thinks about that?
Okay, so this is a fact. Hayden thinks he's the best in the world. 100% fact. Hayden is the nicest guy ever with how he comes across, and he's so good at coming across like the, relaxed, nice guy. But he is honestly a killer. Like he thinks he's the best. He wants to be the best. He'll do anything to be the best. He doesn't fear anyone off the bike. He would get off the bike with Alex Yee or, Basha Abdi's training partner, and he would kill himself to beat them. I think when he reflects on the 70.3 World Championships, he feels like he was the better guy on the day. He feels like he got some hydration and nutrition things wrong, and they're what stopped him from winning. And we saw it. He almost got a minute gap on Yella pretty early into that run. Like he was running a lot faster early, and then he blew up, and Yella held strong. But I think Hayden just looks back at that as, I made some rookie errors. I wouldn't make them again. He would welcome the idea of getting off the bike with Yella, I think, and he would love the head-to-head battle. He's a dog. He would love a fight. He wouldn't be scared to race anyone in the world when it comes to a run off the bike.
What I would say to that though is you can't badly pace a race and say I got stuff wrong. Like that by that mindset, you could almost say in the Olympics, I should have won the race, but I went out too hard in the first 9K, and then Alex caught me with 500 to go. It's like the race is 21.1K for the 7.3 Worlds, and the race is 10K in the Olympics. Just because you go out hard and get a gap and blow doesn't mean you could have won it. If you had have paced it right and started with Yellow, would he have dropped you later on? I think with the mindset though, like thinking that you're best in the world, I think obviously you would expect him to be that, and I think a lot of people do. But I'm sure if you asked Alex Yee, do you think you're the best in the world at Olympic distance? He's not saying, no, I think Hayden could pop me. He's going to say, I'm the best in the world. I think um, if you asked Christian Blumenfeld or someone like that, do you think Hayden could beat me in Olympic distance, or do you think you could beat him in the T100? I don't think Christian Blumenfeld is saying, no, I think Hayden could. I think there's so many people that think they're the best in the world. Whether or not they do come out on top is a completely different thing. But I think a lot of people have the mindset where they believe they're the best, don't they? You know?
Yeah, well, I'll ask you. You're the professional here. Do you have that mindset? So if you were in this race, are you thinking 100% I'm the best in this field? I will and can win this race.
Nah, but like I mean, like with the way my swim is and stuff like that, I'm not in that position, am I? You can't just think it without having you've got to have, you generally to believe it, you generally have to be in the mix and be racing it. It's a one thing saying I think I'm going to win it and I'm there to win, but you have to have some kind of history where you've been in the mix. Do you know what I mean? Like to actually genuinely believe it. Hayden's obviously going to genuinely believe it because he's won a couple of the races. He's been vying for the win, and in his mind, he will think that he messed it up. But in Yellow Gaines's mind, when you look at 70.3 Worlds, he'll say he was the best in the world and he paced it right, and that Hayden blew up because he went too hard. That's
Ye-
what Yellow would say, and he would say, "I'm the best in the world. I won the 70.3 Worlds." That's
Exactly.
the race. So
Yeah,
it's
that's what makes this potential showdown so fun, isn't it? It's like we'll get to finally see a rematch. That's what's so great about this.
Yeah, and I don't think Yellow Gaines is thinking Hayden's going to beat me. I think Yellow Gaines is thinking, right, let's bring it, mate. Like this course suits us both. I'm going to flip and take you down, and I'm going to show everyone you are beatable, and I'm better than you. And that 70.3 Worlds wasn't a fluke.
I agree.
100% guarantee that's his mindset
I,
going into it.
he That's probably what he tells himself and stuff. But sometimes I feel like these athletes like feel it in their bones. They're like, Hayden is just better than us.
But
I
he's
don't know.
beaten
Like
him. He's beaten
he
him in the
has,
worlds. Like
he has, and
you know,
Yella has that one card, but um, yeah, I just it sometimes when it's like, oh, when Yella gets off the bike in an ITU race, don't forget they raced a lot in ITU, and Hayden beat him every time. Every time they'd come off the bike
yeah.
too. So
But
he's also got that in the back of his mind as
would you
well.
say that Alex Yee would outrun Hayden over an 18K off a hard bike in a T100?
I'd love to see it. I don't know. I don't know. That's the big question
Because
for me.
Alex Yee's outrun him every single time. But do you think Hayden like would think that he wouldn't have a chance over this?
You're right, and your
It's
point's
totally
right, Joe,
different.
that the distance does change it for sure.
And
Hmm.
you can sit in a pack on for the bike, whereas T100 racing and non-draft racing, you have to ride hard.
Yeah, and Yalla ran faster than Hayden at London. Like it looked like Hayden had stuff up the tank, but Yalla did run faster than him at London. So Yalla has to take confidence into this race, thinking, "Well, I outran Hayden at Worlds, I outran Hayden at London. So if I just get off the bike with him, I can outrun him." That has to be Yalla's mindset. And if it's not, then he's already lost, hasn't he? And Hayden's
Hmm.
mindset has to be, "Well, I'm a faster runner. I've ran faster over 10K. I was beating him at the 70.3 worlds until I blew up." Like they both have to have those competing mindsets, and they both have to think they can win right now. Maybe you look at Rico. He maybe doesn't think he can win, or maybe has that little bit of doubt. But I think Hayden and Yalla, they both absolutely think they can beat the other here. That's why if they can stay together, this could shape up as probably the most interesting race of the season.
And one thing going back to the 70.3 worlds is that if Hayden was genuinely head and shoulders above Yella in that, he would have still won the race.
Yeah, and I don't think Hayden makes excuses. Like he's not thinking I should have won that race. He knows that he lost. But I think in his head he has a reason that if he had have just done these things, it could have been different. So it doesn't defeat him, and he goes into this race thinking, well, I've learnt from it. I'm way more experienced now. I've won Singapore. I've won London. I'm impossible to beat over this. And he's telling himself, I'm the best at this. No one can beat me at this. I'm going to be undefeated at this. So it's not like he's saying that he should have won or would have won the
Yeah.
race. It's just that he's learnt from it, and now that's why he'll be so confident going into this racing against Yella.
Well, and he's on the front, yellow right now. So on the camera, a minute or two ago, they were zooming in on Kyle's wheel. Um, it looked like it didn't seem like it was a flat, but we got some people in the chat too saying maybe it was a flat. So Kyle Smith might have a slight flat tire, which could have been playing a role in what's happening to him at the moment.
If it was, it wasn't a
something to
full
watch.
puncture, was it? It was just a slow release flat. If it was, because it didn't look
Yeah.
fully deflated at that point, but he did start to lose, and you wouldn't. Oh yeah, this will be interesting because you wouldn't expect him to.
Wheel change maybe.
Yeah, that's a bike mechanic next to him. You wouldn't expect him to lose a minute to Sam Dickinson, and he was in that group and he was looking good. So that would make a lot of sense if he just did have a really slow release flat and he was just running at quite low PSI right now, but not flat enough to stop him from riding.
But back to the Gaines Wild thing, like Yellow looks fiery today. He's going to the front. He was passing Rico up that one climb. He looks punchy. He looks like he's ready to attack. So I think this could end up being a really good showdown between the two.
And the course is made for him, right? Like he loves these. Oh, here's the change.
See how sharp this is then.
I hate to
Really
say
sharp.
this, but
Oh,
this is day done, isn't it? Oh, is it a seat post issue?
Oh man.
His seat post dropped.
Going back while this is going on there, and about Yellow being on the front, I don't actually like seeing that too much because I think he's wasting extra energy that is gonna. It looks like it's gonna come down to a run battle. He's definitely gonna have to have his run legs because even if there is a slight gap between him and Hayden, it's not going to be much. And I don't like seeing him use a lot of energy on the flats, which I think is going to hit him later. I think if he was going to put big surges in or use some energy, I'd like to see it on the big climb where there is a chance to potentially drop Hayden or put him under pressure. But seeing him use a lot of energy on the flats, I almost feel like it's wasted energy. It's not going to come to anything. Those two, him and Hayden, are the best runners in the field, and getting on the front and looking good like that. Yeah, he looks great, but I do wonder, is it wasting energy that is going to be vital come the run and later on in the race, even potentially on the climb? Because I think on the climb, if Hayden feels good, he's going to test the others as well.
Yeah.
So that climb is going to be a crucial part of the race.
I think it's a good question, Joe. But like conversely, I think if you're in Yalla's position, if you're riding Yalla's bike right now, you're just stoked to be at the front of the race, and he clearly feels good because he is surging a lot. He's really pushing the descents. I don't know if you guys have been seeing that, but he's sending it down the descents. So clearly he feels good and feels like he's on a day. And when you are on those days, you guys would know this. you do want to be aggressive. You want to be at the front of the race. So to me, it kind of signals that he's feeling good and that he's like pumped to be out the front of the race, and maybe it's a good sign. But it is very hard when you're in that position to then go, okay, I'm feeling super good. Let me just keep holding back, waiting for something to happen later or waiting for when I need it later, because you just want to be aggressive. You want to be at the front of the race, don't you?
You do,
That
but
was
is that where you need to kind of keep it under wraps though? And that's like, separating your emotions from what's actually the sensible thing to do. Your emotions are saying, let's go, but that doesn't mean it's the most smartest thing, does it? And that's where you need to kind of separate from them, and really force yourself to hold yourself back. That's the difference between being a good racer, isn't it? And being
well,
great on
and
it.
Hayden's been kind of sneaky, just third or fourth the whole time. Yeah, we got Tim Don in the chat. It looks like, I think, hopefully it's Tim Don. And he mentioned, don't forget Alex dropped. We're going back to the Hayden Alex thing. Don't forget Alex dropped Hayden in the China race and then still outran him. That's a good shout. And I think Alex would be underrated at this distance. Anyway, but yeah, like you said, Hayden has kind of he does seem who just made that pass to the front. He's just kind of been smart in third, and like you said, Joe, maybe he's being the more tactical racer here, and he's going to put in a dig with a little bit of time left to get a gap off the bike and then run well.
Yeah. Looking at the splits though, what they're doing to the others though, there's some serious gaps happening, isn't there? I mean, Benito Lopez 2 minutes down already, and they haven't even got to the big climb as well.
Yeah, Nico Mann in 8th place. He's had a tough year, so seems to be riding pretty well. And now Kyle Smith's within that group now. He kind of got back on the bike right with that crew. So it doesn't look like he had a flat, but yeah, hopefully he can kind of hang in there. Yeah, so I think, let's see, they're at 35. Do you think this is probably the start of the climb, yeah?
No, there's a smaller climb beforehand. I think the big
I
climb.
think we must have gone over that already though, dude. Like we're at 40K. We're like halfway.
Yeah. I think it must be the start of the smaller part. It looks like the climb's in 2 bits. They go up a little bit, and then it kind of flattens or it falls flat, and then they hit it. So yeah, they must be now starting. They've turned inland and they're going up it. It's hard to tell exactly how steep it is and how long, but I think it covers about 10K of like predominantly uphill, but with like some little respites, and then the last 3 or 4K is pretty relentless. So yeah, they must be now on it. So this is where you'd expect the action to happen. This is where you might see, well, I reckon you will see some moves, because if anyone's got any power in the legs on the bike, this is the place to put it in. This is where you're gonna put people under pressure.
I was
All right,
messaging Yalla yesterday, boys, and like we were talking about the course, and he thinks that the bike's not as hard. He goes, on paper it looks hard, but then you go and ride it and it's really not that hard. He doesn't expect it to like be broken up by that climb at all. He honestly thinks and it goes back to like maybe him pushing the pace. I think maybe he doesn't see the climb as that big a deal and thinks it really suits him and isn't that hard. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that steep, right? And it's only the climb itself is like 300 meters. I mean,
yeah, and he thinks you
how
can
fast these guys are going. It's not going to be that long.
He thinks you can carry a heap of momentum, so you can get a heap of momentum on those slightly downs, and you actually, those climbs where you can get 400 meters up the climb without really having put down any power. Like it's one of those ones, he thinks.
Right. I did try and find it online to see what the average gradient was and like the characteristics of it, and I couldn't actually find it because I wanted to see, on Strava, who's got the comms, like what kind of time does it actually take, and get some more insights on the climb, but I couldn't actually find it. But looking at the profile, the fact that it does take about 10Ks to go over, I mean, like the average gradient must be about 3%, something like that.
Exactly.
But obviously, steeper pitches of like 7 to 8%, then a bit of flat or even a bit of downhill, and then like another 7 to 8%. And I think it just goes up in like ramps. But I think the last like couple of K must be a bit more relentless, like 6%, 7%. I mean, it said on the start, didn't it, Greg, that the max gradient was only 8.9%. I mean, if that's the max it touches, that's not super steep, is it?
Is this Ash coming up on Indy Lee here? Is that Indy Lee? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It must be, yeah.
Because Indy Lee's
Ash is taking those corners fast.
Mate, Ash, that's what I'm telling you. Her technical ability is super underrated. Indy Lee, like Joe knows, because he did a podcast with her, she's really good at cyclocross. And look, Ash Gentle is hammering away from him here. Ali Salthouse can
Yeah.
ride a bike too. She's pretty good technically as well. So Ash is smacking it down this descent.
Well, and Ash, they hang out in Andorra, right? Or is it Font Remo? But I mean, like you
Andorra.
can't not ride there and be good technically, right? I mean, you're gonna be going down switchbacks all day, pretty much, right?
I was out for having a couple of beers with Worthy and Josh Amberger, Ash Gentle's husband, the other night, and Ash wasn't happy at him because he was out too late. And it was like 10 p.m., which to me was just like she got into him and said, "You have to come home right now." So I think Ash Gentle is taking this race bloody seriously.
Love
And he
to
came
hear
back.
that.
Worthy on the beers, was he?
Yeah,
God,
2 weeks out from Worlds, and Worthy was the one Worthy was the one who organised the beers, and he was the one who was buying everyone beers. And I'm like, Worthy, you're going to win the Ironman World Champs in 2 weeks, mate.
he's relaxed, isn't he? Worthy's like living the dream, isn't he? You know, he's
Hey, he's
riding.
taking the page out of Alistair.
Alistair
but
Brownlee, yeah.
Alistair's-
Yeah.
You know this
Yeah.
story,
That's
Joe?
it. I'm heading
Yeah,
out tonight. I'm going out tonight,
Johnny-
lads.
Do you know the Alistair
Johnny,
Brownlee beer story, Joe?
He told it
yeah.
to Johnny. Told
spoke-
it to him on the podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to him on the podcast, and then actually I was in Girona for the Tracker gravel race, and I actually asked Alistair in, like, what was it like, fully true and stuff like that, and yeah, he said that they had a big night out, you know, in San Moritz, and it was only a couple of weeks before the Olympics, and but then the next day they were back out on it, like, you know, gets in at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then 7 o'clock in the morning he's up, and they're doing a 6-hour training day.
Alistair Brownlee is a different animal. Even like last year on the T100 World Circuit, I would see him drinking like a glass of port all the time and stuff. Like he just loves it. He just loves a good time. Hey.
Yeah, he actually brought me a beer as well after the Tracker. So I'd literally just finished like 13-hour gravel race, and straight away he's getting you on the beers.
Yeah. Bloke has like torn Achilles and he's racing and then drinking beers afterwards. Just a different animal.
I wonder what was in his drink bowls, you know, when he was doing some of these races. Like,
Oh, I wonder if anyone's ever done that. I wonder if a triathlete, because generally not the personality type of a triathlete, but do you reckon a triathlete has ever done a 70.3 or a T100 race and they've had like beer or vodka cruisers in their bottles?
I reckon some of the French age groupers will have had wine in one of their special needs bottles on the bike.
Yeah, 100%. I actually would love to see someone do that. Well, boys, do you like Ash Gentle's bike frame?
I was gonna ask this question. It looks like I thought someone just threw paint on it, and then they're like, I don't know. I'm not a super fan, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the point though. Like it just looks like that to make people talk about it. Like it's not even meant to, like, because it does just look, it's like just graffiti on it, isn't it?
But you can't even see the bike model. So like, what to talk about it, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah, you have to like look closely. Oh, it's a Scott. It's not bad. We're talking about it now. We haven't talked about anyone else's bike.
Yeah,
It's
we
probably,
just said it.
it makes it look hard to see a Scott, but then you want to see what brand it is because it looks like it's covered up. So it's like it almost works like well because like you say, like we're talking about it because we're like, oh, what is it a Scott? Like it looks like they're like trying to cover the logo up, and yeah, it definitely gets you talking. But one thing I want to say as well is Georgia Taylor Brown looks like she's having a great ride. She's like just behind Jess. She looks like she's never been close enough to actually get the benefit of being right there, but she's like been 7 to 10 seconds the whole time. She's actually looking really deadly for the run. If she's got her run legs, then we could have a real battle here. You know, I think potentially Ash looks like she's on a fly and she could run really well, but it could come down to those two. You know,
I gotta if Georgia Taylor Brown's near the front getting off the bike, I mean she ran her way to an Olympic medal, and yes, it's 18K. She's a bit unproven, but she's always been a strong athlete. I mean, I'm not really expecting if she's having a good day. I expect her to have a pretty solid run that might surprise you and probably be one of the fastest runs of the day. So I would pick her to win really if she's coming off the bike in front, and you know as long as Ashley's not within 2 minutes. I think Georgia could just take the win here.
I'm actually really surprised in the men's race that Sam Dickinson has managed to keep in there. Like when I was in Swansea, he was obviously he got out the swim at the front and he was riding in the lead group, and it was a very hilly course. But he wasn't really putting the moves in. But then he faded a bit on the run, and I thought with the firepower that we get in this like T100 race, the fact that like you know Leon, for instance, was able to bridge up a 2-minute gap on them in Swansea in 30K. I thought, oh, they might not have been going that hard, and potentially he wouldn't have it on a course like this. But he's literally just out the back of the lead group, almost like he's letting them set the pace, and he's just happy to follow it. Just do enough, just be there and bank on his run. But he could be one to watch. He looks like he's on a great day. The fact that he's able to stay in that group on the bike, and I think he could actually be a threat.
I think so. I mean, he can outrun Matthias and Rico, I think, on a good day, possibly. I mean, he's got more speed than both of those guys, and leg turnover. I mean, he's not going to outrun Hayden or Yella on if they're on a regular day. But yeah, I think you're spot on with that. And that the other group's 2+ now back. I mean, it's going to be hard pressed for any of them to kind of run up to them if they can stay solid up front.
But do you think the fact that this bike is it's one where you're on the pedals, the whole way, that you're not really getting the benefit of being in like a pace line like some of the other flatter courses? Do you think there is a world where Yella Gaines and Hayden Wild could be feeling the effects of that on the run, and Sam could run with them or beat them on the run? Can you see it?
No.
Slim chance, or do you think none at all?
I think none at all. What do you think?
What do you think, Jack?
I'm probably with Greg.
Jack was always going to say that, wasn't he? Hayden, he's like getting ready to propose to Hayden.
Like Joe.
Yeah, dude.
Joe.
For real, bro. He won't even propose to his girlfriend, but he's ready to propose to Hayden.
I don't believe in marriage, but I would consider it with Hayden. I just think the guy's I need to see it. You know what I mean? Like, I know he has been beaten. I know he lost the Olympics and then he lost at 70.3.
Can I just quickly come in there with a bit of an update? 44.8k, so definitely a bit on the climb. And Yella Gaines has lost 28 seconds to Hayden already.
Get the cameras on it, boys. Get the cameras on it.
So there is some serious action happening here. And although Yella said that he didn't think the climb was going to be hard enough, it proves that Hayden has made it hard, and he's led up this climb and he's put them under pressure, and he's got a significant race winning.
Just Rico.
And it goes back to our point. If you had to bet, would Hayden be the one to get the gap or to lose the gap? You'd bet on Hayden getting the gap on a course like this, and he's proven it because 30 seconds in just that little climb, and only Rico able to hold on to him. God, I wish we had cameras on that, because that's a massive moment in this race. This could be the biggest moment in this race, really, if that's where Hayden gets the gap to Yella and Mattis and Sam. They're behind now, and if Hayden and Rico can ride off the front, that's massive.
Yeah, and that goes back to what I was saying about, like, if I was Yella, I wouldn't have been wanting to do the effort on the flatter bits where there's nothing to really gain.
Great point.
Because
you literally called that.
Like, you're just exposing yourself, and Hayden was going to be like saving anything. And you know what it's like, Greg? When you're in these 70.3 races or like distance bike races like this, if you're on the red line, you're racing your 70.3 watts, it's very hard to then up it to threshold or above threshold on a climb, isn't it? Whereas if you're like 20 or 30 watts under what you can do for the bike leg, you can go really hard, can't you, for 8 minutes? It's almost like you have that ability then to extend it much harder. And I think that's obviously what Hayden's done on the climb. He's kind of like, he knew that was the decisive part. He's gone up here.
Is this a little descent on the climb, you think, or they're already? No,
yeah,
looks like they're still going up.
Yeah, the climb
has these descents in it.
Two parts. Yeah,
I know you guys think I've got a hard on for Hayden, which I do. Like, I'm extremely, extremely aroused at what I'm saying. But it's just crazy how good he is on a bike. Like, those lines he just took through there, I know it was a really simple in and out, but he just took like the perfect line. He just knows how to ride a bike, this guy. I know, and like, he has that Xterra background. He's ridden a lot of mountain bikes back in his day. He's so good at these punchy climb descents. He just does it. He just rides them so fast.
He did crash out the French team in the Olympics, and he crashed out Johnny Brownlee one time. So he takes risks. He's obviously great at bike handling, but it's not too. He doesn't execute it 100% of the time as well.
Yeah, in bunch situations, he's done some silly stuff because he's a bit too aggressive. But on his own, on a TT bike out on a course like this, you're right, he is super aggressive, but his lines look awesome, don't you reckon?
Yeah, they look really good. And I just have to think, like, do you think his floor is just way higher than everyone's? Like, how good he is on his worst day, do you think it's just better than everyone? Because, like, he's in this massive accident. I mean, who knows? He might have been on the trainer in like a week or two, so maybe he didn't really take that much time off, right? But to come back and then be riding at a level that's better than everyone, it's just kind of crazy.
Yeah, I just think he's
Yeah,
the
but
fittest guy in it, right? Like he's just so much fit. I said this on the podcast that I just think he's the fittest guy that even if he's 5% off, he's still the fittest guy. Like he's just so fit. And me and Joe were talking on the podcast this week in our preview of it. We just think this is a course where the fittest person, male, the fittest female will win the race. Like he's just the fittest guy, isn't he?
But going back to what you said, Greg, about like having the time off and is his floor worse, but like you can get on the bike. He got on the bike pretty quick, and now with all the like indoor programs that you have, if you need to, you can ride on Zwift and all that. Like I remember when I first started cycling that, and it was like when you were riding on the trainer, that was like you put your wheel on, it was really annoying, loud air noise. You didn't even have like flipping headphones, yeah, and you were literally staring at a flipping wall of your shed. I mean, now you can like do Zwift races, you can like ride online, and you can get decent fitness. Like I remember a few years ago, I mean, I say a few years ago, it's probably like 10, 15 years ago, Matt Heyman, pro cyclist. You might remember him, Jack, from
Yep.
Aussie boy. Had a
Monument
You
winner.
were, did he win Paris Roubaix?
Yeah,
he
he
won
did.
Paris Roubaix. Yeah, he broke his collarbone, and 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks later, from doing predominantly riding on the trainer, he came back and he won Paris Roubaix solo break. And the trainer does get you fit. It's just having the mental fortitude to stick it out. But when you know you've got an injury and you're kind of like, right, I don't want to waste, the season. I need to get on it. Like I remember when I broke a collarbone and I was like on the trainer within 3 days, and then I went like won an Ironman in March, and I broke my collarbone on like New Year's Eve. So like if you get on the trainer and you're actually motivated, you can actually get really good fitness. And the fact that you can't swim just means that you focus on so much energy on the bike, and it's like you can do so many hard sessions, recover from them, and you just can just do it day on day. And you can actually take your bike, I think, to a whole nother level just by being the fact that you can't do the swimming, the running, you kind of have to build up a bit more gradual. You can't like go straight into run sessions. Do you know what I mean? After like 10 days with a broken collarbone. But I remember having like my arm like in a sling and then the other one holding onto a dustbin, when I was on the trainer, like to start off with, like,
You mentioned Matt Heyman, Joe. Richie Port, you remember the year he came third at the tour? He did the same thing. So he was locked in his house in Monaco and all he did was ride the trainer. And he reckons it got him the fittest he'd ever been in his life. And he was the guy who would avoid the trainer. Like he would never do it. He might do like a 20-minute Zwift race on it if he absolutely had to. But then he just started doing everything. So he was doing like 30 hours a week on the trainer for weeks into the tour. And it got him his best result ever. And reports about Hayden were exactly what you're talking about, Joe, that he was maybe missing 2 or 3 days and then he was back on the trainer and did a heap of work on the trainer. And his bike looks as good as ever. It looks as good as what it was at Singapore when he was super fit. So I think what you're saying is 100% what's happened. And just like, it's just facts. Like you can, if you get a little injury, but you can still get on the trainer, you can come back fitter than you were on the bike because the trainer just forces you to get fit if you do 100% of your riding on there and you're not running as much either. So you do way more sessions and you can do like a session almost every day of the week on the trainer just about, don't you reckon?
yeah. And it's no one rides the trainer easy, do they? It's like watching paint dry. It's extremely boring. Like if you're on it, you're riding, aren't you? Pretty hard, and you just do like quite a lot of intensity just because you want the time to pass, and like you feel like, I don't know, you just do, don't you? And I think, yeah, it definitely takes your bike to the next level. You must do quite a bit, don't you, Greg? You Americans love it.
Yeah, I do a fair amount, especially in the winter time. I like just riding easy though, and just watching TV and pushing 100 watts, not thinking about it. So
You know
yeah,
what you need?
I come out worse at the other end actually.
Greg, you know what you need, don't you, for next year? What would really improve your triathlon is a horrible crash where you break your collarbone. That'll take you to the next level on the bike.
It's just bad coaching, honestly.
Yeah.
So I mean,
We've got Rico coming back around Hayden here. He has to make this pass now. He doesn't. It's a penalty, obviously, but he'll make that pass. And these boys have that gap because it's now blown out 37, 38, and 40 seconds. So, yeah, this is now an established gap. And with Rico driving the pace with Hayden and them both sharing turns, usually it's just been Rico out in front or Hayden out in front. This is the first time they're really working together out in front. So this bodes so well for both of these boys, I think.
This is the race winning move now. Rico has to keep on the gas to distance Yellow Gaines to get to potentially wrap up second, and Hayden doesn't really have to do any more, although he would.
He
I
will.
think,
Yeah.
be in his favour to do some to get the bigger
You think
gap
we
he
got
has on
some?
yellow, the more of a cushion he has. But this is
That's
perfect situation for these two.
Yeah, and Rico looks like he's got the bigger chain ring here. Hayden's kind of spinning. Rico's was pushing a little bit lower of a cadence. So
Well, Hayden's looks like
well,
a 58, doesn't it? Just to the eye. So you reckon Rico maybe has a 60 on here? I don't know. It'd be good to get a close up, but impossible to tell with how small our screen is anyway. But Hayden's the one who did the work to establish the gap. I think that's the thing that can't be lost. Usually it's been Rico who's the one that's done it. But Hayden's the one who's done who's got the gap and extended the gap here, and Rico's just coming around for the first time.
But I think Rico would have probably been on the limit on like the drags with Hayden like being so much lighter, that he would have been working really hard to try and go with him. Now on the downhill and the flats, that kind of goes more into Rico's favour, doesn't it? Being the bigger guy, like you say, he might have a slightly bigger gear, but just being a bit of a heavier rider, this is more his strength, isn't it? So it's almost like Hayden does the work on the climb, breaks it up a bit, then Rico's turn to pay, and to kind of get on the front is on the downhill and the flat to kind of drive it on once they've got the gap. It's like they're working together almost, but on their strengths. Like the climbs, Hayden will take the flat, and the downhills Rico will take, and they're both basically trying to put time into yellow because Hayden wants to have an easier run, and Rico needs the gap to try and get second in the bag.
Yeah, and especially on a descent like this that suits Rico, where it's not super technical, it's just stay in your TT position, push as big a gear as you can and as much power as you can. This is, yeah, you're right, exactly right. This is good for both of those men. And I do expect that if it does, like you said, Joe, go back uphill or maybe become a bit more technical, that's when Hayden will come and pull a turn. But yeah, these boys look like they're working really well together.
Also, Greg, I've noticed a little bit of a gem here, which might be something that you might like to see. I think that Morgan Pearson has a great shot for a podium. He's in 6th place, 3 minutes 25 behind Hayden. If we say that Hayden and Yeller are the best runners of the game, he's only 3 minutes off Rico, which is what he'd need to take at the moment, starting the run. Matisse, he's 3 minutes 20 behind Rico. Sorry, he's 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes behind Matisse, and Sam Dickinson 2 minutes 40. Can we see Morgan Pearson potentially run himself up into a podium?
I'll never say never. Morgan has done crazy things on the run. What I was noticing about Morgan is he was kind of at the back of that group, and on the climb, he had made his way to the front. Morgan is a great rider, and I think he's got some really good pure power, but his technical ability and his TTing are bad
Are they?
compared to, I think, his strength. Yeah, because like in WCS racing, his tactics and his technical ability always lacking, but his power actually good. I mean, if you watch the mixed team relay from 2021, Vincent Louis like out tactics him, and then Morgan just rides 10 seconds behind Vince Louis in the mixed team relay the whole time with no draft. And like he's got power, but I think another year under his belt, if Morgan can get more dialed on a TT bike, and like I think he can be more of a contender. And I'm a fan of Morgan. I just think that's in his wheelhouse, and I think he's got the potential to be the best runner off the bike. I mean, maybe not better than Hayden, but as you say, he's run 61. I mean, Hayden could probably do that as well. But
How fun would this bit be? Nearly 80 k's an hour on the sticks, like leaning it in around the corners. It's like a track day, isn't it?
Interesting that Hayden went around him as well. Clearly, he only gave Rico, like, what was Rico on the front for? 2 minutes, something like that? Maybe not even 90 seconds, 2 minutes, and then he went right back around him. So obviously felt like either the speed wasn't high enough or he wanted to keep rotating turns and help out here. I don't know which one it is. Like, do you think he was just like, hey, let's just keep rotating here, or do you think he felt like when Rico went out the front and you saw he sat up, he had a little bit of a drink, he took on some fuel, and he thought, all right, I'm going back around again. So he let Rico by almost so that he could hydrate fuel, and then he's just said, see ya. Look at him.
I think that he felt that the speed wasn't high enough.
Look at
You
that.
only come back round someone that quick when you've done a big turn if you feel like the speed isn't quick enough, and you're always thinking at the back of your head, this isn't quick enough. We're going to let them get back into the game, and you feel like you need to get back on the front to make the speed higher. So I think that Hayden was comfy, and because he was saving a bit of energy behind, and maybe it was on a bit of a downhill that he wasn't riding that hard. And he felt like the speed wasn't high enough, and he thought, you know what, look, he's gone.
He's gone. He's sending
gone.
it. He is literally full sending it down this descent. And Rico is on the rails trying to hold on here. Oh, that would have been such a good moto shot if they could have got a bit closer to Rico and seen that. Um, yeah, so back to your Morgan Pearson thing, Joe. At San Francisco, he only ran for, I think he had the fastest run of the day, but he only ran like 40 seconds faster than Rico, and he's already 3:20 down on him. So it would have to be quite drastically different to when they went head to head in San Francisco.
But in San Francisco, I don't think Yella put that much time into Rico on the run as well.
Yeah, he probably put, yeah, I think about a minute, so not
Well, he
much.
must have put less than that because Morgan had the fastest run.
No,
And like you
actually, I
say, only
think
put
maybe
40
Yella did
seconds.
have the fastest run that day when he won, didn't he? And Morgan was maybe
No,
second.
but Yella didn't win, did he? Rico won.
Yeah,
San
sorry. Yeah. Rico won. I meant when he won, when Rico
I
won.
think Morgan did have the fastest run of the day that day because I remember seeing something come up.
No,
Or
I
if it
don't
wasn't
reckon.
that
I
one,
reckon Yalla
Vancouver.
did. I'm pretty sure Yalla did.
All right, then it
I'm
must
pretty
have been
sure.
Vancouver then, was it? But Morgan's definitely had the fastest in one of those American races. But Rico had a great race in San Fran, though, didn't he? Because he got off the bike with a bit of a buffer, and people were expecting him to kind of capitulate, but he never really did he? He held it together really well,
Yeah.
and from like 2/3 of the way through the run, it was obvious that he was going to win the race.
Yeah, well, he does that, doesn't he? I think that if it's not hot, he does actually run really well. He did run well at Dubai, but that was a bit of an outlier. I think that what happened at London, I think it was like a little hot and humid. Everyone was reporting that it was quite humid out there and actually quite hard to run fast. So I think the humidity really hurts Rico, and maybe the dry desert heat of Dubai was why you actually ran pretty well there. And what do you think? Well, it's often quite humid on the southern coast of France. Do you think it will be today, or do you think it'll be quite cool and we'll like, because I think if it's quite cool, we'll see Rico hold on and run really well. But if it's quite humid, he might struggle.
Quite cool. It's not even 9 a.m. there yet.
Yeah, so
So,
he'll run. I don't expect Morgan to be able to run 3 minutes into him then. And I think it was Vancouver where Morgan had the fastest run and Yella was second, right? So
all right.
yeah,
Well, and Morgan's gonna end up. I mean, look at he's 3:55 down. I mean, he's gonna end up more than that, off the bike. So I think
Can,
his podium shot is a stretch for sure.
can I just bring up having a little look down the field? 48.9 kilometer split. Sam Long 9 minutes down. What
crazy.
do we think? What does this show
No,
for
it's
this
not
race?
good.
But then also going ahead looking at potentially Nice in 2 weeks.
we
Like
we
what?
talked about this on the podcast. Hey Joe, I said to you, I don't think Sam climbs that well. I think that's his weakness. His strength is flat time trialing in hot and humid conditions, and I think his weakness is climbing. And he's losing so much time. Like that is an insane amount of time to lose. He must be climbing and descending not that well.
So Hayden put 4 minutes and 20 seconds into him for the first 49 Ks. And obviously it was a little bit undulating for the start, but then you had the climb. And if I look at the climb, the whole climb section, 52:41.
Oh, look at
That
this
was
on the screen. They've got the fastest climb sector up right there.
oh, brilliant.
16:55, Hayden. No shock there, is it?
Oh, so they have that on the tracker, so you can see it. So Sam went up the climb section in 18:06. So he lost 1 minute and 11 seconds to Hayden on the climb part.
Oh, look at this. Women's race, by the way, which we haven't talked about as much because it hasn't been on screen as much, but Georgia Taylor Brown out in front of the race. Crazy. This is awesome. I'm actually really hyped about this now. Like, she's now the favourite for this race, isn't she? She has to
Yeah,
be.
definitely, dude. Yeah, I think so.
This is crazy. How good. Wow, I just wouldn't have picked this. London must have. Was she sick? She hasn't said she was sick. She just said it was like a shock to the system type of thing. But like, this is Georgia Taylor Brown. Like, she's one of the best runners that we've seen in short course racing. And look at how she's riding. This is awesome.
Yeah, we got a lot of women kind of hovering in that 1 to 2 minute too. So it's shaping up to be a good race for the women. The men, not a foregone conclusion at this point, but impressive by Georgia Taylor Brown. I mean, yeah, I mean, do you think so? Let's think about this though. Jess has not really put that much time into, I don't know, the women behind, right? I mean, she was out there in front. So do you think Jess is off her game slightly today on this bike? Because those women are hanging. Like, Ash is only 150 back, Ellie 145, India 130. Those women were way further back than that, just in terms of the bike at the last race. I mean, Jess had some front help out there, but maybe she's not quite on her best game today.
Course dependent, right? I don't think this course suits her that much. I mean, she's very good at like flat time trialing, but clearly we're seeing she's maybe not as good when there's some climbs involved, and she doesn't have her usual help. Like she doesn't have Taylor Nibb there, she doesn't have Lucy Charles there, she doesn't have Kate Woff there. So yeah, I mean, maybe a combination of not having the help, but also just this course suiting different people. And we're kind of seeing that with Georgia Taylor Brown out the front of it, and Morgan Pearson having a really good race, for example, and Jess Learmonth maybe not putting the time on someone like Ash Gentle or Ali Salthouse or Lucy Byram as what she usually would.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, Georgia has, like I said, she's in bike breakaways in the WTS level and on going off the front of races. Like she's always been strong, and they do altitude camps. She's probably doing a lot of climbing, and she's primed for the race. And being an underdog in her position, she probably doesn't get that much. So she's coming into this race thinking like, hey, no one's really expecting anything from me. This is a good opportunity, and she's seizing that opportunity and taken out by the horde.
We should do a thing, Greg, where when they do the pop up down the bottom of the screen, so like Georgia just talked there, and we saw him with Jess before, that you should do a thing where you have to try and pretend to guess what they're saying when they say it.
She's like, she's like, oh yeah, I had a cup of tea on the. No, but you guys were just talking about like London, like being hot or something. I feel like it's such a British thing. It's like 70 degrees.
Oh mate, I got such a funny thing for you here. So here's some facts I learned about England. So they have one animal that can kill you. It's an adder. I don't know, like a black adder or something like that. And it's the 151st most venomous snake in the world. And so the only animal that can kill you in England is the 151st most venomous snake in the world. And I got told that Australia has all of the 150 currently on the continent ahead of it. And then in that conversation went to talk about how tough the Brits are. Do you know what a heat wave? So for it to be classified as a heat wave in England, all it takes is to be 2 days of 28 degrees Celsius weather or above.
All right, let me do the conversion really quick because I can do kilometers well, but 82 degrees. That's actually soft as fuck.
Well, I didn't even know it's right. This was pub chat that I got told over a dinner at London the other day. But it's 2 days in a row of 28 degrees Celsius, and it's a national heat wave.
Joe, we're just talking shit on Brits and how they're like, oh, it's like people are like, oh, the London Marathon, it was so hot, it's getting so hot. I was like, dude, it's like 24 degrees out. Like, chill.
I was there for the London Marathon, and it did get pretty hot. Like
24 is hot for a fast marathon, isn't it?
Yeah. It did feel pretty. To be fair, it was weird. It was like really cold at the start. Like I was like saying to my mates, "Oh, like they haven't got any excuse, if they don't run well today." And then like it did feel like it got fairly warm. But I can't believe it actually counts as a heat wave. It goes over 28 degrees Celsius. That's ridiculous. Is that actually true, Jack? Or are you like?
No, I got told by a Brit the other day that for it to be declared a heat wave in England, it has to be 2 days in a row of 28 degrees Celsius or higher, and it's officially a heat wave, like legit, not just like people saying it. That is the definition of a heat wave in England.
I hope the fact that we've got some adders hasn't put you off any trail runs while you're out. While you're in England.
Oh, I was surprised. Like there's only one animal in the entire country that can kill humans. That's nothing. Yeah. Greg has grizzly bears literally out the back of his house.
No, dude. You know nothing about America.
That's in upstate New York, isn't it? Isn't it, Greg? Not like downstate.
Is there no bears in Central Park, Greg?
There's black bears like around, but grizzly bears only really exist in like Montana.
Oh yeah,
it's like one state, and Canada. But yeah,
it's like that thing.
Well, that's why I don't want to go to Australia. I'm like literally scared. Just like everything can kill you, right?
No, this is the thing. What happens is like when like an Australian thinks of America, we think of the entire America as the same, even though it's all so different. And like that's the same with Australia. Like Australia, for most places, there's no animals to be scared of. Like if you go out onto farms and stuff, there's snakes and spiders and stuff. And yeah, it's a bit annoying. But if you live in like Melbourne, there's not a single issue. Like you're never going to see a shark or a spider or a snake that can kill you.
Speaking of the race, Paula flew up that climb. By the way, she's now in 5th place. Wasn't she like 2 something back at the last check? She
Yeah,
flew up that climb.
it
She's
said
still
she.
on the climb, I think. Well, they haven't given the split for the climb yet on that part, so I think the climb actually finishes somewhere in
She
between the
was
current split
wait,
and
wait,
the
wait.
on the
She
next one.
She's
it's it,
two
it said she was
250 back.
254. Yeah, 254 back. It said she was, and now it says she's 122. That's insane. Can that be legit?
Yeah, it must be. Like, I mean, there's no other
I
way
mean,
they would have been able to get the split like that. And also, there's like India 132, and you can see that she's overtaken it on the, well, not overtaken it. They've both gone up the climb
Okay,
really fast together.
the
Paula is
descent
not on a
probably
bad
won't be
day.
her. Yeah, she's rebounded, but the descent probably won't be her strong suit. Although I know she's ridden it a few times already this week, which probably helped her quite a bit.
That's still crazy though. Like that's like a minute and 30. Like how's that even possible? Like the girls wouldn't have sat up. She must have just put in a massive effort.
I feel like this is Paula's strength, though. This like 2 to 3%. You can see she's an arrow. Like this grindy, slight uphill race or like time trialing. I feel like that's her bread and butter.
Yeah, well, it's like, is it Mount Lemon, that climb that's near where she lives, that she would do all of her training on?
Oh, Mount Lemon's in Tucson.
Oh, she, she's in Bend, isn't she? She has some climb that's really like 30K long that's near her that she does all of her time trialing on, I'm pretty sure. And I think it has a very similar gradients. Like it's just gentle gradients. So I think you're right, Greg, in that it really is what she's used to doing and does every day. So it makes sense that she does it well.
Well, and like she rides a fair amount on the trainer too. It gets cold there. Like, don't you think trainer work? Like, oh, I'm out there grinding on the trainer in TT. That's kind of gets you to this slow grind, this slow drag. You know, time trial specialist sort of.
I honestly can't think of much worse than riding the TT bike on the trainer. Like that for me is one way to suck the living joy out of it.
Maybe that's
Um,
what. Oh, this is interesting. Alana Seffert's
Wait,
out the
who's
front. So this is a Brett Sutton coach athlete, Alana Siffert. She like has been winning a heap of random European races at the moment, and she's crazy the way she rides. So she like almost never breaks aero, like almost never, and she's got the classic Brett Sutton like cleat position more in the middle of the foot. Always rides, always has it in the big ring. You never see her in the small ring, and she just does this. She just like kind of looks like she's making love to her bike a little bit. That's her kind of style. And
Wait, I've seen a video of her before, like and
yeah,
looking like this.
mate, she literally rides up like 10 to 20% gradient climbs in TT position in training all the time, doesn't break it. And then she gets to races and she doesn't break it. Like if they just keep the camera on here, it's almost guaranteed you won't see her break TT. And if she does, it's like for like a microsecond. It doesn't matter how like steep and technical it is. She just gets in TT. She rocks around like crazy, pushes a massive gear, and rides super fast.
be interesting to see how she goes then on the descent. Also, no disc wheel, only athlete in the field. Apparently, she hasn't used. I got told by WhatsApp actually a little while ago by Martin Uloa, former current pro, and he said that she's been racing the whole circuit this year and hasn't used a disc wheel for any races. Brett's like you said, Jack. Brett's an athlete and obviously doesn't believe in aerodynamics. That is all a fallacy, and that you don't need a disc wheel to ride well.
He's always believed that. He's always thought that 280s are just as good as disc wheels. He said that forever. And like Alana is like, she's just doing all of the classic Sutto things. So non-aggressive, like more towards road bike TT fit. Oh, she's out of TT. She only gets out of TT to put in attacks uphill.
We need to cut this because Brett Sutton is going to be giving her an extra session, like in the evening for coming out of TT position. Like, you know,
He'll be pissed off at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she has like all of the traits of Sutto athletes, like not super aggressive position. Like hers is pretty good for some of them, but it's not super aggressive. Cleat position towards the middle, big chain ring all times, TT position, just push really hard. Like it's just classic Sutton method here on display.
To be fair to her though, she's having a blinder on the ride, isn't she? And I mean, like she's rode up to the other girls. I mean, I I would like to see though, you know how when she was going on the climbing, you could see a lot more like upper body movement. I mean, you can still see it a bit now. Like, I would personally like to see you try and like work on that a bit because that's got to be inefficiencies, isn't it? If you're using your core and your upper body a lot like that, you're wasting oxygen, aren't you? That you could be better placed at the pedals. I mean, like any extra movement, I personally think that's not used to go to propel you forward is just wasted energy. What
Yeah,
do you
but
guys
maybe it
think?
is used to propel her forward because she's like can get on top of it. I feel like I used to, and I'm not like one to give out a bunch of TTing advice, but I feel like I used to want to be so like perfectly still, but like I look at someone like Rudy Von Berg when he rides, and he really has that like side to side swaying. And I mean, hers is dramatic, but like if
Yeah,
you're moving, but it helps you push the power, then isn't that all that matters?
I
yeah,
think
because
so. I
you
reckon.
think so. You two think so.
Yeah,
Like,
I
I would
think
say
I
that.
think it's overestimated. It does help your CDA being locked in, but I reckon like when Jonas Vingegaard did that awesome time trial at the Tour 2 years ago, yeah, 2 3 years ago, I've like he was rocking around like crazy, and I think that was the best time trial performance he's put in, maybe apart from the uphill time trial he did this year. But he was rocking around like crazy, and like you look at Alana, Daniela Reef used to rock around a fair bit.
Lionel.
Lionel rocks around like crazy. Lionel does a few of the things we've talked about today. He is the example of how riding hard on the trainer frequently makes you a strong cyclist, and how if you do rock around at the front and use your upper body a little bit and push really high power, it probably is better than just trying to be locked into silky smooth aerodynamics. Like for some people, at least.
I don't know, guys. I mean, like, I'd seen Bradley Wiggins in his prime do TTs, and there's like no movement, and it's 53 k's an hour, all day.
But
And
some people, don't you think, Joe? Some people just really struggle with doing that. Like some people, they just get so uncomfy and like it just makes them ride worse. Some people, like Brad Wiggins or Tadej Pogacar or like Josh Tarling, they're great at just locking in, and Rico
but
Bogan and Hayden Wild. But some
wouldn't it?
people just can't.
But isn't that just because you haven't done the core stuff in the gym? You haven't got very good core control and like power through the core to hold yourself planted and actually get the power out nicely.
I
I
don't.
mean, I think it's a
I,
lack of core.
well, you could say the same about swimmers. Like, oh, like Joe, it looks like you're a little disconnected from your top half and bottom half look disconnected when you're swimming. It's a lack of core strength. It's not a strength issue. Like, it's just like a body thing. And I don't know. I feel like Pagacha is not actually crazy locked in. I mean, maybe that's more when he's on his road bike,
On
but
his
he's
roadie,
got
when he climbs hard, he wobbles around everywhere. But like on the TT, he's pretty locked in. But even now, this might make Joe's point a bit. I feel like a big change in Tato over the last 2 years is he's so locked in on the roadie most of the time now. Like it almost looks like
mm,
he's barely riding hard now. I feel like that's a big change he's made. And I do think maybe that's a thing, Joe. What's your thoughts on this? That the fitter you are, the easier it is to get locked in, and the less fit you are, the harder it is. Like you have to kind of force it a little bit. Like it can be sometimes a sign of fitness when you can be locked into position and not move around much.
Yeah, definitely. And also, it depends on what the situation's like, doesn't it? If someone's putting a dig in and you're on the limit and you're trying to respond to it and you're hanging in there, then there's going to be more upper body movement because you're fighting it, aren't you? You're really trying to hold it. But I mean, I think if you're really fit and everything's going well, you're riding to your pace. You do move around a lot less. Personally, I think the more you move around, you're wasting energy. If it gets you, if you ride well off it, that's great. But could you go faster? And Greg, as to your point with the swim, you know, that probably might not be down to, like you say, it might not be down to like a weak core, but it could also be down to the fact that some of the muscles though aren't as strong as a good swimmer because you don't swim as much. Do you know what I mean? Like you can be really, or also just how fit you are in that sport. Like in the swim, you're going to be really l- locked in. You're going to be really smooth, but that's because you're just very fit in the swim. But on the bike, it could be the fact that you haven't got the amount of years, the amount of training, behind you on the bike. So you might move around a little bit more than what you would on the swim. But it's just because you haven't got the background, have you? Is what some people have been biking for, like 20 hours a week for God knows how long.
yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. And it's like those and swimming. There's like all these little stabilizing muscles too. I mean, it's not that. I feel like it's not that different to TTing, but like completely different at the same time. But yeah, I mean, experience of course plays a role. And no, I don't even train the swim, but Joe, I'm just naturally fit, so I don't even have to train it. Just like you don't have to train the bike.
Imagine, mate, if you trained for the swim, you'd be the ranked number one.
Greg, what's Vincent Louis saying?
Ranked wise?
No, what's Vincent Louis saying?
Oh, oh yeah, Georgia. Yeah, I'm just here to support her. Yeah, we had some good trainings. I told her how to stay in the draft and not get caught, and then I also said, yes, I'm almost back on the race course. I'm rehabbing my calf, and yeah, thanks for having me.
We ate prosciutto for dinner last night and discussed how I got away with drafting at Challenge Loth.
I can't wait to do the next one. And Vicky's Hall. Yeah, I don't know.
What's
what she's
Vicky
saying. Joe,
saying?
what do you think he's saying?
Probably similar to what you said. Like, I think you pretty much got it bang on. Like, here we go. The women going down the descent now. Then, so what are the thoughts on this then, compared to Rico and Hayden?
My thoughts are that Jessica Learmont's been dropped, and that is not what we predicted. You basically had given Jessica Learmont the win on the podcast the other day, Joe. And
I did.
Alana Sifford has gone to the front, and Georgia Taylor Brown's the one who's been able to hold on to her. And this course is exposing Jessica Learmont. So I think it's going to be really hard for Jess to win here from now. And Paula Finlay, who we speculated maybe was a little grumpy and maybe didn't swim that well, but he's at minute 10 back in fourth and is primed to win a race. Like Paula's career has been full of winning North American races. She hasn't really been able to come across to Europe and win big races. This is massive for Paul. This is the opportunity for her to win a big race in Europe right now over the middle distance.
Who do you think is looking the favourite in the women's race from now? Like, if we stopped it right now and you had to pick someone, who would your money be on?
Oh,
Georgia, I think. Wait, what's
Really?
Sifford's run pedigree? Jack?
she doesn't run. She's her cycling is her strength for sure, Greg. She doesn't run that fast. Like you would never expect her to run with Georgia Taylor Brown or Paula Finlay. Like, but for me, Ash Gentle's too far back now. 2:11 back.
Really?
That's getting too far. Yeah, I think Georgia Taylor Brown's a real threat there, Joe. Like, would you expect Ash Gentle to run 2 to 3 minutes faster than Georgia Taylor Brown? I don't think so. I think right now Georgia Taylor Brown looks the favourite, and Paula Finlay is really in with a chance if she can keep riding up to the front.
I mean, I was actually thinking Ashley Gentle was looking fantastic 2 minutes down, and she's proven over the 18K, whereas Taylor Brown, fantastic runner over the shorter distance, but unproven over the 18K. I was thinking if I had to pick one now, I'd probably go for Ashley Gentle, looking at that 2 minutes down.
Oh, dude, someone just made an insane comment on the YouTube channel that I'm not going to read about Vincent on Vincent Louis. But let's just say the men's pro race. Isn't that insane that someone just did that? The guys have actually caught up to Rico and Hayden a little bit in the last 6K. So Matthias is now 25, and Yella and Sam are only 34 and 36 back. So they're actually making a bit of inroads on these guys, which is surprising, I guess. So yeah, it's shaping up to a good run. Bro, you do.
I don't see what the comment is, so I have no idea.
Yeah, let's not go there. I mean, hey, we embrace all kinds of wild chat in the YouTube chat. Go for it. Say whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm not like I know we've already talked about it, but I'm real worried about Sam Long at the Ironman World Championships. I think this is a bad sign. 10 minutes down in a race like this, where it's like it's obviously not a course like Nice, but I'm really worried about how he's going to swim and climb at Nice. It's considering he's like put his entire year around that. It's I'm a little worried.
What would you have liked to have seen from Sam, like to inspire you with confidence that like he's on the right tracks for Nice? In your mind, like how would you have liked to have seen the race pan out? Because I mean, the swim, for instance, you would have never expected much more than what he had done. I think if he was under 4 minutes, then that would have been amazing. Where he is, is pretty much there. Where would you have liked to have seen the bike?
I would have liked to have seen him riding around the same as like Antonio Benito Lopez. I thought in my head, I thought if he can ride about the same as him or Menno Coolhouse, that's the area he's got to be in, and he's not really close to that. But speaking of your boy Joe, we got to touch on this. Your boy Harry Palmer, who could have podium today, 14 minutes back. It's not looking likely.
I know, and I'm really surprised by this because in Swansea, the race that he won, the 70.3, he rode up to Sam Dickinson on a really hilly course. And it just seems that since he did Leeds, the Ironman, and then going to doing the T100 races after that, it just seems like he hasn't recovered or hasn't been himself, because Swansea, he was fantastic, like, and on a really hilly course, the way he just rode up to Sam Dickinson and those guys in like no time showed to me, oh, like if he was in that form, he would have been good here. And I honestly think that he would have made that group as well in the swim because, yeah, I mean, he swam with like Andy Horsfall Turner in Swansea. It was a decent swim, and I don't think he would have been too. Certainly wouldn't have expected him 2.5 minutes down. So it just seems like I think the fatigue from doing Leeds, then maybe going to London, racing that, and then here, it's all catching up on him. And it's definitely not the Harry Palmer that we saw in Swansea. Like he was racing much better there.
Maybe England racers just not as strong, Joe.
Well, you had, mate, you had Hogenhaug there, and he rode with Hogenhaug up to the lead group, and
Yeah,
you saw what he did in Frankfurt. So I mean, like
Leon was there too in good shape, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely not on his best. I still think it was a wild pick. Harry doesn't swim at the front, like the tippy front of the hardest swims.
No.
When I drilled the pace at 70.3 Worlds, he was about 55 to 1 minute off the back. But yeah, he's
God, Greg,
thinking
you would have been a minute and a half down then in this race. Because he was 2.5 down. Flipping heck.
Well, dude, I'm only ranked number 2, so I mean, I'm not the number 1 swimmer. Yeah, I'm also nervous for Harry too. Isn't he doing Nice in 2 weeks? Like, I don't know what do you do if you're Harry in this situation? Obviously, you're not firing. Are you like, I'm taking 3 full days off? Like,
Yeah.
how do you get yourself right for Nice?
Personally, I mean, I'll say what I would do if I was him, and then I'd be interested to hear your boys' thoughts. But personally, I would probably cruise the run on this. If I'm that far down, I'm not going to smash myself on the run. I'll just use it because I guess it would be the long run for the week and probably one of his last longer runs before the race day. So I would just run it. I wouldn't be killing myself. I'd just run it steady. And then afterwards, I'm going to be taking, like you said, 3 days off pretty much, but doing the bare minimum and just trying to recover. Because to me, the reason he's not performing as well as what he would like to is probably fatigue. I did see that he did a lot of training going into this race, like some 6-hour rides and long runs, and I think it's just taken the edge off him, and he's just not fresh enough. And I think with the Ironman 2 weeks time, there's not much to gain in fitness. You just need to be feeling good on race day to race well. You can't be going into Nice fatigued and flat because you're just going to go so far backwards on that, especially the fact that a lot of the climbing is in the first 60k, similar to basically this. You don't want to be losing 10-15 minutes in the first 60k, do you? It's race over then.
Yeah, I think just do a race specific brick here now, Joe. Hey, when you're not in
Oh, Vince is saying that 13-year-old girls are as good as adults.
Wow.
Yeah.
that is a wild thing for me to come onto. Sorry, boys, internet went down there.
I was telling Joe I knew we weren't live.
Okay, it's back on now, boys.
All right, we're back.
Internet went down there.
I was telling Joe I knew we weren't live.
Okay, it's back on now, boys.
All right, we're back.
Internet went down there.
I was telling Joe I knew. All right, now we got to get the stream going up.
It should all be good.
I don't see any.
You got to screen share with us too.
Oh yeah. I'm in the T100 head offices and the internet went down in the building. But it is still live, so everything you say is still going out. I think
Right, I'm back up.
Yeah. I do think it's been live the whole time on YouTube, though. So if you guys said any crazy stuff.
Oh, we didn't say anything. No worries. Let's move on.
Yeah, it's live. But yeah, so I'm in the T100 head offices staring at a picture of Jan Frodeno as we speak. And yeah, the Wi-Fi in the building went down. So that's classic live streaming, isn't it? But we're back on. What did we miss?
Well, we
They're
didn't
getting off
really.
the bike.
Yeah, we didn't really see much, but I'm interested to see how Yellow Gaines will take this first part of the run. Does he attempt to try and bridge to Hayden? Does he race for second? Does he bide his time and then put it all in at the end and see if he can make a lot, like set his stall out? What do you think's going through his mind? And if you're Yellow Gaines, what's your game plan here?
I think you got to run your race, like, and build into it. Kind of like, I mean, you can't go for broke, but you also have to put pressure on Hayden as well. So maybe you can just try to like slowly close the gap. But I don't know. I don't even really see it happening, I guess.
I just think you have to run your own race here because think about 70.3 Worlds. Hayden was off onto an early lead. Yalla just maintained his pace, settled into it, what he could do. That's like, I think if he tries to run up to Hayden and burns too many bridges, he just gets beaten by Hayden anyway. So I think all he can do is run his pace and run his rhythm and see if it's enough on the day. If it's not enough, there's nothing you can do about that. Hayden was just better. But I think trying to do anything other than that would be suicidal.
And then Morgan Pearson, 5.5 minutes down. So he did lose quite a
He's
bit
gonna
more.
win.
I mean, he's racing realistically now, isn't he, for a top 5? Isn't he? Looking at that, he'd need someone to falter, either Rico or Sam massively, wouldn't he? Even Matty's, like, they need to for you to lose 5 minutes in 18K, something's drastically's got to go wrong.
You're not backing your boy. You don't think Morgan can win from here, Joe? That's unlike you.
I would say stranger things have happened, but I don't actually know if stranger things have happened in a triathlon than someone being able to run 5 minutes into those guys in 18K.
Yeah. What is the strangest thing that's happened in a triathlon? That's a great question.
Strangest thing that's happened or biggest comeback would probably be Mirinda Carfrey running was it
Daniela
14
Reef.
minutes into Daniela Reef in Kona.
Yeah, that was
win.
crazy. That was crazy. Like 2016?
Oh, mate, it was earlier than that. It was before I'd
2015?
even gone to Kona.
2015?
Yeah, I think maybe, no, not 2015 because I was in Kona then.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
Canada,
2013, 2014.
Yeah, it was. Because it was when she just won 70.3 world champs. Yeah. Maybe 20. What year was 70.3 world champs in Canada? 2013? So I think it was that year.
2014. I think it was 2014.
2014.
Because Lionel was last out the water and actually got fourth, which is actually an amazing race when you think about it. Because that day it was like Gomez, Jan Frodeno. I think did Gomez win and and Jan like second, and
Yeah.
then I think Tim Don was third,
Yeah,
and then
Tim
Lionel was fourth. Like
Tim Don
from
was
coming out
third,
the
yeah.
water, 4 or 5 minutes down, biking everywhere. And apparently he was using gator skins back then when he was racing. Like.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if Lionel got it together technically earlier, he could have at least won 70.3 world champs, I reckon.
Oh man, imagine it, right? If you could go back in time now and back in 2014, you got Greg Harper coaching his swim. You took him to the wind tunnel, you did all the refinements, and then you just got him like early adaptation onto all the like new tech that's gone. You got him dialed on the bike. You got his swim wouldn't have even needed to have been much quicker because he was already such a beast on the bike, wasn't he? That if you just refined his position and stuff, it would have been enough that he would have probably been a world champion, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have won that 2016 World Championships that Tim Reed won and Apo came like 4th or 5th. And Lionel had the fastest run of the day by a fair bit. That's the one that got away for Lionel, I reckon. He was like, there was a heap of drafting in the front group and, they were riding it as a big group and Lionel was off the back by himself. But that's the one. Like, I reckon 2015-16 Lionel was an absolute beast. And he probably should have, if he had have been a little bit more Jan Frodeno or Sebastian Kienle like with his technology and his swim, God, he would have, I reckon at least won 70.3 world champs.
Yeah, and then he didn't go to him for years, did he? Which I found bizarre because he was so good at the distance that I was surprised that he didn't go back. I think he got a bit annoyed, didn't he, about that race and kind of didn't want to go back, but it almost like spited himself, really, didn't it? Because like there were so many other races that he could have had a good shot at because he was so dominant, wasn't he, back in the day at those distances?
Yeah, I mean, the woulda, coulda, shoulda with Lionel. I mean, I reckon physiologically and mentally, he's just one of the best ever, and it hasn't quite like he's still won about 50 races, and so it's an awesome career. But it still feels like he could have just won so many more big races. Yalla moving here, by the way.
Yeah, him and Hayden are running basically the same through about 2K. Um, yeah, he's gonna catch Rico here any second. Sam Dickinson running pretty well. I mean, if he kind of stays strong, it looks like he might be a podium. That's huge. I mean, wild card podium is big.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how things pan out with him because I just remember I keep going back to Swansea, but in Swansea he took off and he was leading by like 25, 30 seconds and then fell back to about fourth place, just really like hit a wall. Um, so it'll be interesting to see is he pacing this one actually well or is he going out really hard like and almost gonna hit a wall again at like 12, 14K. I do think though that the 3K less distance in this compared to a 70.3 does make quite a bit of difference as to how much you fall apart towards the end.
I don't like Sam Dickinson though, and let me tell you why. Because he
Oh,
took
God.
Johnny Brown. He took Johnny Brownlee's Olympic spot, and I'm a Brownlee diehard, and I wanted Johnny at the 2024 Olympics getting his medal
What made you
in
think
the
that,
mixed team relay.
what made you think that he took it though? Because like
I mean, yeah, he didn't really. He earned it, but
oh,
just
come-
let me have that.
yeah, I mean, I did want to see John, to be fair, go there just for old time's sake. You know, they'd been like stalwarts, hadn't they? You know, Alistair at the 2008 and then all the other Olympics since. They'd both been there together, hadn't they? And I did want to see a Brownlee there, to be fair.
Hayden and Yalla running at exactly the same pace here, pretty much, boys. 7:23 and 7:25. So Hayden's ran 2 seconds quicker for the first 2.3 kilometers, and Rico's ran about 30 seconds slower than them. So we've got a battle on our hands here. This is like very, very similar to 70.3 Worlds, isn't it? Where it was like hovering at 45 seconds for ages, and then Hayden faltered and Yalla got back up to him. That's like kind of exactly what we're seeing right now with Hayden out in front again. But I guess the big question here is, will Hayden maintain this pace? And you know what we're going to find out, Joe, whether he was faking hurting at the end of London or not, I reckon.
What I'm a bit worried about though, Jack, is what will your alliances do if Yellow runs 30 minutes into Hayden and puts him away, mate? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, because that proposal is gonna have to go on to be put on ice, isn't it? And like, I mean, like you're gonna be like, you know, Yellow Gaines fanboy, aren't you? Gonna have like the Belgian flag behind your like indoor setup, you know? It'll
Well,
be like,
Yella's an Australian citizen now, Joe, not Belgium. He's given up his Belgium citizenship and he's now an Australian, and he's going to live in Australia for the rest of his life.
that makes the switch
Bit
a little
easier.
bit easier for you to take, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's an easy
exactly.
transition for Jack.
I'll just float between who. Yeah, well, if Yella wins, then I'm off Hayden, and he was never that good.
It was a flash in the pan. He just got lucky a couple of times.
Oh, by the way, I rate this kit, sock, and shoe combo of Rico. It's a bit out there, but I rate it.
You know who's the fastest through 1 kilometer in the run? Our
Morgan
boy,
Morgan Pearson.
Morgan Pearson, baby.
Yeah, saw that.
Morgan Pearson. So he's going for it, isn't he? He's actually racing. Him and Hayden are racing tomorrow as well, aren't they?
Yeah. Do you reckon it'll hurt one of them more than the other? Like, do you think that even though Hayden, you would probably guess, will do better, do you think that Morgan or Hayden will be completely wrecked by this, or do you reckon they'll be pretty similar?
I don't think Morgan will be as wrecked because he does so many. I mean, I don't know what run train Hayden does, so can't really comment on like how. But I just see Morgan doing loads of like long runs at a pretty decent pace, and I think that because there's such a big gap between like fifth to fourth, you know, to the top five, that potentially Morgan might have the opportunity to knock it back a bit in the last 5, 6K if a position isn't attainable, whereas Hayden I don't think we'll really have that luxury with Yellow Gaines breathing down his neck and pushing him all the way to the line. So I would imagine that, I mean, Hayden would want to knock it down a bit if he can, but is he going to be given that luxury to be able to do that with Yella there going all in for this race?
Percentage chance that Hayden could actually back up and win the next race.
God, surely
If
not.
he wins this, can
Oh.
he do the double? I mean, they were hyping it up. I was just like, I don't think
If
so.
he does, that would be probably the biggest achievement in triathlon. Considering he's racing a fresh Alex Yee and all the others the next day, and to win both. I mean, could you imagine the fatigue the next day after doing a full-on T100 and then trying to race a shorter distance with a flat-out 10K as well? I mean, that would be seriously impressive.
There's just no way he can win, is there? If he that would be mind blowing.
Yeah. Okay, well, how far back was he? He was 17 back out of the water today, 17 seconds. But I think the swim was maybe a little slow. I mean, what? Matty Hauser's going to be there just like drilling the swim. These are going to be like, let's keep Hayden at bay. But I mean, whatever. We don't have to talk about the next race. But I think the chances are very low. But it's only one man who could do it.
Classic Hayden Wild arm shake while he runs there. How many would he do a race? We should count them. That's one I've seen. I reckon.
No, he did one of them earlier, so that's the second one.
All right, we'll go two. We'll have the Hayden Wild arm shake counter on throughout the day.
Is the reason he's doing that a lot because of discomfort from the surgery, or is that something?
No,
that
he's done it forever.
No,
he's done it forever. Yeah. It's just his tick. Maybe he just has tight shoulders when he runs. Don't you guys reckon when you watch Hayden run, he never looks like he's actually running that fast? Like if you look at him next to Alex Yee or Yalla Gaines, they look like they're running really fast. Hayden just looks like it doesn't look like he's running that fast here, does it?
No, I do know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I quite often think that, and I thought that in London, like it looked like he was just cruising, and he was going a lot slower than what he actually was. He must just have such a huge stride, um, so it looks like he's not like running with like massive like cadence. Because when you see Yella, he looks like he's running like loads faster. Like I remember in London, I was watching it, and it looked like Yella was absolutely smashing it. And then
Looks like he's sprinting.
They were running same speed. So it was yeah. Hayden must just have a huge stride. Must be massive power that he puts out
That's
in
three.
each step.
3 arm shakes now.
This is a cool run course though. It's like it looks, I mean, a little bit hard, like a little bit sandy. There was a nice crowd there. It looked like maybe it was some age groupers. Oh my gosh, he's ripping around these corners. But yeah, good to see like the varied terrain courses, like a little cross country style. I think that's fun for the athletes.
And just to wrap up that Hayden chat, he is putting a little bit more time on Yellow. He's just put 7 extra seconds on him over the last kilometre. So, yep, Hayden in the box seat right now. He would have to blow up here to lose this race, I think.
Can I say one thing that's better about the tracker with the one loop bike course? Like, there's not 1,000 timing mats. So if you're trying to go back on the tracker on the app when there's like looped courses, there's a tracker on the bike every kilometer.
Yeah,
so you
it's a
can never
nightmare.
like finally get back. It's pretty freaking annoying.
And as soon as you get back, it takes you all the way back.
Yeah, right. It just
Yeah.
glitches. It's
Yeah.
just like it's actually super frustrating.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
so
actually
annoying.
nice.
Alana Siffert is racing like a beast right now. She's got almost a minute on Taylor Brown and Learmonth. And Paula back to a minute 41 now. Wow. Could Alana Siffert win this race? One would have picked that.
She's actually got a very good chance, isn't she? And she's absolutely put these girls to the sword towards the end of the bike, isn't she? I think she's going to be on the podium for sure. As to winning it, I mean, who are we looking at potentially who can outrun her? Taylor Brown, she's definitely in with a chance.
I mean, Ash is 3 minutes back. She's striking distance.
I said that, Greg, but Jack thought that was too far. But I thought she was in striking distance because 2 minutes behind Taylor Brown, proven over the 18K. Paula Finley only a minute ahead of her, minute and 20 seconds. Like I would normally favour Ashley Gentle running a minute and 20 into Paula Finley over an 18K run.
I mean, I'm not saying it's out of the question. Like I think Ash is still a real chance, but it just depends what Ash we get. I just don't know what Ash we're going to get. Like again, if this race is like this last year and it's this field, Ash wins it. I stand by that. But yeah, and look at that. Look how much faster Paula rode that climb than everyone else. Wow. Um, to give you some idea of Alana Siffert's running, so she ran a 3:04 marathon at Roth, which obviously Laura Phillip had the fastest run time at 2:43. So lost 20 odd minutes to Laura Phillip on the marathon at Challenge Roth. Grace Tech was in that race as well and lost 11 minutes to Grace Tech. She did have the fastest run. I think it was at Alpe d'Huez Triathlon and maybe even Embrun, which she did last time around. There, the last two races she won, and she's ran like I think her PB might be like 118 over a half marathon, but who knows? It was at a race where I'm not sure about the distance, obviously, but so she's not like a weak runner, but she's not the world's best runner. Like she's ran 122 over the 70.3 as well, and like consistently runs like 121, 122, 127. So that's the kind of runner she is.
Jack, before it cut out then last time when we were chatting a little while ago, we were in the process of going through Sam Long and what this means for his Nice race. And obviously now the bike's completely finished, we can see the full bike split. What does this mean then for his Nice race? Like if you're coaching him or you're looking at it from an outsider, and Greg, you can chirp in on this as well. Where do you think he goes from here to Nice? Like it's 2 weeks away. What are you going to do if you're coaching Sam totally, for all three, or you're advising him on what he's best to do in preparation for Nice from now?
There's nothing physical he can do now, I don't think. Like he can't change a single thing with where his physiology is. This is just where he is now. So I think what you've got to do with Sam is twofold. You've got to do some swim stuff with him, and you've got to do a whole heap of mental work with him. I mean, I would want to see him in the swim get a little faster. I'd like to see him do, maybe 4 or 5 sharpen up sessions where he does like some real speed work so that he can maybe get himself in a better group to ride with. I think the last thing he wants in Nice is to find himself super isolated, because I kind of think we're seeing a trend with Sam where he's not doing as good a job at riding back up into a group once he is off the back of a race and isolated by himself. Like if you go back 2 years ago, I feel like he was the best in the world, maybe second best in the world at bridging the gaps early in the bike and getting himself back up into a position, whereas I feel like he's lost that a little bit now. And so at Nice, where you're going to have like Jonas Schomburg, Martin Van Riel, Sam Laidlow pushing the pace out the front of the race, I just think they'll extend such a massive gap to him if his gap out of the water is too big. So you're not going to be able to change anything about the way he rides or the way he runs from a physiological perspective. But if you can just get him a little bit further up in the swim by doing some speed, and then get him in a really good headspace, preparing for where he's probably going to be. And just like, I'd just be talking to him daily as a coach, getting him in a mindset to this is probably what we're going to be faced with. How do we overcome that? What's the best way to overcome that? Because I think he is going to have quite a gap, like on the bike, and it'll take a lot of work on the marathon, is my thinking. So you want to have him in a really good position mentally, that when he gets off the bike and he has a 10, 15 minute, gap to the leaders of like Sam Laidlow, which is very realistic, I would think. I just want to have him in a headspace where it's like, we're going to go and run 2:30 today.
He rode today basically the same as Kyle Smith, a little bit slower, which you would have said before the race, not too bad. But if I'd have told you that Morgan Pearson would ride 7 seconds into him, what would you have said to me before the race?
I probably would have thought Sam maybe like had a little bit of a technical issue and maybe spent 2 minutes on the side of the road type of thing.
Yeah, but then he also rode quicker than Menno Koolhaas.
My boy Menno's not having the race I thought he might, is he?
No.
Yeah, I mean, we literally have Sam Long's swim coach here, so why don't we ask him?
So Sam Long, swim coach, I hope you're taking notes there. 4 to 5 tune-up sessions, some working on some speed. I mean, he better not get outswum by me, Greg, otherwise that doesn't say too much about your swim coaching.
Well, the key to Sam's Nice is like not being behind the Leon Worf train. I think if you're behind that, you're gonna have a really hard time. So Joe, you got to get in there as well.
No, it's exactly what that. Sorry, I'll let you carry on. But that is exactly what my mindset was. If you're behind that group, you're going to have a really hard time. Like that's like forgetting any kind of result really, because as they mop up people, people are going to be going with them, and you're going to be stuck with no one really.
Yeah, and if you're a little bit behind, you can somehow like ride really strong and somehow like kind of catch up to them on the climb, but that's hard pressed to do. So yeah, it's if you're behind them, you're gonna have a really tough time. So that's kind of the key to it. I mean, yeah, as I said, it has been a challenge to coach Sam from afar, and I have been stressing a lot of the speed stuff that Jack's been saying because now that we're kind of at the tail end, right before the racing, it's like he's not there 1 minute into the race where he needs to be, so he needs to be further up in that time. So hopefully we can get that under his belt. We'll chat after the race, and hopefully he takes it to heart and gets a little of that true speed action, a little 5-on-5 action, something like that.
Low key.
Joe,
Sorry. Yeah, keep going.
no, it says you too, Joe.
Yeah,
Joe,
I mean, maybe he might be flying you out, Greg, as well, to get some final tune-up sessions. You could then experience French Riviera life.
I got my own Ironman World Championship here at home.
boys,
My wife's due for a kid.
Oh,
Hayden,
really?
Mm-hmm.
Hayden Wildey's smacking it right now, by the way. Like minute 10 seconds, it says on the tracker right now. I don't know if that's right because it just flashed to 56. So I'm not sure what's going to be going on there. Yeah, it's just popped up out of nowhere. Like he's just put in a really good last kind of 2.5K. And at 6.5K, he's a minute 10 seconds up on Yeller. And that looks like it's the race done unless it's a 70.3 world champs. But
wait, Sam Dickinson
is
running down Yeller now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this is beast. Do you know what this is like? This is like when George Goodwin came out and came second at a T100 race back in the day behind Gustav
Daytona,
Eden.
dude.
Yeah, the first one. And it was like, who is George? And this is very, very similar.
Rico hanging tough, though, here.
Yeah, this is a real battle now, isn't it, between these four? You just saw Hayden there. We missed the Hayden and Yalla pass by, which would have been good, but it's these four, really, isn't it? It's Mattis isn't going to come back from here, and then the gap to Greg's way too big. And Morgan's running fastest, but he's not going to catch up to them. If it stays as it is right now, he won't catch either. So it's these four battling for the podium, and this battle between Rico and Sam Dickinson. Who would have picked that? That's awesome.
And Jack, you did say that Rico could run pretty well if it was cooler conditions. And I mean, this is about like the best you could hope for, isn't it? You know, running with Sam Dickinson, going for a podium, actually running back towards Yella Gaines as well. And I think that it's actually a bad sign for Yella if he's actually already starting to slow this far into the run. I think that like he wouldn't be expecting to lose time to these guys, and I think that could be a fact that could show that he's actually suffering a bit, and we might actually see him fall off quite a lot more in the last 4 to 5K of the run.
Yeah, the tracker was messed up for a second,
he's not actually losing heaps of time to them. He relative to what he was at the start, it's he's 54 seconds behind Hayden, and then this group is a minute 15 back with Sam and Rico. So it's kind of standing strong, but yeah, Hayden's definitely pulling away from all three of them a little bit.
Oh yeah, I think the tracker was giving me some very dodgy splits at the 6.5 kilometer mark.
Guys, can Alana Siffert actually win this? Like, I know I've said it 3 times now, but this is like, if she wins this, that is the most unexpected winner of all time.
Yeah, but don't you think that goes to show that how the exciting courses and changing it up a bit more, making them actually a course where it requires you to be a decent rider, you know, well-rounded. I mean, like I could say all the things you can say all the things you want about her form, but you know, she's proven it, isn't she? She's like a flipping well-rounded rider. You know, this course has got everything, isn't it? Technical parts, it's got flat bits, fast descents, climbs, and she's rode up to them, dropped everyone, then rode off the front. You know, this is the kind of courses that you want to see, isn't it? You know, which actually test how good you are on the bike, because as we said beforehand, like this kind of course shows who the fittest athletes are, but also there's no hiding, is there, on the bike? Like, you have to be a good, well-rounded rider to be able to do well on this type of course. And I'd like to see a lot more, but I actually think, yeah, she's got a great chance of
out of TT, Jack.
Yeah, taking her shoes off.
when she went around even when she got out of her saddle, I feel like she's like attacking the bike, you know? Like she just put that's the beauty of it. She just rides her style, and now she's off the front of a T100 race. Like, freaking, let's go.
Yeah, mate. She makes aggressive love to her time trial bike. That's the only way you can describe it. I think it's the course for sure, Joe. This course is clearly throwing up things that other courses wouldn't, and why the boring crit style courses need to go. But it's also why there is athletes who, if you open up these fields a bit rather than just having it as 20, could shine because Alana's obviously a wild card and she wasn't supposed to be here. She was literally such a late call up, like, as late as it's got in the T100 pretty much. So she wasn't going to race, and now she's into T2 in the lead and a real chance to win a T100 race. So I mean, this is kind of, to me, where the T100 need to go. Let's just open up our races. Sure, we'll have our contracted races, but if we have 40 people on a start line or 50 people, who cares? The more the merrier. You're not all getting paid on contracts. That's not how it's worked. We've got our contracted athletes, but these races are open. If you're, say, maybe if you're ranked in the top 100 in the world, you can do our races. Because you get stuff like this, and it makes racing so much more dynamic, and you don't just get the same people doing the same thing. Because, yeah, without Alanis in this women's race, it's a completely different race.
Totally agree, Jack. Yeah, those dynamic courses, and yeah, when you put in a few more people and change up the courses, then you get these one-off, not even one-off performance. She's a strong athlete, of course, but it just makes it exciting. Like, I don't know, I just feel like this race has way more intrigue a little bit and like dynamics that we're not used to. It's not, I mean, there's a few athletes missing, but you want to see different stuff out there, right? And you want to see different athletes featuring, you want to see people going for it. And then Paula Finley all of a sudden's like, I just gained 2 minutes on this climb, and we can compare climb sectors and everything. I think that's a super cool part of this course today.
Dictator Sutton just showing that he just does this with athletes, right? Like he just does this with female athletes. He just produces world class middle and full distance triathletes. I don't know how he does it. How does he keep doing it? Julie Duron, Alana Siffert, Daniela Reeve, Chrissy Wellington, Emma Snowsall. He just like churns them out.
Dude, 2 minutes at the end of the bike.
I know.
She put it into them at the end.
Well, you said it, Greg. Like, it was insane on those, like, even that running where most people in the running in the last K, when it gets a little bit, technical and stuff, they just sit up, they start taking their feet out. She didn't do that. She was so aggressive for so long and took her feet out last minute. These women are walking out. That bike must have been brutal.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. It was Jess Limhoff you just saw, didn't you?
And then Georgia Taylor Brown did the same thing.
Yeah.
They did that thing where they were like, oh, they took like a massive breath out, looked around, and were like, we got to run now?
I mean, she put a minute into those girls in the last 8K.
Look at it. She must have done crazy things. Like that must have been so hard because these girls, look at them. They're dead. Wow. Jess and Georgia are dead.
Jess is like, hey guys.
They're literally having to.
Hey, that was fun out there. I'm kind of hurting. How are you feeling? Okay, yeah, see you later.
They literally just consoled each other. They were just like, what the fuck are we doing?
I've never seen that.
I've never seen that
in
either.
Like a 70.3 T100 kind of race. I mean, like in an Ironman, like when you're like 25K in and someone comes past you or something, and your legs are gone, and it's going to be like you're just making it to the finish. You're like, yeah, go on, have a go, mate. Just like that you're not gonna you're out of the race. You've got nothing more to give, but not at the start of an 18K run.
And look at Ash. She's out to 3 minutes 43. What? Alana Siffert, what the hell is going on?
She just put 17 seconds into Georgia Taylor Brown and T2 also. Like, she's like,
look at this woman.
Like,
she's my new favorite. I might propose to her.
You're impressed then, are you?
Mate, look at her. Look at her. Like, she wants to be here. She wants to win this race, doesn't she? Like, she's like a caged animal trying to win this race compared to everyone else out of T2.
So I think what we're going to see now is that Sam Long is going to be coached by Greg on the swim. He's going to be going to Sutto on the bike, and who knows on the run.
She looks amazing, doesn't she, though? Like, I'm shocked by this.
She does.
She's got her cadence is looking good. She's looking like she's going for it.
Wow. She might actually win. I know it's like
insane.
She's got 17K to go, so she needs to hold on, but she's got 2:07 she's got 2 minutes basically right now to Georgia Taylor Brown, who seems like the big threat. And I don't know who else can run that time.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see her hold on, would it? Because she is a decent runner. I mean, like, she's not one of the best, but she's not a bad runner, is she? She is someone who you would say is solid.
Yeah.
Like, so I think she's definitely got a chance. It's not like we're seeing. I mean, trying to think someone who normally would get off the
Ooh,
front and like blow up massively. I mean, she's not like an Andy Starkovich athlete, you know? Like she can run.
Cop that, Andy. I think
Hell
Hannah
yeah.
Berry in third we probably need to talk about as well. Like Hannah's obviously had that good race at Singapore and is training for the World Championships in Kona, but she's obviously in really great form, and her getting a podium in a T100 race like this would be massive as well. Paula 2 minutes and 38 back. I mean, she's like, surely we're not discounting her for the podium. Lucy Byram, who you boys both I think thought could have a good race, and Ash Gentle 3:30. It's like it's on here. I mean, I think the podium could be. I think anyone in this top 10 could podium from here.
I've just gone on to Alana Siffert's like Pro Truck PTO rankings, and her bike is ranked 36. Her run is ranked 41st.
Yeah,
So she's not bad, and she's done.
but she hasn't done many races that get you high rankings. Like she won Embrun, she won Alpe d'Huez. Like she's on winning form. She's been winning like European races this year. She did some other 70.3, didn't she, Joe? That's name I can't remember. What else did she do? If you're on that page, she did one not that long ago.
Won the Zarazuko Triathlon, which
Yeah,
must be some random
Zarazuka. It's a
Spanish
random
bike.
middle distance one. That's where she ran pretty good, didn't she? She ran like 1:18.
Yeah, fifth in Challenge Championships in Samarin. That's a pretty tough run. She ran a 121 there off the bike. One Challenge Taiwan half. Six at Ironman New Zealand. But yeah, third at Challenge Roth. So
she's putting together a year. Like she's dominating the random European middle distance racing circuit right now. And now she's bringing that form into the T100 race. And I think like if you look at her half marathon times, to me they're very similar to what someone like a Hannah Berry runs when Hannah races in New Zealand or Australia. She's right around that, like 121, 122, 123, 124, which is kind of similar to Alana. So I mean, it's hard to see unless Alana blows up, obviously. But I mean. Yeah, I like Georgia Taylor Brown looks the real threat right now, and if Hannah Berry can hold on, then that's a massive run. But it's on here. It's on here. It's just can Alana Sifford hold on, or is Georgia Taylor Brown going to be too fast?
Yeah, I mean, George Taylor Brown, 22 seconds allegedly through 1 kilometer. It looks like it's a little bit further than a kilometer, I would guess, because they're in 418 and 440. But you extrapolate that over 18K, that would be 360 seconds. I mean, that would be 5+ minutes. So at this trajectory, it looks like Georgia would probably run her down.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess she does have that kind of run where she looks like she's running faster than she is a bit Alana Sifford, because she looks like she's working really hard. Speaking of this surprising performances, this is the craziest performance on the men's side of things.
Yeah. And, speaking of it looks like this is what happened at Worlds. Hayden put time into Yella, then it stayed super consistent and then started dropping.
Yeah.
And it was 57 for a couple, and now it's at 55. So it's like it's gone up, and now maybe it's slightly coming down.
And at a very similar point, right, Greg, at about 10K in the 70.3 World Champs as well, yeah.
That would actually be crazy if that happened again.
Yeah, the problem here is he has 3 less K to work with. It's only 7K to go, and it's still 55 seconds. But it is looking very similar to that.
I think for that to happen, we need to be seeing him like around 40, 35 seconds at about 14K, don't we?
And I love that gel in his hand. That's something he didn't have at 70.3 Worlds. So he's clearly not going to, he's clearly still focusing on fueling. And he looks great here, doesn't he, Hayden?
Well, he's
looking
though. I mean, that to me doesn't look like you feel great, because if you're feeling great, you don't look to see where the next person
No,
is.
you look, dude.
Yeah, you look. I hate that. Everyone looks.
Fucking look, dude.
Not if you're running like 3:10 per kilometer and you're feeling great, like you're not bothered.
I think you do. I think you still look though, don't you?
You
Like,
reckon?
yeah, you still look and you go, "Where is everyone? How am I going?" Like, you still look. It doesn't. I think sometimes, like, I kind of hate that when commentators are like, "Stop looking back, don't look back. The race is forward, my guy." Like, that's kind of stupid. Like, you got to
Looking
figure out.
over your shoulder though is a big no-no. I think that's it.
I feel like looking over your shoulder is like different a little bit.
Yeah.
But he
like,
didn't do that.
He's going
that
around
was on a
turn.
turnaround.
Like it's easy just to just like sneak a peek, right?
Yeah.
All right,
And I
well,
think that like stressed looks like when you look all the time and you're running slower. But like, how else do you know where you are in the race if you're not looking around where everyone else is?
Yeah, but if you know you're running fast paces, it doesn't matter, does it? You know that people, you know that how
Oh, there's
good you're
Sam
running
Long.
at
Yo,
being
yo,
fast.
yo.
Is that so? Yalla, yeah, Yalla was just there as well, right? Or was that? Did I miss that?
I know it's just Sam Long and whoever he's running with going the other direction.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
he's wondering about how he can knock 90 seconds off his swim split between now and Nice, and whether or not he's going to have to get another swim coach, or whether or not Greg's got it in the bag to
By the
help him.
way, there's no way Sam can swim with Cam Worth and Leon right now as it stands, is there? Do you guys think? Like Cam Worth's swimming better than
I'm
that.
I'm not the coach, mate. I'm not the swim coach. I don't know what times he's hitting in the pool. Like
Joe, do
Greg
you
knows.
think that you can
I
swim with
don't
that
either.
group?
I've made some huge improvements in my swim over the last 3 or 4 weeks from since I've like started in the pool. No,
Huge improvements in 3 weeks. All right,
yeah, I
whatever,
have.
dude.
Honestly, the times that I've been hitting, because I've knocked my biking down a bit and I've actually been going to the pool so much fresher that I'm actually able to like do hard swim sets, recover from them really well, and just be able to do so many of them that I've just made massive improvements since July. And especially in the last 10 days, 2 weeks, has really come on. So I'm confident in my swim. As good as it could be.
But yeah, I think you're I'm pumped on you, Joe. I think yeah, Worf has swum. He hasn't been super consistent, but he's had some really good swims
He has.
this but
If
it's
worse,
usually at the races where it doesn't. He even said it himself. He's like, "Oh, it's always the big races where I choke and swim like shit." So, um, I mean, what do you reckon? They're gonna be 3:30 back out of the water? Like, what's the norm? What was Leon and back at Kono? When what is that group
well,
normally?
the thing is, Greg, it's a 50-50 as to whether or not it's a wetsuit swim, which will change it. And also, if
I
Cam
don't think
Worth,
that matters that much though, like in the grand scheme of things.
for the faster swimmers, maybe not, but it definitely keeps it together and makes it easier for the slower guys,
Especially in that
like,
super salty water. Like I know that
yeah,
sounds silly, but that water is so salty. You're so buoyant in it that because I swam in it last 2 years ago. When you have a wetsuit on, you swim so fast in that water
yeah.
that I think it does keep it together a lot more compared to some other, like if it was in a lake or something like that.
Yeah, I did the Ironman before my stag party there in June, and they made us wear like this was in 2022, and they made us wear a wetsuit because there was jellyfish, and I made the front pack.
Yeah, exactly. I
Like
felt the same.
like it's if it's because it's completely calm, really salty seawater. Is if it's wetsuit swim, it's rapid, and the gaps are going to be so small. Like the fastest guys will swim like 44, 45, but you'll get like a big group swimming like 47, 48, probably 48 minutes there. I mean, I think I swam 49 when it was a wetsuit swim, and I was swimming horrendous in training. Like I remember being at altitude, I wasn't even swimming like over 200-meter reps, 300 meters, because I was swimming so bad, um, like just struggling, dying at altitude anyway. And then I came down and had a fantastic swim, and I was like, I can't believe I just did that. Like I was in such poor swim shape.
Boys, just looking at Hayden here, if you look at his mouth, I know that it looks like Yalla's making up time, but Hayden looks like he's on a Sunday jog. He's not breathing.
Look at that though, constantly looking at his
He,
watch and looking
he,
across. I mean,
He's
come
just
on, bro.
timing it.
no, he's literally trying to conserve as much energy as possible at this
But
point. He's
tomorrow,
already
he is.
thinking about tomorrow.
He is,
He's
isn't he?
won.
He looks so
He's
easy.
he's won this for sure.
It does look easy, and I would actually think that there
It's
is
gone
some
out
credence
again
to what you
anyway.
say. So he's basically looking at it, working in his head how much I think I can slow down while getting it and conserving as much energy as possible. Because I do think it looked easy. It didn't look like the look of someone who's like dying trying to keep it together. It looked like someone that was actually trying to be strategic and save the energy. So I would definitely go.
It
I
looked
think what you guys said.
It looked like, you know, that stuff on Instagram now that all like the bro influencers put on when they sleep. They put that mouth tape across them while they sleep, and so that they breathe out of their nose while they sleep. It looked like you could put one of those bro mouth tapes across him while he was running, and it wouldn't impact how fast he was running at all.
Wait, you don't sleep with one of those?
Do you do bro tape, Greg?
Yeah, but instead I tape my nose. And I only breathe through my mouth.
What's the science? What's the thinking? What's the science?
Just tooth decay. So then if my teeth get rotten, I can take in more air because there's less resistance. So it's all about oxygen into my body.
You're a veneers guy anyway. I could see you with like big fake white teeth.
You'll
No.
have to call him Manhattan.
Joe, you said
Oh,
you
she's
said you
working.
yeah, she's not running as fast now. Looking at her, I don't think. Oh, 101 to Taylor Brown. Wow, wow. Georgia Taylor Brown is probably going to win this. Hannah Berry's dropped off a bit. Paula's running well, 145 back. Oh, Ash Gentle, 201. Joe, she might be back.
Yeah, I mean, I did think she was in with a chance, and I think that that's the kind of person that when she's in with a hunt of a win, she's going to give it the extra gear. It's all well, like we can judge her runs of some of the other races, but when you're getting off the bike 10 minutes behind and you're only running up to sixth place, you don't have the same fire in your belly as I'm running for the win here. And then once the gap starts coming down, that momentum builds, and it kind of like a snowball effect, isn't it? You get more energy and more motivation because you're getting right to the pointy end, and people on the side of the road are going to be like, you can win it, you can win it, you're only 60 seconds behind Georgia now, and everything just builds, doesn't it? Like, I mean, I think it's going to come down to the wire. I think Georgia's going to be a fighter, and definitely if she does catch her, it's going to be reasonably late into the run. I mean,
17 seconds through 3K.
Yeah, so
So
that's right on it, isn't it? That's like
y-
that would make it super tight.
super tight. And then she's got those people to pick off too. Like it's not out of sight, out of mind. She's like, okay, I'm gonna get to Paula. Okay, let me get to Hannah Berry. And then all of a sudden when she gets to Hannah Berry, she's gonna see Georgia. And then it's like and she'll probably see Siffert coming back as well. So she could just go one by one, hopping her way all the way to the front. Sprint finish, Georgia Taylor Brown, Ash Gentle. Let's go.
Paula Finlay looks great in the background there behind Hannah as well. This is Paula Finlay is having a really good day. I love this race. Like, not like I think this kind of like might be why contracting the big athletes is like good for the sport, but kind of crappy as well. Because without Kate Woff and Lucy Charles Barclay and Taylor Nibb and Julie Duron, this is the most exciting women's race we've had this year in terms of anyone in the what would you say? Anyone to Ash Gentle can win it, pretty much. Or maybe not Hannah Bell. Maybe it's like Taylor Brown's the favourite, but Ash Gentle could win it. Paula Finlay could do something here. Alana Siffert could still hold on. Like this is actual exciting racing.
yeah, yeah, definitely. And I wouldn't necessarily write off Hannah Berry too much. I mean, like, she isn't on paper run as nowhere near as well as what the other girls have, but she's not running much slower than Paula Finley.
No. Well, she could
And
definitely
I
still
also
podium.
I feel like because she's more of a long distance athlete, she's not going to fade as much, and she wouldn't fade as much in the back half. It would be more her speed, that would be the fault. But then, like in the last 5K, she's probably going to hold it together quite well. I think it's a tall order for her, but I think like if we're saying that Paula Finley's got a chance, then I think you've got to put Hannah Berry in with the same in the same area as that.
Well, she's run 30 Paula's put 30 seconds into Hannah over the first, 3.5K. That's kind of why I say that. So I still think Hannah can hold on for a podium here if Alana Siffert blows up. Why couldn't she? And I think that's what, like, maybe the win, it looks like it's like Georgia versus maybe Paula and Ash, because it looks like Alana isn't going to hold on here. But I mean, for the podium, I mean, anyone from like the top 7, 8 could probably still podium depending on how things go.
Yeah, I mean Caroline Poole's running well. Indy Lee's still running solid. Like these girls are putting a little bit of time into Hannah Berry as well too. So yeah, I mean Ellie Salthouse. I mean she's 3 minutes back, but she's like the third fastest mover on course as well, running the same speed as Georgia Taylor Brown. So it could be a big shakeup. Jess is having a tough one. Already faded to 11th place.
Oh, Jess out of T2. That was like she she was like
that's really tough.
She did not want to be there. She was like, "Get me the fuck away from this place."
Hannah Berry, like my mum was really impressed with her running. Right when I was there in New Zealand. My parents came out to watch the Ironman, and I was doing like the last kind of like bike run session, and my mum and dad were out there, and they were kind of like walking along like the lakefront and stuff, like while I was doing the run. I got to the end, and mum goes, "Did you see that girl?" I said, "What girl?" She said, "That one wearing the blue t-shirt. She was a pro. I could tell she was running a pro because she was running so much faster than everyone else out there." This is like on a normal.
Even you,
Yeah,
even you, Joe.
yeah, and it was Hannah Berry. So my mum was well impressed with her running.
Well, and we're seeing her on screen right now. Paula is making the pass. Hannah looks like she's hanging in.
She looks
they're
good.
not running too different through here. I mean, Paula's only really put in, 20 seconds through the first 4K or so. So, yeah, I mean, the paces aren't that different so far. So, a little gap opening. Yeah, I mean, it's a dogfight out there. A little junkyard dog action, eh, Joe?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, look at the way right legs lifting up there.
It's
Like,
been like that the whole time.
Yeah. 35 seconds now, the gap between Georgia Taylor Brown and Alana Siffert. So we're going to see that pass soon enough. That's not going to go the other way. I mean, I guess the big battle here is for Siffert to hold on to the podium. Like, that has to be her goal. It seems unlikely right now because she is losing quite a bit of time, but that has to be her fight now. And then, I mean, now can Georgia Taylor Brown hold off Paula Finlay, who looks like she's running incredibly well? And Ash Gentle is down to 125. And you said it, Joe. We talked about it on the podcast the other day. Ash Gentle has so much fight, like she's such a dog. She hates losing. She's so competitive. Like I said to you on the pod, Joe, sometimes she'll say something to you at 7 a.m. over a coffee where you're just like, Ash, it's just too early to be that competitive. So, I mean, if she gets a sniff in this and she's just about to get up onto Paula Finlay here, you can see that Paula Finlay, then Hannah Berry, and then the next person is Ash Gentle. Once she gets to Paula Finlay and she's in that podium position and she gets a time checked, you're a minute off the lead. I mean, it's on here for Ash Gentle. The Queen might be back.
Bro, Hayden is out here joking around. He just passed Georgia Taylor Brown. He's like chatting with her here. They're about to show it on screen, and then he's like chatting with some of his friends, like smiling. He's like just like, hey, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, WTS circuit's pretty good. Oh yeah, hey, I'm just out here hanging out. Like, what the hell is going on here? This is crazy.
Yeah, no, that is seriously impressive, and it also shows that I think he's taken a step up in his performance from London. Actually, I say that London course wasn't ideal for him, was it, with the flat bike course, whereas this one's a bit hillier. But it seems like he's taken a step up, even like his performance from London. Like
he's doing it so easy. He looks so easy. I'm telling you, he's the second coming of Jesus
Bro,
Christ. This guy.
He's just chatting. You're right. He's out there for a Sunday jog, Jack.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Have you guys ever ran and just held your breath and been like, I'm going to keep running here and seeing how long I can hold my breath for? Have you ever done that, or is that just me?
No, I've never done that before in my life.
Yeah, I've done that on some long runs. I've just been bored. And then he looks like he could do that and it wouldn't even make the run harder for him. Like, it's insane how good he is.
And Ash, dude, she's already on the podium. I feel like her day, like she's on the podium already. She's about to pass Paula for third. She's probably like, hey, this is probably what I wanted. I wanted to win. I kind of like how the men's and women's races are mixing up a little bit.
Yeah, look how good this is.
This is kind of cool, right?
This is awesome. I love this. I reckon all the races should be like this going forward. The men and women on the same day. Hayden joking around with a volunteer. Stop it, mate.
Dude,
he's pissing me off.
Now he's just like,
yeah.
I know, he's taking the piss, as to say.
He's taking a piss. You know when someone's so good, it's just like, oh, fuck off. How are you that good? That's the category he's getting into. Look at this. This is actually...
it's the Sam Long crew.
Yeah, this is... Oh, no, don't go off that.
Come on.
Boys, be better. That was going to be awesome to watch Ash and the boys and see if she could sit on it.
Yeah.
Get the camera back, boys. I know we do have the pass here with Georgia Taylor Brown and Alana Siffert, so maybe for the race that's better. But clearly the race is Georgia Taylor Brown versus Ash Gentle right now, and that was going to be a sick moment.
I wonder if they had it on the quad box.
It's all happening here. Did you boys see the dust before, by the way, when they ran through that section?
Yeah, I did.
That would have sucked. You know when you run into that and a big stream of dust hits you in the face and you choke on it, gets in your eyes for like the next K, you have to like wipe it out.
Oh, I hate that. If you're Georgia here, what do you do? Because you can't mess around too long and stay with her, can you? And kind of regroup because you're getting hunted by Ashley Gentle.
Well, she's on that same section, Joe, that Hayden was on when we talked about the nose breathing, and he was looking over and timing it. So that's clearly, it's like a horseshoe section where you can see the women behind you. So Georgia's doing heaps of looks over her left-hand shoulder to see Ash. You can't see her on the camera, but she would be able to see her now. So she'd have a fair idea that it's close. And
dude, Hayden is just like, he's just fucking around, dude.
He's got little kid in a shoe shop energy. You know how like you're trying a pair of shoes and the guy goes, "Are they fast?" and you sprint around and you're like just joking around. He's got that energy right now.
Georgia looks fantastic, doesn't she?
Yep.
Like just looks so smooth.
Yep. It's Georgia versus Ash now, isn't it? I mean, let's do it. Let's do an updated who's your money on Georgia versus Ash.
If I had to, I mean, when you see Georgia run like that, I'd probably say Georgia. But I mean, the time did seem like it was coming down. I'd have to check it to see what the latest split is. But um,
Latest split is Ash 111. Oh, that's wrong. We need an updated split. Yeah.
Yeah, the tracker has been a little bit off. Like it's been jumping around.
Yeah, it's jumping around as we speak.
Because allegedly she was 43 seconds behind Georgia Taylor Brown at 5K.
Yellageen's 48 seconds behind Hayden here, so he has like made up time, but Hayden is literally just like taking the piss a little bit. How much faster could Hayden run is the real question. Like if he had Yella next to him right now or Alex Yee next to him, I want to see Hayden challenged in that way. I don't like we saw this in London where he just was like he was doing the same thing. He was joking around. He'd like run up to people and just sit on their shoulder. And now we're seeing the same thing. I want to see him challenged at some point to see just how fast he can go over this distance because this is him toning it back and putting, what do they say? Like he's saving some powder in the gun here.
the thing is, it's going to be extremely hard to actually challenge him because he's so strong on the bike as well, and it's hard to get someone who's like a very quick, kind of like one of the best runners in the sport that can actually bike as well, even on like the flat courses. I mean, his position looks fantastic. He's so aero. Obviously, got really good power as well. The fact that he can go up the climbs and like work with Rico Bogan. I mean, like it is kind of like a bit of an anomaly, isn't it, that you can get someone that can run that well but also bike that strong.
So who
It
is
would
it?
be great to have Blumenfeld on the circuit like full force.
Yeah.
I think
because
Blumenfeld gets dropped on the bike by far. I think Blumenfeld starts 2 minutes down on the run.
We're going to see at Nice. That question's going to be answered at Nice, whether Christian gets dropped by the Jonas Schomburg, Sam Laidlow
100%.
kind of people.
100%. He gets off the bike 7 or 8 minutes down.
Yeah, you
or
reckon?
more,
Yeah.
maybe 10 minutes. Yeah, I think he's running for the podium in Nice, but he's not running for the win.
Oh, that's probably the thing I'm most interested in is Christian and how far back he is or whether he can stay with them. Because if he can stay with them, he wins the Ironman World Championships. But if he can't, it's done.
Jack, I don't think he'll stay with them in the swim, and I think as soon as they get on the bike, they are gone, and the gap is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and he's probably going to be getting off the bike 10 minutes down, and if he tries to close the gap, he's going to blow up like he did in Kona. If he blew up in Kona, he's going to blow up a lot more in Nice because that course in Nice suits the cyclists like those guys a lot more, and if you look at how fast they rode up, like Laidlow rode up the climb back in 2023, from what you can put together from looking at the tracker and what the time splits were, on for the com on that, it was almost like the same kind of time as what the World Tour cyclists have gone up in a normal effort on the climb, and that's in the middle of an Ironman. And looking at how Christian's been riding in the Ironman races, he's been in the pace lines. He hasn't been setting the pace. He lost 8 minutes to Hogenhaug, and let's not forget that when Hogenhaug was 8 minutes ahead in Frankfurt, or Schomburg before he had the mechanical, was 5 minutes, 15 miles into the ride ahead of Blumenfeld. He'd already put 2 minutes into Hogenhaug before he had the bars come off. And I spoke to Schomburg in Roth and was like, how hard was it riding can you remember like when the top part of his bar came off, he was riding without like the TT bars, wasn't he? Just like he was riding on the base bar. And I said to him,
in the group.
In the group. And I asked him, I said, how hard were you working, mate, when you were riding in that group? And he said, honestly, not very. It was just like a steady ride. I was like, do you reckon you could have stayed there for the whole thing? He said, yeah, I reckon I could have stayed in that group and I could have run from it. That's why he was gutted, like when they pulled him off the course, because he didn't find it that hard.
Boys, come back to the race here just for a second because we got 1.1K to go in the men's race and it's down to 32 seconds. And did you see behind, Yellageen's was sprinting as hard as he could. So I don't know. Does Yella potentially think that Hayden's blowing up here and that he's in with a chance? Even though we're saying that Hayden's not blowing up, we're saying that Hayden's like just cruising it in.
Or maybe Hayden blew he celebrated too early.
Mate, he's 1K away and he's jogging it in. But did you see Yella, like while you were talking about world champs then, Yella was literally sprinting like he was fighting for the win here. And you can see him back there. He's sprinting. He thinks he's in with a chance, I reckon, a little bit. And Hayden literally smiling and talking to someone in the crowd just there. And again,
That is so cruel, isn't it? And he's looking over his shoulder, like properly baiting him, isn't he? Making him think, like, oh, I'm really feeling
he
it.
should
I'm
start like
looking-
wobbling or something, or like start
Yeah.
walking.
Look at Yeller in the
and then
background.
just-
He's sprinting. Imagine if Hayden, look at him.
Well,
Oh, imagine if he gets
Holy
up there. It's
shit.
24 seconds. Does Hayden
This-
realise this?
this could catch him off guard, actually.
Oh, my
Even
God.
though- even though Hayden has got what looks to be a lot more in the tank, the fact that he might not be expecting Yeller to come up on him like this could catch him off guard. But I can't see if Hayden's going to probably beat him in the sprint. Just
Oh,
for a
yeah,
bit.
here
Okay,
he is.
he's
Here he is.
running
He's kicked
faster
on
now.
there. Oh, that had the potential to be an all-time good finish. Fucking hell.
Oh,
Look
my
at him here.
God.
He's literally just doing a 400. He's like, oh, I'll just pump out a 103, 400 or something here.
Here we go. We get a little split there. He's like turned on like 53 seconds.
He's gonna run by Yell and be like, "Hey, man, no chance. Actually, just
Yeah.
I'm chilling."
That would break Yeller a bit, I reckon, if he said, like, keep going, mate.
Hey, good job, Yella.
Wow. It got down to 24 seconds, though, Hayden talking to the crowd. So clearly someone told him. The women's race, it's all happening out the front. It's about 30 seconds, Ash to Georgia Taylor-Brown. So this is the fight for the win. 23 seconds. Ash Gentle's back, Joe. We talked about this on the podcast. We said that she need, like, if this is Ash Gentle and like she just would have won this race, the old Ash Gentle would have won this race. And for her confidence, she needs to win this race. Like, she doesn't just need a podium, she needs to win. Ash Gentle's back, mate.
Oh, isn't that his coach? Is that Yellow's coach that he was just there?
Yeah, that's Yellow's
yeah,
coach. Hayden just ran past Yellow's coach and talked to him.
Like, tell your boy there's no point, mate. I've just been backing it off the last 10K. You might as well tell him to save it.
Joe, are you going to bring him across the line here? Do like the classic commentators, bring him through for the win.
Go on, you do it.
No, you go. You go. Get excited for us.
And here we have the T100 champion from Frejus, Hayden Wild, looking absolutely sublime, crossing the line, about 30 seconds ahead of what looks to be a fast charge in Yellow Gains. Well done, Hayden Wild. That was absolutely fantastic. An absolute masterclass.
He's done it again. The bloke didn't even try.
Fucking hell.
That was very impressive. I've got to say, the fact that he looked so comfy on the run.
Wasn't that impressive though, Joe? Jesus, he's just a step above, isn't he? He's a level above. We need Alex Yee. Alex Yee, if you're listening, get on the TT bike. We need you next year. 22 seconds it was in the end. So clearly he did put in a little bit of a surge. Got to have that Red Bull. Get 2 or 3 of them in.
I was about to say, I wanted to ask this. How much do you think they're getting like paid to drink? Like, you have to drink a Red Bull within a minute of finishing. Is that in their contract? Because he does it. Like Lucy, these Red Bull athletes, it's like
Mick and Newt
immediately
does
they
it.
cross the line. They drinking a Red Bull. Some of them put on a Red Bull cap. Like, is that in the contract? How much do you think you're getting?
I think it has
that?
to be because they all do it. Every single one of them is like, as soon as Mick and Newt cross the line, he's searching for his Red Bull. So it must be in their contract that you have to be drinking it across the line. But also, Greg, I don't know about you. An ice cold Red Bull is one of the greatest feelings in the world after a hard run. Like I love an. Once you get in, look at him recovering.
What
by the way,
hell is this motherfucker doing, dude?
because he's recovering for
What?
tomorrow. Joe, call this boy in. Sam Dickinson, probably the surprise packet of the day. Your fellow countryman.
And here we have Sam Dickinson, probably his best result so far in non-draft and triathlon, 3rd place in the T100, coming in as a wild card. Didn't quite have it to match Wild and Gaines, but put Rico Bogan away, which I think he'll be absolutely outstanding, like very pleased with. Well done, Sam. 3rd place, awesome result.
What a race. That's a beast race. No one picked him for the podium. He wasn't on anyone's podium, really, was he?
Greg, sorry, not Greg, Jack, do you actually have a Red Bull then? Hold on a sec.
This is the pass.
put that to the side.
Oh, Ash Gentle's about to win again. Holy shit, let's go.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Come on, Georgia. I'm rooting for the Brit here. Like,
Ash has won, dude. It's over here. Ash is just imagine Ash's mindset right now. Imagine what's going through her head given the year she's had, where she's just been getting beaten up on by Julie and Lucy and Kate and Taylor, and now she's finally back in the lead of a race. Like, she'd be thinking, I'm the big dog out here. Look at her putting in a surge.
Wow.
She just barked at her. She just did the Joe Skipper. She's just given her a couple of barks as she's gone past her.
You know, Paul is actually running into Georgia.
Yeah.
She could get second. Like Georgia just might be hanging on for third here.
Mate, Paula's not out of this. Like I know Ash probably won't falter, but Paula is not out of this race. Like she could still hold on here. Like I think Ash is probably just going to win, but Paula is the one, surely.
Dude, India Lee is running into Georgia Taylor Brown a few seconds each checkpoint too. Like it's not even a podium like for safe for Georgia Taylor Brown. There's women coming from behind. I mean,
Yes.
mostly just India Lee. That's good to see. I mean, Ash Gentle, not the best year. She's getting to the win. India Lee like hasn't performed super well since a couple of those really good races. She talked to Joe on one podcast, and here she is, all back on form, dude.
Yeah, Ash Gentle's been. I've seen her running past my house in Andorra. Like, so there's this run where they live. Like, so Ash and Josh live like down the bottom of the hill, and to get to my house, it's probably like I don't know. You probably run 5K straight uphill. And I've seen Ash there a fair bit. And Josh was telling me how she's been dropping him on runs up that run. And like, so it's a like a proper hard run where you just run uphill for like 5K and then back down. And yeah, she's been dropping Josh. So yeah, clearly back in really good run shape. But this like this battle for the podium is on, isn't it? Like Ashley's probably going to win, but Georgia Taylor Brown, Paula Finlay, Indy Lee, they're all still in this podium fight. And Hannah Berry's not completely out of it either.
Looks like Morgan Pearson, 6th place in the men's race. Fastest run split of the day. Will he be feeling that then tomorrow, Greg?
I mean, he probably 56. Oh no, what was this run split? Yeah, I mean, he's definitely gonna feel it tomorrow. But you know, Morgan, he's done so many hard run workouts, and he runs so hard sometimes. Like I feel like he can recover from a run like this probably as good as anyone. You know.
What would be some of the word on the street then of some of like the hard runs that he would do, like hard, like tempo, thresholdy kind of runs?
I mean, when he was running that, he was doing that half marathon. He's out there in Boulder running with some of those on running boys, and they're like doing miles on the track. Like they're like alternating between like 420, and then they're like, oh, now we do a threshold at like 450. Now we're gonna do like 420, and like I mean, they run hard.
Do you think
racing?
He would have more success if he went to pure running than like just focused on the half marathon and marathon than he would in triathlon?
I don't think so. I think like triathlon
Nah,
training
no
and
way.
half marathon training are like people go to it and then they don't really get that faster because you like get injured, right? It's like
Yeah.
I almost think like triathloning is almost better, Jack.
He's a long way off the best guys in the run. Like the running is gone to a new level right now. 101's crazy fast, but it doesn't even put you in the top 100 in the world.
Yeah, but we say that in terms of like when you look at the Kenyans and stuff like that. But in terms of the top American, he outran Clayton Young in a half marathon, I think.
Yeah. Oh, he could be.
Clayton Young was like top 10 at the Olympics in the marathon.
Yeah. Domestically, he could be really competitive, and I think the marathon is where Morgan is probably suited. Like I know that sounds crazy because he kind of looks fast, twitchy, but I actually think Morgan could go and run, 2:10 kind of. Oh, maybe like 2:10. 2:11 for the marathon if he really dedicated to it. I don't know if he can.
I think faster than that.
I don't know.
He's run a 61 half. I know the British guys that have run 61 half and they've gone 2:08, like Phil Sessman.
Yeah, and like there's Australians like that as well, like Brett Robinson and Andy Buchanan and stuff.
If he did a proper marathon block and got his half marathon time down to 60 something, you've got to be looking at like 2:06, 2:07, which I mean,
it doesn't just convert like that though. It seems so easy. It seems like he could just go and do that. It does. It's like the marathon's a different beast. And
I know, but like think of all the aerobic training he's done for triathlon though.
I mean, like I said, I think he is built for the marathon. I'd love to see him go and dedicate 4 years to the marathon. It would be really, really interesting. I think he might have good success in it, but he wouldn't be more successful than he is in triathlon. He's one of the best triathletes in the world. He's never going to be one of the best marathoners in the world. He's not going to run 2:03, 2:04. It's just not going to happen. But right now, he's already like, competitive for the win in WTCS racing, which is the pinnacle of the sport. And then in middle distance racing, he's just, coming 5th and 6th at T100 races, which is the pinnacle of middle distance racing. So why would you go for a sport where you're one of the best in the world to just like, oh, maybe I can qualify for the Olympics in my country, when he's already qualifying for the Olympics in his country in another sport?
I'm just
I think
throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out there.
I think he loves running though too, And he did tease the idea of trying to make the marathon team in LA and also the triathlon, which
That's not possible.
I think he could. It's not crazy.
I
It
mean,
would
it
be
just
a
goes down to the
stretch to
trial.
make. I mean, obviously, when you go to the Olympics, if you did both, you would just shit the bed in both. But like,
But come on, to make the American marathon team is so hard right now. Like Connor Mance is just going to be on it.
Yeah.
He's such a beast, mate. Good, like he's a chance to podium at the Olympics in LA, I reckon, in the marathon. And yeah, Clayton Young's there as well, and maybe it's going to be them 1 and 2. But even that third spot, like America have so many young up and coming marathon runners and half marathon, 5, 10K guys who are going to step up. I think making that American men's marathon team is going to be bloody hard in LA.
yeah,
I
he would
mean-
have to dedicate himself fully to that, huh?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He would have to dedicate himself to the point where he wouldn't be able to qualify for the Olympics as well in the triathlon. No way. It's all kind of evened out here in the women's race a little bit. Like Ash has got that lead. It looks nice and comfy. We've got 7.6 kilometres to go. Georgia Taylor-Brown, 34 seconds. Paula Finlay, she's 16 seconds behind her, 50 seconds down. Indy Lee just running past Paula Finlay here.
Lee.
Yeah.
He's got some swagger. This is like Miami India Lee, She's running well, holding tough out there, and she can run down Georgia Taylor-Brown.
Such a fun battle between these four. Like this is actually a battle for the podium. We've been missing this a little bit in women's T100 racing in the past because Taylor Nibb's been dominating, Kate Wass been dominating, then Lucy Charles Barclay and Julie Duron, and this is a battle. Like you can see this line; they're all on this straight line section of the course before they take the right hand turn. They can all see each other, so all of them are motivated. All of them are thinking that they can podium, and even potentially still in their head thinking I can win if something goes right here. So this is the racing we love to see.
And it seemed like it was a one loop bike course, right? There was not that. What was the looped course giving us that the one loop course isn't, right? I mean, like you seem like, oh, maybe there's more cameras and things, but I don't think that's really the case. Like, was it just for the ease of the broadcast? Like, is there anything that a looped course gives us, like, with 6 or 7 loops that a one loop course wouldn't?
No, they've got to go to these one loopers, Greg. Me and Joe talked about it on the podcast. One loop courses are better. You can get more hills in. You can get more mountains in. Like if you make an 80K one loop course, you can legit start bringing in mountain climbs. Like you can do 30K up a mountain, 30K down it with 10K to and from it. That becomes a real possibility. And like the crit course are boring. They promote drafting. It's so much harder not to draft. Like you get all these big groups that do nothing, and it's just I mean, it like what? So you can have a tracker and you can maybe make the cameras a little bit easier. But did you guys feel like we missed anything on the cameras over that 80K that we have been getting over the crit courses? I don't feel like we did. I thought the cameras were actually probably better than usual. I thought the bike course was more entertaining than usual.
It was more entertaining, and you can also get bits of the course that like suit riders differently, can't you? Like for instance, like the climb when Hayden put the dig in. If that was on a crit course, it wouldn't have happened, would it? It would have just been, probably the athletes would have probably kept in the pack. They would have rode it together, but it just made someone else with different strengths able to show, and it also makes you kind of test where you put your effort in, just because the terrain's constantly changing as well. I think it just tests if you're how well rounded you are on the bike, because you generally get a bit of everything. You get some descents, you get some flat bits, you can get some hills, but also like you said, Jack, then potentially you can make a really tough mountain course that would suit someone who's like a proper climber, and it just enables you to make the courses so much more dynamic.
Did you see that just then, Joe? So we had Paula Finlay making the pass on Georgia Taylor-Brown as they ran past Ashley Gentle on the turnaround, and they were all within 30 seconds. That was, and now Indy Lee's going to get the look at.
Yeah, Indy Lee's coming in here too. This is, I'm surprised that these girls are these women are running down Georgia Taylor-Brown. Like, I don't know, she doesn't seem to be like sticking with them either. I don't know if she's like not giving up per se, but like she just doesn't have that that strength endurance to back up the end of a 3 hour race. You know, I mean, it's only her second one.
Well, she was on Paula Finlay's shoulder right then, so she had glued on to Paula Finlay. Ash Gentle put in a surge when she went past her, so that was different and probably smart of her not to go with it. Maybe she did try, but when someone surges past you, there's nothing you can do about it if they're running better than you. But it did look like she'd glued on to Paula Finlay's shoulder there, and maybe she can stay on. But Paula, I think Paula is the kind of athlete who probably wouldn't surge as she went past. Paula will probably just keep running her threshold. And it's just, can you hold on with me? And then, I mean, yeah, like from now, it's like Georgia Taylor Brown, her whole mindset has to be, do not let Paula go. Like, don't let her drop me. Don't let her drop me. And Paula Finlay's mindset has to just be like, keep putting on the pressure. Keep putting on the pressure. Don't let up. Don't let up.
Oh, Jess with the DNF. Oof. Tough.
I still can't get over how she looked out of T2. I've never seen that. I've never seen someone look like she wanted to be flown to a different continent to get away from there.
Do you think she was always planning to stop at the on the run, or do you think she just went really hard on the bike and just ran out of legs?
Or just, Joe, come back to that in a second. But look at this. Georgia Taylor Brown is sticking on to Paula Finlay here. So this is a mental war, isn't it? Like I said, I think Georgia Taylor Brown, all she's doing right now is just in her head just saying, do not let her drop. Stay on her, don't let her drop.
I mean, she's got to stay on Paula for like 4 or 5 more K before she can let her go if she wants to stay on the podium. Like,
but if she gets there in 4 or 5K, it's only a K to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're at 11K. So if she stays till 16, then she could like drop a little bit. But like she has to stay on Paula if she wants to be on the podium. There's no, it looks like, okay, on the tracker now on the next, yeah, we don't know. It says she's 5 seconds back.
The tracker's been off all day a little bit, hasn't it? Hasn't been at its best.
It's weird how it's like, it's fluctuating. Like it's like 50, then a minute, and then 50. It's like, I don't get it.
Do we think that Ashley Gentle could potentially lose the gap, or are we thinking that she's looking good and that it's going to be very unlikely that either of the two behind are going to close back? She's
looking a little bit worked.
Nah, come on.
Her head. No, I mean, I not like a little bit like overworked, but she like kind of was dipping her head a little bit. Like she definitely has worked to get to where she is, but I think she'll hold on.
I have a controversial take here. If you want to hear it, maybe do you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure.
This is great. Ash Gentle's about to win another T100 race. It's a massive, massive thing, and any athlete would want to win one. It low-key could be the worst thing that happens to her, I reckon, because hear me out. I still don't think she would have beaten Taylor Knibb or Lucy Charles Barclay or Kate Woff if they were here. I think one of them would have won. I think she's a little bit of a step off those guys. And I really think she needs to. I don't know if she can beat those girls next year. Maybe that's crazy because maybe she's just been a bit tired earlier in the year. She traveled across to Europe. I know that she trained really hard earlier in the year, and so I think she was battling with a bit of fatigue. And maybe she's been able to rest and build a home base in Andorra, and she's back to her best. So maybe this is a crazy take, but I would have loved to have seen her step up in distance next year and let those other women battle it out over the middle distance. So this now puts her in a position kind of like when she was racing short course where she probably knew she needed to step up, but she then won a race, I think, on the Gold Coast in 2018, and it was like, no, I've got to stay around for the next Olympic cycle here. This could be the same thing. This could light the fire in Ash Gentle that makes her go, no, I still can be the best in the world over the T100. I'm going to stay here for another year. So, I mean, that's is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? We'll only know in 18 months' time, but I think that's at least an interesting discussion.
But what would you think would be the advantage of her necessarily going to the Ironman if her biking is her weakness? Because that could potentially get exposed even more.
I don't think she's that weak on the bike. I really don't think she's that weak. I think certain courses expose her. I actually think a course like Kona really suits her. That maybe sounds crazy. Like, yeah, she's going to lose time to Kat Matthews. Okay, fair enough. Most people are. And maybe Taylor Knibb. But you know what? You have so much more time to make it back in the marathon. And if you think Morgan Pearson's built for the marathon, well, I think Ash Gentle's built for hot marathons. I reckon hot marathons, if she trained her whole life for it, she'd be one of the best hot marathon runners in Australia. Like, she just performs so well in hot temperatures. And I reckon in Kona, she could dominate on the marathon. I reckon she could break that marathon course record by so much if she spent a lot of time going for it. So that's my thinking.
Just want to stop you there. Did you see that Georgia Taylor Brown was looking over her shoulder, saw that India Lee was coming, and is now putting a dig to try and distance herself from India Lee, and she's managed to drop Paula Finley. But look at India Lee. Look at this.
No, it's not
No, no.
Paula.
No,
Is
no.
it not?
Paula's out in front.
I
Paula's
thought it was too. But
Paula's
yeah,
the next
no,
one up
India
on the
Lee's
left.
catching her.
You can see Paula up on the left in front of the motorbike, see?
Oh, right. Sorry.
That's Kaidi
I thought that was
Kiviova
Paula
who's been
whose,
lapped.
shoulder she was on.
No, that's Kaidi. And so what's happened, I don't think Paula's put in a dig. I think what happened there is Georgia Taylor Brown's fought so hard to hold on that she's kind of
Yeah.
popped a little bit, and now that's allowed Indy to catch her quicker than she would have.
Yeah, no, sorry. I think, I agree with that. I think you're right. It was looking at it on that small screen. It looked like the kit of like Paula Finley, and I thought Georgia was like looking over her shoulder, staying on Paula. But no, I got that wrong. But India looks like she's like still catching up with Paula though, even though like that is Paula ahead. I mean, the camera always makes it look a bit further than what it actually is, and I don't think she's too far behind. What, 15 seconds? Do you reckon?
Yeah,
Something
15,
like that?
20 seconds. It's definitely 15 to 20 seconds. I think this battle is on between Paula and Indy Lee here. Because Indy Lee, this course, clearly on this run course, you can see each other for long periods for most of the run. So India Lee is always going to be able to see Paula. And I think in this situation, holy hell, look how fast she's running. Holy crap. India Lee just put in a massive surge to get past Georgia Taylor Brown there. Did you boys see that?
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
how they switched the angle up so we can get a little bit more like perspective on the speed. But yeah, she is motoring.
She literally just sprinted past her with that surge. Holy shit. Georgia Taylor Brown has just been, like, that's just like 30, 40 meters in like 10 seconds. Indy Lee's back, Joe. What did you do to her on that podcast?
I just like to inspire people.
Did you give her some words after the podcast?
I wish I could take the credit for it, but no, that's all down to our own hard work.
Well, and she's putting in a few seconds each little checkpoint on Paula too. So the race is really on here.
Yeah, with just under 5K
only
to go.
about 5K, yeah.
Yeah, this
Holy
battle is
moly.
on between Indy and Paula here for second. Ash Gentle's going to win this. I mean, I know you're not supposed to give away the race leader, but newsflash, Ash Gentle has won this. She's not going to blow up. She's too experienced for that. But this battle for second between Paula and Indy Lee is on.
Yeah, the tracker reckons it's 40 seconds, but it's never 40 seconds, is it? That's got to be out. It's just come up with a new time split, but that to me seems like it's a bit out because it looked like it was a lot less than 40 seconds from what we just saw a little while ago. And with how fast India was running on that overhead shot, definitely didn't look like she'd slow down.
Well, the tracker's been performing worse than Andrew Messick in 2023 today. So don't trust it for a second.
I mean, like, to be fair, Paula's not that far behind Ash. Like, I just got a little split when they went head to head, and I've got it down to about, I think it's about 40 seconds, 42, 43 seconds, something like that.
Well, get this. Ready, do it right now. So go, there's the turnaround now for Paula.
Yeah, right on the minute.
It was 3:26 on the race time. So let's see what it is when Indy gets to that turnaround right now. And Indy being able to see her here, that's so good for her. I think it's easier in this situation being the chaser, depending on how you're feeling. But if all things are pretty even, I think being the chaser is generally a little bit easier.
Looks like it is about right.
It's about 20 seconds.
Yeah, 20. Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah, 23 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it is well out. 23 seconds.
Yeah.
So still everything to play for. 4.5 Ks to go.
Yeah.
She needs about 4 seconds a K.
I wonder if that surge from India to get past Georgia Taylor Brown was the wrong decision because, like, she still looks great though. Oh yeah, I mean, I just wonder if she burned a few matches in that surge past Georgia Taylor Brown, but she still looks amazing. This is the best India Lee's looked all year, isn't it? No doubt.
Yeah, I think it just shows as well that, like we said, like the motivation that when you're actually racing for a podium or the win, how you just get that extra oomph as to when you run it, when you're like 12 minutes down, someone says you're in 6th and 7th and there's not really much to play for. You know, like there's everything in this race for these girls. Like you said, when they got off the bike, you were like, anyone in the top 7 could win this, you know, and the podium was on the card. So because you've got everything to play for, it just gives you that extra drive, doesn't it? You know, you always get the best out of yourself when you're racing for a top position. You know, if you're running in like say 18th, 17th place in a race like this, you're never going to run as fast as what you would if you got a podium on the line.
Right, Sam finished in 15th. Your boy Harry Palmer finished 18th.
I can't
He
believe
actually ran. He ran 101. He actually didn't run he didn't sandbag the run, which is, I guess, surprising.
that.
Yeah, 15th for Sam. Is that his worst T100 finish ever?
I probably would say so, yeah. And he wasn't far ahead of Colin. Is Colin racing Ironman Nice as well?
No, he's only raced like 1 or 2 Ironmans, and he hasn't really ever executed.
Oh,
He
look at
raced New
Paula.
Zealand with you.
Yeah, Paula looks like she's like, I mean, doesn't look as fast as springy as India, but then like we said with Hayden, he never looks like he's running as fast as what he's actually moving. I mean, what do you guys make of this? Like, is she on the limit? Is India potentially going to catch her?
I still think Paula looks good personally.
Do
Like,
you?
yeah, I do. Paula doesn't have that running style where she ever looks like she's running fast. Like she always looks very smooth. And Indy Lee right now looks like she's running like Yalagains. But like the gap's kind of staying pretty like steady. I'd still think the big thing in advantage of Indy Lee here is being able to see her the whole time. I do think that advantages you, but to my eye, Paula Finlay looks great. Indy Lee looks great. I think it's just going to be decided if one of them does start to suffer a little bit and falter, then it lets the other one in. But if it stays like it is right now, I think Paula is probably going to hold on because to me, Paula still looks really strong. But
Yeah.
if she falters just a little bit, Indy Lee will pick up the scraps 100%.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've just got another time split around there, and it's about 23, 24 seconds. So if anything, Paula's like taking it out 1 second, and she didn't look like. It's so strange, isn't it? Because you see two different people running, and if I was just judging it off what they look like, I would have said India looks like she's running a lot faster. But actually, I think Paula's taken a second out of India from that previous turnaround. What they did. So you just really can't judge people, can you, from how they look on as to how fast they're actually moving.
That's why that whole conversation, when you watch a race and all you're talking about is their fast turnover and their cadence and their arm carriage, it's so dumb. Because it does. If you looked at Hayden, you would have thought he was nowhere near. Like he doesn't have that like really smooth arm carriage, fast turnover that you always hear people talk about. It's just dumb. Like it's just how fast are you running? That's literally
Yeah.
all that matters. Boys, while we let this women's race play, we got 3 kilometers to go. Ash Gentle, she's extending this lead. The Queen's back. Where she belongs on top in Australian, and then the battle for Paula and Indy Lee for second and third.
USA.
While we does Canada count as USA, by the way?
No.
No. I was watching How I Met Your Mother last night, and it's funny as they just take the piss out of Canada so much on that show.
Yeah.
They were like Barney Stinson's like it's like their currency and their military. Nobody takes it seriously. Does Canada even have a military? Anyway, no offense, Canadians. I've never really been. While we watch this race unfold, just give me some things. So, both of you, who was the most impressive performance in the men's race today?
If we're going,
No, go
oh,
ahead,
sorry,
Joe.
Alex. I was going to say, if we're going by impressive as to like who was like unexpected, I would say Sam Dickinson.
I would have to say the impressive moment was Leo's bike safe, but yeah, I mean, if I have to pick someone different, I'll say just Hayden, just by the way he seemingly just did whatever he felt like doing the whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I agree with both of them. I think maybe a shout as well might be Matthias Margiera in fourth. I thought that was a really good performance for him. His best one for the year. I think he's come sixth in both of his T100 races this year so far. So yeah, Hayden, Sam Dickinson, and Matthias. What about who was the most disappointing? Who had the shittest race?
I would say most disappointing would probably be most disappointing. I'd say would be Harry Palmer. For what you would have expected going into it, for him to finish 20 minutes down, that's a disappointing race. He beat Sam Dickinson on a hilly 70.3. He's now in this race, he's finished 19 minutes behind him. That's very disappointing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say Sam, but it seems like it's a bit of a disappointment. I mean, Peter Hemrick got last, but that dude literally gets on the podium or gets last place. There's literally nothing in the middle.
Yeah, I like both. I think Sam and Harry as well. Both. Yeah, I think I kind of agree. I think Harry's is more disappointing. But I think Harry's such a talent. Like I really respect Harry as a racer. I think he's brilliant. So second last and 20 minutes back, but maybe he's in the thick of it with the training.
But
For me, Menno Coolhouse, 10th place, 7 minutes 30 back. I expected more from him. Most people might not think that, but I kind of expected him to be fighting for the top 5. So I was a little bit disappointed by that.
I would say with the Kavik, when I said Harry as well, Harry's probably got like he can say that he's tired. You know, he's done quite a lot of racing. He's going into Nice, but Nice for him is like I've even spoken to him, and he said it's just going there for the experience, just to see what a world champs is like, and to kind of just experience it all. Whereas if you get looked at Sam Long, he's going to Nice to really perform really well. He's not going there to experience the world champs, is he? That's a bit of a disappointment. That's a bit of a blow, isn't it? To lose a lot of time like that on the bike to some of the other guys, and even that's more than what he would have hoped for. The swim, I think, to be honest, like that was worst case. He would have liked to have been with if Colin was like 4.5 minutes down as well. I mean, maybe they could have they probably would have been better off speaking to each other before the start and actually saying, look, if we're together on the swim, let's try and take
Being
turns and
like,
do like 2 minutes each or something like that, and try and limit their losses, because I feel like Sam probably didn't swim as hard as what he could have because he was stuck behind because he was behind Colin. But then Colin was probably just tempoing it and sitting onto his rhythm, whereas they would have actually been probably better off speaking to each other and saying, "Look, mate, let's just go full tilt on this swim, try and keep the gap as low as what we can, and just do like go to a buoy. Then when you get to that buoy, let the other person come through on the inside, ease off, get on their feet, and just actually share the workload a lot." And I think they probably could have lobbed like another minute off that, and then potentially.
no chance.
No
You don't
chance.
think?
Yeah,
You don't
hard
think a minute?
disagree.
3 seconds, 100.
No.
3 seconds, 100.
I mean, they weren't just making up a minute because they share some turns. Like,
Yeah, but if you're working hard, because I find that when I'm like in a race like that and you get dropped off the front, you're just swimming on the front tempo. You're like not even going hard. It's like a bit harder than like warm up pace because you kind of feel like what's the point? Whereas if like I was actually had a mindset of working with someone and actually going full tilt, and I knew that we were going to be like jumping on the feet, drafting and stuff. I think you could take 3 seconds, 100.
kind of sounds a little bit
Not
like
much.
wishful
Not
thinking to
much.
me.
3 seconds, 100 is not much.
No, it doesn't sound like much, but like it's so hard to make up a minute over 2K. Like that, I don't know. Like I think if it was that easy, people would be doing it more, but it kind of never
I don't know.
happens.
People just never do. People talk though that much. I mean, like Greg, when you're in like I mean, when do people actually speak to each other and say, from your experience, let's take turns working? Like share the load. Have you heard
I
of people?
mean, a little bit. We talk about it in the front, but I feel like it's not like disrespect to the people in the back. Sometimes the people in the back, if they go harder, they don't go faster. Like when I go hard, I can put all my energy and I can go faster. But like sometimes if you're in the back, you're in the open water, you're not a super like you don't you're not crazy efficient. I mean, you're a good swimmer, you're a pro triathlete, and like, Sam and Colin are good swimmers, but like if they had gone 100% versus 90, I'm not sure they're actually going any faster.
And Greg, don't you think that what happens at the start of swims is poor swimmers go so hard to try and get into a better group that when it all splits up and blows up, they actually can't swim that much harder. Like it's not easy just to transition into threshold. You do the natural occurrence is you do just start to swim more towards tempo because you've gone into the red trying to make a group. You don't get there. You end up by yourself or with one other person, like always, and then you're actually just pretty cooked. So it's not that, like, yeah, sure, it doesn't feel that hard, but you also just can't swim faster because you have gone into the red and you're going to get stuck in this tempo zone. And it's not just as easy as like, oh, let's just start rotating turns here and start swimming harder. Sometimes you just actually can't swim much faster because of what's happened in the first 4 or 5 minutes in the swim.
Yeah, that's
But
a great point. I think
thing is,
that's spot on.
But the thing is, with those guys, they're not even in the group after 4 or 5 minutes, are they? They're literally dropped within like 45 seconds. I mean, you could see from the aerial, couldn't we, from the start? Like within a minute, they were out the back. So Sam would have been on Colin's feet straight away. It wasn't like the thing with these races. There's only 20 people, and like 18 of them pretty much make the front pack.
Yeah, but they've tried to get on there, right, Joe? Like they've tried. and then they keep swimming like above threshold in the red before they realize, oh, we are pretty isolated here. Like, you don't just give up after, yourself, you've done it so many times. You don't just give up after 30 seconds when you realize you're not in the group. Like, you keep fighting to try and get into as good position as you can, and you do accidentally go into the red for 4 or 5 minutes.
You do, yeah. But I mean, it depends on, I guess, for Sam, it would depend on how hard Colin was pushing if he was on his feet, wouldn't it? Like, would Colin, do you think, have been like drilling it, trying to go, even though it seems like the others swim off straight away?
I don't know. I guess so.
I don't think the drafting skills are there either for those type of guys. Like, I just think only the guys in the front can really share turns, and like I don't see the awareness of those guys to like really be able to do that strategy effectively. Are they good at sighting? It might be one of them. Oh, here we have here's Paula. Indy is
Further back now. Paul has
further
extended
back.
that gap. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks at least similar to what it was, but it doesn't look like she's going to run her down. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thought, Joe. I just, in practice, it's like it works on the bike. You're aware, you can see things out there, and the swim, it's just chaotic, and there's bodies. You don't never know how anyone's feeling, and more effort doesn't always mean more speed. So I just think that strategy is just. I don't think it would have made a difference at all, honestly. I think it could even possibly have hurt them,
I
just
mean,
because they're trying to do something that they're
yeah.
not really that comfortable doing and haven't practiced, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, I'm going easy. Oh, I'm going hard," and then someone gets dropped and the whole thing goes to shit.
I think if they were going to do it, they would have needed to practice it beforehand in like a practice swim or something like that to get an idea of how they're going to take the turns and stuff like that. But I mean, in these races, like in a normal race, I don't think you'd really plan that because for instance, you do a 70.3, there could be 60 people. There's always a pack for you to swim in. But in these races, for someone like Sam, he knows he's out the back pretty much straight away, and he could kind of get a plan or something which would help because he knows there's not going to be a group that he's going to be able to latch onto anyway.
Anyway, enough back of the pack swim chat.
I thought the gap was down to 13 seconds, but it was the tracker, and yeah, it looks like it's out to about 35 seconds between India and Paula, and there's only a K left, so I think our podium is pretty locked in at this point.
Yeah, and let's talk about it. I reckon this race for Paula Finlay and Ash Gentle and Indy Lee is like special for all of them. Like, I think all three of these women will be super stoked with where they're at. Ash Gentle will be stoked to be back winning. A second place in a race like this for Paula Finlay is huge, and the way she's done it, the tough swim that she had, having to fight her way back, her incredible performance on the climb as she gives a little high five there, and then running as well as she has in a long time to hold on to second, and Indy Lee being back on a podium, which she hasn't done this year so far. Like, I feel like all three of these women will just be absolutely stoked by this day.
What about Sifa? It was a bit disappointing to see her drop down to 10th place at the later split. 5 minutes back. I mean, it looks like she's going to get 10th because 11th place is another 5 minutes behind her, 4 minutes behind, something like that. They've only got 4K to go, but that was a bit of a shame because at one point she looked so good and like she might potentially have it in the bag, and we were thinking like, a definite podium, but yeah, she's like faded down to 10th place.
Yeah, but given she was such a late call-up, like only a few days out, I think for her to get out the front of the bike like that's a massive performance. Joe, let's go. Call Ash Gentle across the line here, brother.
Oh, you call her, Greg. I wouldn't want to do it all. Come on, Greg.
All right, Ash Gentle here, coming down the chute. She's probably going to have tears running down her eyes as she finally gets back on top. Oh, look at that smile. She's high-fiving the crowd. Left hand, gets him on the other side. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Don't wash those hands later, folks. That is a champion that you are blessed to touch hands with, and that is our champion, Ash Gentle, ladies and gentlemen.
You start seeing a guy lick his hand after Ash touches it.
There you go.
She's
Contender,
stoked.
not pretender now.
There's Joshy. Josh has had 18 beers the night before, no doubt. Oh, he tried to lift her over the shoulders. She wanted nothing to do with it. Oh, getting rejected by your own wife's always tough.
Yeah, that's always a tough one.
Next time, Josh. Greg, Paula Finlay.
Paula Finlay, USA's hopeful, coming down the chute.
She's Canadian.
Let's see what. Oh yeah, sorry, Canadian hopeful. Let's see if we can get a face shot of her as we see her emotion. Oh, it looks like she's very pumped on that. It's great to see back on top, and
Oh, she just
we're
high
about to
fived the dude who licked his hand.
Let's see these. I love watching the athletes interact at the finish line. Um, Jack, you spoke to it kind of these three. It's like we're like back. It's like, oh, it's Ash and Paula and India Lee. It's like it's just good to see these women back on the podium again. I
Yeah.
don't know India Lee at all, but like every time I listen to her on the podcast or like see her being interviewed, I'm always like cracking up. So I'm just like a massive fan. So I'm pumped for her as she comes down the chute. She's probably cracking jokes the whole time, taking the piss, as they say in Australia and the Britain. And she's thinking back to her podcast with Joe right now, and she's thinking, "Wow, that really set me up for quite the day today."
Imagine
A
right
little
now,
air.
in her head, she's thinking, "Thank you, Joe Skipper."
Thank you, Joe Skipper.
He's like, oh, I wonder if he'll get me on before the next race, maybe like a grand final.
Oh, there we have it, boys. Ash Gentle wins, Paula Finlay second, India Lee in third. That was, in my opinion, London was a great race. In my opinion, we just saw the best female race that we've seen in the T100 this year. That's the most I've enjoyed watching a female race this year. I thought that was super exciting.
Yeah, and then we got Byram coming in with Ellie Salthouse, I think, on her heels. Yeah, India Lee looks super, super pumped. So yeah, my sleeper pick for podium was fourth.
That's always
Who
good.
did you guys pick for the women? Didn't you guys each pick two? Who did you both pick? Do you remember?
I picked India Lee, and I can't remember who the other one was. Can you remember, Jack, who I picked?
You had, yeah, I can. I had Carolyn Pole and Ash Gentle, who were like first and eighth, and you had India Lee and did you have Laura Madsen or someone? You said someone weird.
No, didn't I pick Caroline Pole and you didn't pick her?
No, I picked. We're useless. We did this like 2 days
I'm
ago,
not
Joe.
sure. Not sure, but we did. Yeah, we'll have to.
No,
we'll have
you
to
had
check.
Jess Learmonth. You had Jessica Learmonth and
Oh, yeah.
India Lee. So
Yeah,
you've
that's
got
right.
you've got dead last and third, and I had Ash Gentle and Carolyn Pole first and eighth. So I've won both.
Yeah, and then I gave one of my picks in each one the kiss of death, really, didn't
Yeah,
I? 'Cause
Harry
I had
Palmer.
Palmer as well, and he was like 18th.
All right, boys. The race is over, and it's been a super fun time. But now it's 5 a.m, and I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, so good, mate. You did that through the night. Awesome races. That was really fun. For our first one, yes, there was some technical issues, no doubt, but we actually got it pretty much sorted. All we need to do is get the audio a bit louder on the next one, and I think we'll be good to go to keep doing these as a more permanent thing. And we got the most brutal one where it was like impossible for anyone to watch it. It was middle of the night for America. Entire Europe and Great Britain were geo-blocked, so they weren't allowed to watch it unless they had a VPN. And Australia, it was middle of the day with other sporting finals going on. So if we had anyone watching it, which I don't know if we did, but if we did, thank you, and hope you enjoyed it.